Prologue, or something like that apocalypse. Can you even call it that? I think so. I didn't dream of the stars. My parents and sister didn't either. The fate didn't ask us. From century to century, it weaves its web, not looking at people, space, new planets and races, joy and sorrow. The inhabitants of Earth, forcibly evicted from their homeland, will have to endure a lot before they find a quiet corner for themselves in the new world. What am I talking about? You'll find out now. Chapter 1. It's just beginning. Ivan, go get some bread already. Dinner is getting cold, I heard my mother shout from the kitchen. At that moment, the father was fiddling with the toilet, changing its insides once again. It started leaking. The sister is playing around, and the brother has moved in with his girlfriend. They are getting ready for a wedding. It's about time, by the way. Now I don't have to share a room with him. I didn't argue with my mother. I'm gone. I calmly threw on my day-off clothes, a clean t-shirt and flip-flops, stomping into a well-known department store, humming a catchy tune from a popular song. Why not be happy? Vacation. The weather is whispering, I just built a new computer. I won't see the boss's disgusting face for 2 months. Beautiful. I squinted contentedly, looking at the sun. I passed a group of girls who shot me a glance and turned away, disappointed, continuing to discuss the sore subject of everyone, young and old. What do they want, girls? I earn money, I don't drink, I don't smoke. No. They want a prince on a white horse with a villa in Sochi and a yacht there. Simple working people are the last thing they are interested in. He carefully listened to their conversation. 2 hours left, girls. Shall we go home? I want to know what will happen, said the blonde, biting her lip and playing with her fingers on the screen of her fancy phone. Well, you're such a silly girl, they answered her. On the Women's Happiness Forum, everyone has long since come to the conclusion that we are abandoning gasoline and switching to hydrogen. The red-haired pretty girl twirled her finger at her temple, wrinkling her nose. No! The last girl in the group of 3 girls shook her head. At our university, everyone is talking about the unification of our country with others, about the revival of the USSR. I think they will announce it. The girls started arguing, trying to prove their point of view to each other. I was calm. What will be, and I haven't been watching TV lately. I'm tired of listening to gloomy news. Although the topic they discussed was indeed intriguing, God willing. A couple of weeks ago in Berlin, the members of the Big Eight gathered and made a statement. This is what it said. We are happy to inform you that in 3 weeks, the world as we know it will change. This epical event, which our ancestors waited for, which was widely discussed on thematic platforms and mentioned in books, is coming. No. Be patient. No questions. You will receive all the answers in 14 days. It is already clear from this statement that the conversation was not about restoring the USSR. Why would Western countries talk about this? But, oh well. The girls are young. Their heads are in the clouds, so they discuss gossip. So, after this statement, mass hysteria began in the world. Pogroms in France, Great Britain, and Turkey. People there love strikes. And there were a sea of assumptions. I, like a decent part of citizens, believed that this was a simple joke, planted by the governments of our countries in order to distract us from the pressing problems that are growing day by day. Hunger, unemployment, the same strikes. A simple distraction. That's what I thought, and how wrong I was. Having bought a loaf of black bread at an extortionate price, I returned home, handed the bread to my mother, received a bowl of borscht, and retired to my room. There were a couple of minutes left before the fateful announcement that everyone was talking about. My parents were already staring at the old TV screen in the kitchen, and I sat down in front of the computer, leisurely sipping hot soup, and turned on the live broadcast. Another minute, and here we go. And... There was a rumble outside the window. I shuddered, frightened. The internet, the TV, all the electronics, all went dead. The screen just went dark. Our old Khrushchev-era apartment shook. Everything around us vibrated and fell off the shelves. It felt like an airplane was landing nearby. It smelled of ozone, like a thunderstorm. I was swayed to the side and fell from my chair onto the floor, shaking my head and trying to get rid of the white spots in my eyes. The plate of borscht slid off the table and, hitting the floor, broke, spilling its contents. "What is it?" I hissed in confusion, tugging at my trouser leg, which was covered in hot borscht. "Earthquake!" my mother screamed hysterically from the kitchen, scared, while my father pulled her out from under the table, dragging her to the exit of the apartment. He didn't forget about me either. "Ivan!" he shouted to me. I came to my senses and helped him, not forgetting to grab his documents and wallet with keys along the way. Running out onto the landing, we, elbowing each other with the other residents of the building, ran down the stairs, and only when we found ourselves in front of the entrance did we raise our gaze to the sky. I didn't expect this. Just like the people around me, who were expressively splashing out their feelings with shouts, crying, and swear words. You won't believe it, but futuristic spaceships from people's fantasies descended from the sky, landing in our city. Enormous, multi-kilometer-long machines. They crushed with their power in the literal and figurative sense, crushing houses and people who ran around the area in horror. After their landing, only dust clouds and desperate screams remained from the houses. This is how the apocalypse came to us. My father, mother, and I tried to escape into the forest. Fortunately, it was nearby. We thought we could hide. Unsuccessfully, as you understand. Unsuccessfully, I bitterly recalled this attempt. On the same day, after everything, we learned that in some areas of the city, the connection was not cut off, and they were able to receive a mocking message from the government, which read as follows. We are now all members of a certain association of intelligent races of the galaxy, abbreviated as O.R.R.G, and all inhabitants of the planet are now debt workers. We are payment to the aliens for the technologies that they have provided us with over the past decades. Mobile phones, smartwatches, flat-screen TVs, all of these are alien developments that were transferred to the governments of the largest countries on Earth on credit. As we were told, we, the common people, will have to pay for these technologies. The debt was spread among every inhabitant of the Earth. A cheerful prospect, right? And that's not all. The planet has also gone to pay off the debt. It will supposedly be processed into useful substances, leaving empty space in its place. So the oligarchs and other elite paid off the aliens for the privileges and comfortable life there, far from the solar system. They did not want to become debt workers. We, who were not among those chosen to make decisions for us, will pay for the comfortable life of those in power. The news was devastating. All the emotions had already been spilled. The streets were covered in blood, and the screams of people coming from under the rubble of houses were to blame. I didn't want to think about how we had been betrayed. The only joy is that they found my sister. She ran to the house herself. I tried to stay close to my family when we were being pushed into transports by people just like us. There were almost no external differences. Yes, almost. The only way to guess that they were not from Earth was because of the slightly different structure of their jaws. As soon as these people opened their mouths, we noticed the differences. Teeth. Too many teeth in their mouths. And the language they spoke, unknown to us, threatening us with the same unknown weapons, proved that they were not inhabitants of Earth. I will not say anything about the starships. Not everyone submitted to them voluntarily. The police tried to shoot at them, but the bullets got stuck in the protective field covering each alien, and then the answer came. The aliens did not stand on ceremony and dealt with those who resisted them with particular cruelty. No mercy, despite the raised hands and pleas of the oppressed people. So the streets of the city were filled with dead guards of the law and military who did not want to throw down their weapons. Screams and crying were everywhere. No one else resisted. We went where everyone else did, into the open mouth of the spaceship. My sister and mother were crying, and my father and I were hugging them, exchanging glances, and looking for my brother with his common-law wife and their illegitimate children, who must be somewhere here in the ship's crowded hold.
Leocha, you?
I was happy to see my former classmate, whom I hadn't seen for a couple of years. He wasn't really a good friend. I was just glad to see a familiar face. I remember how I went hunting with him, to shoot elks. I missed, but he hit. He was the one who cut up and divided the carcass. I got part of the leg, and he got the rest. After that incident, our paths diverged completely.
Vanyucha, Uncle Petya, Aunt Tanya.
Oksanka, glad to see you. He climbed up to us to hug. Where are you from? His sister pushed him away. This womanizer, as in the past, tried to hit on her, hugging her tighter than decency required. They caught him. He shrugged. He was hiding in the basement when those toothy ones showed up. And how did they find him? Is there anything to eat? This is the second day we've been flying. No food, no water. I interrupted the empty chatter. When entering the ship, everyone was searched, leaving only clothes. But Leocha is cunning. Maybe he smuggled something in. Nope, he shook his head in denial, too cheerfully. A little Jew, damn it. He definitely managed to intercept it somewhere. Where are your parents, Alexei? Mom asked sympathetically, adjusting his cap. Still, she treats him too well, forgetting that he is no longer a child and not the good guy who ran with me to the river to fish. We were in Crimea, but now, I don't know. He waved his hand carelessly. He didn't like his stepfather, we knew that, and Mom won't disappear. She's a go-getter, like her son. Then the sound of sirens was heard. The hum of thousands of people crammed into the hold, talking to each other, died down. A mechanism emerged from the ceiling, which turned out to be a sophisticated projector. A three-dimensional image of a man of human appearance, with a powerful jaw and many teeth, appeared on the far wall. He spoke in Russian. I understand you, he nodded to us, as if to old acquaintances, which caused a murmur in his direction. You are confused. You are scared. You do not know what is happening. You are wounded and sick. You are angry. Well then, you are not the first. You will not be the last. This alien looked around the hold in which we were locked, looking into our eyes. I will not waste time and tell it like it is. From now on, you are citizens of the O.R.R.G, debt workers. We will talk about this later. In addition to you, in payment for the debt to us, we took the planet on which you were born, your Earth. It will be processed into useful minerals, so you will have nowhere to return. Forget about your homeland already. Now your homeland is the O.R.R.G. Come to terms with this, and start thinking about how to pay off your personal debt to us. There was a noise in the hangar, and the alien raised his hands, calming us down. Don't worry, there's work for everyone. And yes, I warn you, attacking the guards is dangerous. You're nobody yet. You're like newborns who don't know our laws or rules. Follow the instructions if you don't want to get into trouble. The punishment will be... They didn't let him finish speaking. And why don't you go to hell. Someone from the crowd shouted especially loudly. The noise and shouts grew as the alien spoke, but this shout was especially loud. The people nearby laughed nervously. In our society, the life of a rational being is highly valued. The alien speaking to us through the projection smiled crookedly. Therefore, you, who shouted this, will live. But from your body only your brain will remain, placed in a layer of metal. As a punishment, and as a lesson to others, you will become a biological computer. The toothy one continued to broadcast, as if nothing had happened, until the people who ran into the hangar, I will call them that. After all, their differences from us are insignificant. So, having run into the hangar, the guards, or the military, I do not know who they are, grabbed the man who was shouting obscenely at the alien and dragged him to the exit. Let's continue our conversation. The representative of the toothy people speaking in front of us nodded with satisfaction. Fascist! Some old lady shouted in an old, cracked voice. The guards ran up to her too, and then it all started. Russians take a long time to get going, but if necessary, they can stand up for themselves and protect those who are not capable of protecting themselves. They didn't get to Grandma. For the airborne forces, no one but us. The guys in striped shirts stepped forward, encouraging themselves with chants. You can laugh, but there was very little time left until Airborne Forces Day, so the men in striped shirts walked around the city, getting ready to bathe in the fountains and beat up faces. Fear for their fate pushed people to action. Can't win? Enemies are protected by some kind of fist-repelling field? So what? Surrender? No. Anger took hold of almost everyone, and they pounced on the guards who were trying to take people away. The residents of our city simply surrounded the aliens from all sides, knocking them down on the metal floor. They wanted to tear them apart. They wanted revenge. They were kicked along the protective field. They were bitten. They were beaten with hands and feet until the protective field surrounding them began to fade and disappeared completely. Then, the blood flowed. The guards were unarmed this time, and all they could do was try to fight back, but that was no use. The hold was packed with tens of thousands of people from all over the city, and everyone who was near the guards was trying to get to them. It was impossible to see from where I was, but I think they trampled a lot of their own there too. The aliens' blood was red. It was truly terrifying to watch what was happening. It was as if we had turned into savages. My sister and mother huddled close to my father and me and tried not to look towards the center of the hangar. The women howled, the children cried. I think many people thought it was a victory. The guards were lying dead, and people started breaking down the doors.
Let's take the ship! Let's kill them all!
The people, maddened by blood, screamed. It didn't work. The doors opened by themselves and a mechanical robot 5 meters tall, with a man in the cabin, entered the hangar. The capsule next to mine contained an alien, his jaw slightly protruding. What's going on? I asked the alien doctor with a slurred voice, judging by the robe he was wearing and his smile, which was not at all kind. He was definitely a doctor. He smelled like a hospital. That smell of medicine was unmistakable. What? He energetically and angrily placed the bottles on the table, puffing like a locomotive. You fools started a riot, killed the guards in the hangar and really scared the captain's assistant, that's what. What did you expect? Submission? I was surprised. As I answered, I looked around trying to determine which capsule my parents and sister were in. They are not there. No. What should I do? What? Damn it. I agree. It's our own fault. The doctor ignored me and my twitching. Everything went wrong from the very beginning. First, one dim-witted captain decided that he could do anything and crushed some city with his cruiser. Then the hunters who were sent screwed up and started shooting you. Safety regulations were violated. You weren't resettled, but left in a large hangar where tens of thousands of people lived for 2 days without water or food. Fools! The doctor threw the bottle that had somehow done something wrong at the wall. Only it didn't reach her, intercepted by a small robot that could fly and hadn't shown itself before. A security guard, an assistant, a cleaner. It turned out to be the latter, a more advanced version of our robot vacuum cleaner. Are you saying that the statement of the assistant captain, the one who spoke before us, is true? I grinned. What did he say? The life of a rational being is highly valued? I asked, with skepticism in my voice. If it were true, they wouldn't have left people under the rubble of collapsed multi-story buildings. In any case, information is needed like air. And this doctor doesn't seem to mind talking. Everything is relative. Let's not talk about it now. The doctor waved me off. Let me fill you in on the situation, and you keep quiet. Ask what you don't understand later. Got it? Savage? He pointed his index finger at me. The irritated doctor looked creepy, but I didn't care. You are a savage yourself. Tell me, where is my family? I was already ready to jump up and hit the doctor. If necessary, I would make him respond with force. All my thoughts were only about my family, and I didn't care about the consequences. The doctor laughed. Try it. I can see that you want to solve everything with your fists. Come on, savage. He made an inviting gesture. There was a catch somewhere, but I still jumped off the bed and threw my hand forward. The doctor playfully dodged the blow. I tried to kick him and missed again. He didn't attack. He just dodged my clumsy lunges, outpacing all my actions. In fact, I couldn't even touch him. Having played enough, he hit me only once, and the world went dark for me again. I woke up in the medical capsule again. According to the doctor, 20 minutes had passed. Well, are you going to throw yourself again? He chuckled. Or will you listen to me already? No. I rubbed the bump on my head. I won't. Ah, youth. He shook his head in disapproval. And this is a guy of about 20. Although who knows these aliens? Maybe he is already an old man. So listen, no more antics, or you will become a calculator, like those of you who broke the law and attacked the ship's crew. He abruptly changed his tone, no longer seeming like a nerd. Where is my family? I asked stubbornly. They're fine. They're resting after being moved to more suitable conditions than the cruiser's cargo hold. They've been fed and watered. Get out already! He helped me get out of the medical capsule. My body was stiff and aching. I wouldn't have gotten out on my own. My head hurt. Either the medicine here is so bad or the doctor didn't try hard enough to cure me. Will I see them? My voice sounded pleading. It was humiliating. I wanted to sink into the ground from shame and helplessness. Yes, you will see me. And soon. If you stop interrupting me and start listening. I shut up and waited. That was all I could do. You didn't give the captain's assistant a chance to speak out, and I, the ship's doctor, will have to explain the obvious truths, as if I had nothing better to do than deal with savages. I remained silent and waited until the doctor finished grumbling and began explaining. So, your planet will indeed soon be processed into minerals, not because it is so bad, but because of its remoteness from systems developed by people and its proximity to unpleasant creatures with whom we have bad relations. That is the first thing you need to know. Now the second. When I say we, I mean the unification, or, if in full, without abbreviations, the unification of the intelligent races of the galaxy, the O.R.R.G. We have long cooperated with your authorities, transferring ready-made technologies and knowledge, rejuvenated your rulers and their families. Naturally, everything comes to an end. It has come for you too. According to the agreement between the governments of Earth and the O.R.R.G., the population of planet Earth comes under our protectorate. For you and the rest, unfortunately, you become not full-fledged citizens, but debt workers. Every inhabitant of your planet owes the O.R.R.G a large sum of nitrin. This is the self-name of our money, which is in circulation in all corners of the explored space. I will not name the exact amount of what you owe. You will find out later. Now about how you will repay the debt. While we were talking, several more people woke up. Doctors came to them with explanations. It is not surprising that my doctor is not the only one here. The size of the ship suggests that the crew must be huge. You will all be taught relevant and necessary O.R.R.G professions. And then I decided to interrupt the doctor mid-sentence and ask anyway, what is this O.R.R.G? A state that united the entire cosmos? Or what? I don't understand. He answered, although he didn't like that I interrupted him. No. The O.R.R.G stands above the states and unites them all into a single whole. The highest positions there belong to the owners of planets, systems, and entire sectors. The laws of the O.R.R.G stand above the laws of the individual smaller states that are part of it. Is that clearer? Yes, I nodded. It's like our UN, but much more serious. Then, the next question. Why am I speaking in an unfamiliar language? How is this possible? The doctor sighed with displeasure, and nevertheless continued to answer me. You have undergone a hypno-training session, transferring knowledge of a common language. A harmful procedure, but there is no way around it. If you have a headache, it is because of this. You compare words unfamiliar to you with what you hear, almost without noticing it. Let's conduct an experiment. Try to step back and listen to what I am about to say. After waiting for me to nod affirmatively, the doctor slowly, syllable by syllable, pronounced an incomprehensible phrase, which I unexpectedly understood and translated for myself as, I am a human being. That's how it is. They call themselves humans. It's amazing, I couldn't help but exclaim. So you call yourselves people, like us? In the space known to us, everyone who is recognized as intelligent in our understanding, like you and me, has an anthropomorphic appearance. 2 arms, 2 legs, a pair of eyes, a nose, ears, and we are all called people. There are differences, of course, but they are not significant. Look at me. I, like most of the crew of the cruiser on which we are flying, am a resident of the O.R.R.G system. As you can see, we have a protruding jaw and 2 rows of teeth. This is a benign mutation inherent in the inhabitants of the inhabited planets of our system. In the future, you will see many other people whose appearance will be unusual for you and is not found on your home planet. And they are also people. As far as I know, there are only 3 shades of eyes on your planet: blue, green, and brown. You will be surprised, but on other planets, people can have yellow and lilac eyes, any colors. This also applies to the color of hair or skin, or a different head shape, height, build. You also have dwarfs, right? So, there are planets where the entire population is dwarfs by your standards. On such planets, gravity is high, and the people there are short, but very strong. Their skeleton and muscle density are several times higher than mine or yours. That's it. And let's finish our excursion into the biology of races here for now. One more question, if I may. How do you know so much about us? I already answered. We have been watching you for years, cooperating, transferring technologies. Absolutely everything is known about your planet. Anyone who needs it can find all the information in the Galactic Network. And I read about you before flying here. And yes, the Galactic Network is the same as your internet, but not limited to one planet. but connecting all of inhabited space. Anticipating your question, I will answer. Many planets like Earth are found. You were really unlucky. And a decision was made to destroy the planet, so that it would not fall into the hands of a race alien to us, not recognized by us as intelligent beings, but having the strength to defend both its independence and pose a moderate threat to us. If you are interested, in a couple of systems from here, our outposts have been built, and there are fleets protecting space routes and serving as a wall for these creatures.
So, who are they? Some kind of monsters? The doctor smiled at my naivety.
I don't know. There's little information about them on the internet. The military doesn't talk much about them.
So you are not military?
I was surprised. We are private contractors, the doctor chuckled. You shouldn't be surprised by that. Just as you shouldn't be surprised by the aliens. That's what we call other non-anthropomorphic beings that are very different from us. Although they have intelligence, or something like it, but are incapable of normal communication with us. Your neighbors are one of them. In most cases, if the O.R.R.G runs into such creatures and our fleet suffers a fiasco, well, he chuckled, that's when the fleet is unable to defeat the aliens without serious losses. Then we stop expanding in that direction and build a naval base in the aliens' path, strengthening the defense and postponing a decision on these creatures for later. He shook his head.
Okay, that's it. We've strayed too far from the original topic. Leave the questions for now and listen.
Let's talk again about the debt hanging over you and the way to pay it off. While you were resting in the capsule, I conducted your examination and entered data on your physical and mental state into the database. As soon as a decision is made on you, you will receive a package of knowledge on the profession. No one will wait and teach you for many years. You and everyone else will receive a profession in a way similar to hypnosis, but more gentle on the brain. Then you will understand what I mean. What else? He asked, addressing himself, not me, remembering what he had forgotten. Yes, family. We do not plan to separate families, so you will work on the same planet or station. That seems to be all. If you have any questions, ask. You didn't give your name. I decided to find out the name of the toothy doctor from the planet O.R.R.G. Zachary. Ivan. We shook hands. It turns out, this is a generally accepted gesture. I know. While the capsule you were in was conducting your examination, he patted it carefully with his hand. It read part of your memory and entered information about you into the database. I know your name, age, and everything else. Let me say that I know more about you than you do. Can you do that too? I can't, but the Nerve 7 medical capsule can, he corrected me. Okay, so what next? I honestly don't know what to ask. There are a million questions, and one is more important than the other, but I'm not sure you'll answer them. I had already noticed that the doctors were sending away other compatriots much more quickly. I stayed in the medical bay much longer than they did. You can relax. He looked at the monitor built into the capsule. A decision has already been made about you. The choice has been made to send you as a colonist to particularly difficult planets to develop. No luck. Zachary clicked his tongue. What about the family? They too. I told you. They won't separate you. The ship's computer, based on their physical and mental data, recommended making them into something like itself, the same computers, albeit less perfect, but its request was rejected. Don't worry, he reassured me, noticing how I jumped up. A computer is a machine, a computer, and it is programmed to make rational decisions. It is written in its brain that intelligent beings whose intelligence is below the specified parameters are not worth the effort spent on training them. Despite this, you are already citizens of the O.R.R.G, with restrictions, but citizens. So you are not in danger of becoming computers until you seriously break the law. I'm talking about those who attacked the guards. Rest assured, they will all turn into machines. Uninitiated biological computers. A cruel but effective punishment for criminals. So, let's see what they write about you here. Zachary buried his face in the screen. He read aloud and immediately commented, "You're going to the planet Haag-Ra. Never heard of it. So, the atmosphere is suitable for life without spacesuits. Not bad. Aggressive fauna. Bad. Piracy. Bad. Mortality. Bad. Zachary, a colleague of mine shouted to my doctor from the other end of the med bay. Let's go. They waved their hand at him. Sorry, my shift is over, man. The doctor looked at me. We'll talk later. A quick movement of the hand and a syringe tube is stuck into my neck. There is a hissing sound and my eyes close. I fall asleep. Chapter 2. Son! Son! Mom gently pushed me. Wake up! What, time to go to work, Mom? I asked sleepily, still thinking slowly. I thought I was dreaming. But as soon as I opened my eyes, everything fell into place. This was not a dream, a new room, several times smaller than the old one. About 70 earthlings, chatting or hysterical. One woman was rolling on the floor and beating her hands, screaming and cursing. I don't know what's wrong with her and how come she didn't wake me up? Another woman was sitting on the bed, frowning and rubbing the growing bruise under her eye, looking at everyone from under her brows. A madhouse, in short. I began to look around more actively, noticing smaller details. 3-tier bunks and plastic. Plastic everywhere. In space, it seems they respect it too. I touched the side of the bed. Warm. No, not exactly plastic. Something nicer to the touch, as if heated from the inside, and stronger. Doesn't sag. Interesting material. How are you, son? Are you awake? Mom smoothed my hair, tearing me away from examining the bed. I was lying on the bottom bunk. My prematurely gray father and mother were sitting on the bed. My sister was lying next to me, snoring, asleep. A 19-year-old snot-nosed brat. She was curled up in a ball with her palms folded under her head and snoring like a little girl. In her sleep, she looked very young. Yes, Mom, it's fine. What's going on? I continued looking around with curiosity. The situation was certainly not great. But this was a spaceship. Many could only dream of something like that. To fly into space. Well, I never. I can't say that I accepted the situation completely. There was still a sadness in my chest. My heart ached from the realization that the Earth would be destroyed. But I needed to think about the future. Mine and my family's. There was no time to grieve. They settled us here, but you still haven't come. They got tired of waiting. I got scared. And then 8 hours ago they brought you. You were unconscious. Mom threw up her hands. They didn't torture you? No? Son? She was worried, looking into my eyes and touching my forehead. No, it's just that the examination took a long time. I didn't mention how I wanted to give the doctor a hard time and it didn't work. Was there anything interesting? There's not much information. The doctor told me that you and I would be sent to the planet Haag-Ra. Didn't they tell you about this?
We talked about it, Ivan. That's all everyone talks about here.
The father, who had been silent until then, joined the conversation.
We've already signed a formal agreement, according to which we must work on the planet, if not forever, then for a very long time, extracting biological materials and minerals. We'll study a poorly explored planet. The agreement specified some norms, deadlines, standards, but I don't remember everything, to be honest. My head is full of other things.
Then why did you sign it?
I was surprised and looked at my father with a question. He looked down and answered.
Did we have a choice?
Having made sure that my sister was asleep, he and my mother nevertheless told me what had happened here while I was gone.
2 people came to see us. The familiar toothy one, not much different from a normal person, and a quasit. Seeing my puzzled look, my father explained. A blue-skinned humanoid, a quasit, differs from us only in skin color. Funny, huh? There are whites and blacks on Earth, and now we've seen blue ones. My father smiled, but there was no smile in his reflected eyes. The quasits come from the planet Quaz, and the toothy ones are from the double sun system. Rogged. Rogdans. That's what Lisha told us. The doctor who examined him told him more than the others, and he told us everything. So now we know what they call themselves. I recognize him, Liaka. He knows how to gain your trust. Yes, nodded Dad, knowing his huckster's grip firsthand. So that's it. Just don't tell your sister about what I'm about to tell you, okay? She didn't see it. He looked at me demandingly. Speak already, Father. What's going on? I'll keep quiet, you know that. I was nervous. I didn't like these secrets. What happened clearly pissed off my mom and dad. He nodded. So they came in and shoved this contract on a tablet at us. They taught everyone the language, you know, so we understood them, and then, a few hours earlier, the cabin we were brought to was better than the hangar. With tens of thousands of people, at least there was air to breathe. There were no toilets in the previous place, and everyone relieved themselves in the corner. My daughter and son were not here, but people were still being brought in, and we hoped for the best. I consoled my wife, who was restless. She clung to me and would not let go. The doors to the cabin opened, and my Tanechka went there with hope, and I went with her. And the rest of the people came to see who had been brought. There were already 40 of us here. Because of the number of beds, we thought that the number of people would double, and we were waiting for some acquaintances, some children, but not this time. The aliens didn't bring anyone. There were 2 of them. Rogdanets and a man with blue skin. Lisha, who got into our cabin, already told us about them. This is a quasit. Listen up, Earthlings! A toothy Rogdanian shouted, dressed in a high-tech suit made of a material similar to ceramics with many blinking light indicators on the belt. A small gun was mounted on the shoulder of this futuristic suit, which moved its barrel from side to side on its own. This surprised no one. We had seen worse in the movies. You should have already been explained the situation, so let's not linger, savages. Come to me. Touch the screen with your finger. He showed us an electronic tablet. And leave your DNA trace in the contract, confirming that you have been informed of the agreement signed by the governments of your Earth and the O.R.R.G, and that you fully accept the obligations to repay the debt, going to the planet Haag-Ra in fulfillment of this contract. Is everything clear? Come one at a time. Don't you need some shit on a shovel? Another loudmouth stepped forward. That's it, I thought, hissing through my teeth and hugging my wife tighter. It was our regional assembly deputy, Sinyushkin, I remembered, holding my crying wife by the shoulder. She found time to be damp. I held her back and did not let her ask about her son and daughter. It was obvious that they did not want to talk to us. And Sinyushkin was a thief and a troublemaker. I had the displeasure of knowing him. It was under his patronage that the last sawmill in the city was sold to the Norwegians, who took away all the machines and fired the workers. They simply handed over the old Soviet machines for scrap metal, receiving a triple profit. Knowing Sinyushkin, I was sure that he would start to assert his rights, and as punishment, they would drag him face down on the floor. Oh, that's what happened, and even swung his fist at them. Fool. It was as if the guards were expecting this. Excellent. Here's an example for you. The Rogdan pointed his finger at Sinyushkin, who had been captured by the quasits. As soon as the situation heated up, they ran in from behind the doors, so now there were 5 aliens holding us at gunpoint, 3 blue-skinned quasits and 2 Rogdanians. A medical capsule was rolled into the quarters, like the ones everyone here was examined in. The deputy was knocked unconscious by a blow to the head and dragged inside the capsule. Rogdanets pressed a couple of buttons on the control panel, and the capsule's lid closed. "Look closely," he told us. "This is what happens to criminals. He attacked us, you saw him swinging." The Rogdanian smiled maliciously. "It seems to be revenge for those who died in the hangar when we rebelled. It all looked too fake. And according to our law, attacking a representative of the authorities, and we are now its representatives in this part of space, is punishable by death." Sinyushkin's body, placed in a medical capsule, was covered by a wave of transparent jelly. Thousands of tentacles, no thicker than a hair in size, emerged from the holes inside the lid, immediately penetrated his flesh, and began to dissect him alive. Bones, internal organs, blood. As if in fast motion, he was being taken apart like some kind of construction set. He woke up. I think it was done on purpose. They wanted to scare us, and they succeeded. Sinyushkin's mouth was open. He was screaming, but we didn't hear anything. Creatures, what creatures? My wife turned away and cried into my shoulder. They forced us to watch and wouldn't let us go. Everything that was extracted from the body was carried away by the mechanisms to their storage areas, until only the brain remained under the capsule lid, to which they began to connect some flexible tubes and plugs. I did not turn away. I watched, held my wife, and accumulated anger, gnashing my teeth. At the end of the barbaric process, what was left of Sinyushkin's head was enclosed in a white plastic cube, 10 by 10 centimeters. People were confused, if not panicked, and looked anywhere but at the medical capsule. A mechanical, lifeless voice from the speaker built into it said, "A Class 27 biological computer has been produced. 3 critical and 4 non-critical errors occurred during the creation process. Recommendation: disposal or installation in a residential building no larger than 200 square meters as a central computer." What trash! The Rogdan man casually threw the white cube into his pocket. After that, everyone who was in the cabin silently and without arguing signed the agreement, including me and my wife. 15 minutes later, new people were brought into our quarters, among whom we found a daughter. All that was left was to wait for the youngest and find the eldest son with his wife and children. We waited and hoped again.
Space civilization, damn it.
I spat out the bile that had welled up in my mouth. It didn't seem like it was just because of my father's story. My head hurt. Many people felt bad after learning language and writing in hypnosleep. Some recovered better, some worse, like me. Everything has changed, son. Our first task now is to survive and save your mother and sister. My father had to calm my mother down again because she listened to his story, at first silently, but when she got upset, she started crying again. He calmed her down and asked me for help with his eyes, and I hugged her, helping her forget the bad. Together, we got through this. "What about my brother and his family?" I asked after some time. "Have they been found?" The doctor who examined me said that they are a separate unit of society, since they did not live with us in the same house, and perhaps we will not see them again. It will depend on where they are sent to work. Everything is complicated there. Mom hissed at him and assured me that my brother and his family would definitely be found. She had already pulled herself together, and my father just nodded and awkwardly brushed away a tear, trying not to let me notice. It was hard for everyone, and everyone in that cabin was experiencing their own little tragedy. I need to move on, in defiance of fate, find my brother and take revenge, if possible. But that's the last thing, especially since it's unclear who to take revenge on. The government? The deputies and their families? Who? And how to find them? No, revenge was the last thing I was interested in. The main thing is to survive. I feel like the planet the Haag-Ra will not be hospitable. We need a new home. That's what we need to find, and then other goals will appear. It would be nice to become someone who is reckoned with, but these are all dreams. I was and remain a simple 23-year-old guy with a memorable surname, Perevertish.
Ivan Perevertish.
Not Kuzma Minin or Dmitry Pozarsky. Quiet, quiet, son, my parents began to calm me down. I got too excited and started shaking. I even growled through my teeth. It happens. It happened both in the army and at work. I hate injustice and evil, mean deeds. Sometimes I get really furious because of this. I even have a certificate from a psychiatrist that I am normal, but violent. I had a lot of problems because of this. Difficulties in finding a job. Nothing. I haven't killed or maimed anyone yet. I've learned to live with it, and I've also gotten used to the offensive childhood nickname, Psycho. Lyoka came up to us. I didn't know that he was here too. Did you tell him? He nodded at me as if I wasn't there. I noticed what happened though. We've known each other since childhood. He knew about my little problem. We told him about Sinyushkin's fate. The rest, Lesha, go ahead and tell him yourself, okay? We're a bit tired. We're probably old already. Let's rest. Mom kissed me on the forehead. Dad squeezed my shoulder. They crawled onto the top bunk of the bed, hugged each other, and tried to fall asleep. Nervous tension. No wonder. I myself would like to doze off some more. While they were getting settled, I calmed down and pulled myself together.
Tell me, what else don't I know?
I pointed to the seat next to me. Sit down. Don't stand there like a pillar. Don't attract attention.
Huh.
He poked me in the ribs with his elbow, sitting down.
You're lucky. I managed to find out a lot. Plus, I asked some other poor guys here. So listen.
He rubbed his palms together in anticipation. His story did not change my picture of the world. I learned a lot myself, and what he told me only supplemented what I already knew or guessed. Space, civilization, good, humanism. There are no such words here, figuratively speaking. Rationality is at the forefront. And like with us, so with them, everything revolves around big profits. The price of a person, if he is not a high-class specialist in his field, is a copper coin. Their currency is nitrin. The laws are harsh, as we have already been able to see. But it is rather there, in the central, industrially developed worlds, that they are harsh. Here, in the wilderness, everything is simpler, both people and laws. And the fact that they showed us the actual execution and the transformation of man into a biological computer. So this was only necessary in order to instill obedience in us, to demonstrate the inevitability of punishment. And about calculators. That's what everyone here calls computers. It's not necessary to make them out of people. It's just cheaper. And one of the highest punishments in the O.R.R.G is turning a person into a calculator, into a computer's brain.
All the new settlers from the planet Haag-Ra in this cabin. That's why they settled us together. The old friend was telling us in the meantime. It's a real hole, as they say.
The mortality rate among the new settlers is about 90%. High-tech equipment, from the 1st to the 20th class, I don't know what that means. It breaks down in an instant. That's why they need us. Ordinary people, not powerful modern robots. We'll extract natural resources with our hands, driving around on all sorts of junk by their standards. Equipment whose efficiency class has long been outdated. As far as I understand, we'll have to earn money mainly on the blood, brains, and other body parts of animals. According to rumors that the doctor shared with me, they contain a whole group of substances from which almost magical drugs are then synthesized. Anti-aging ointments, I think. Imagine, they actually prolong life. So, what else is there? He scratched the back of his head, lost in thought. Ah, yes, we, as new citizens of the O.R.R.G, Upon arrival on the planet, we'll receive a shot in the butt that will rebuild our brain. We will see a screen in front of our eyes, like a computer. The doctor told me so. I don't know whether to believe it or not. He slapped me on the shoulder, finishing his short story. Is this like what they write in science fiction books? Are we going to become cyborgs or something? I was very surprised and honestly scared. That was the last thing I needed. It all sounded bad. Lekka tried to calm me down. No, I found out. This thing is installed in the head. They won't replace the arms and legs with iron analogs, he chuckled. This procedure will be called installing the core. They say it's an old, proven technology that hasn't been changed for hundreds of years and is mandatory for everyone. This core will improve our memory and will serve as a computer that is always with you. The ability to watch movies, listen to music, install programs directly into the brain. There is even an antenna. He raised his finger up like a professor. It seems that half of what he said is fiction or unverified information. He is also afraid, so he is being brave here, telling tales. They will tweak something in our heads, and we will be able to catch wireless signals and decipher short and long radio waves. They also say the core can be improved, and no money is needed for this, only knowledge. It seems like rich old men who have already gone through more than one cycle of rejuvenation of the organism have accumulated enough knowledge to improve the brain through the core, and now they can change matter at will with just the power of thought. Influence the world like sorcerers. Can you imagine? Lekka threw up his hands. What a liar, I thought. He's talking nonsense. I didn't argue and kept my opinion to myself. What do you mean, improved the core? You know, it's not really clear what you're talking about. I don't understand it myself. But it seems like you need to know programming, brain physiology, and a bunch of other sciences. So they rebuild the brain with the help of the core and knowledge. And the core is something like a useful symbiont or bacteria. I don't understand it myself, but it turns out to be a useful thing. I'm saying old technology and secret. Publicly available information is open, but something more is not. You need to figure it out yourself. He tired me out. Have I told you everything? Or is there anything else important? The cabin we were placed in was not that big. The beds were close together, so it was no wonder that we were heard. An unshaven man of about 30 sitting opposite me was looking at me intently. I would say tensely, and I looked away, some kind of bandit. I had to hide my sneakers under the pillow. The man was barefoot and seemed to want to take my shoes. People have become wild very quickly. It is not for nothing that we are periodically called wild here. I guess that's it. Luca rolled his eyes as if searching for an answer to the question under his skull. Unless we're supposed to fly to the place soon, and some people here in the cockpit are already trying to create a second Russia and take control of everything. He looked askance and with hostility in his gaze at a group of several people. One in a rumpled police uniform, a couple of soldiers, and a dandy with a tie and an expensive suit, behind whom stood a security guard. Several more people gathered around the dandy, and he was explaining something to them. Stick together? I asked. Of course. Lyoko was serious. He frowned, causing several folds to appear on his forehead, like an old man's. Hello again, young man, my doctor friend, Zachary, greeted me cheerfully. He was in an upbeat mood, not a bad sign for me. Here comes my turn. Lyoko was wrong. The core will be installed before we arrive on the planet. Mom, sister, and dad have already gone through this procedure. They are now sitting in the cockpit, their eyes glassy, studying, like little children, by God. They got these incomprehensible devices in their heads and forgot about everything. And they are not the only ones. Those in the cockpit who also went through this procedure are also silent. Their eyes glassy. They stare at the ceiling and lie there. Your hand, the doctor demanded from me sternly without wasting any time. I pulled out my left one. The injection from the AA battery-sized syringe was painful. I pulled my hand back, winced, and rubbed the reddened spot. In 5 minutes, the core will be activated. The brain restructuring and core installation occurs almost instantly, the doctor reassured me. Why in the hand? The location is not important. You can inject into the neck. Then it will take less time to install the core, but the process will be too violent and painful. The burning in the body will be much stronger, so it is not recommended. Better in the arm. Already knowing what would happen next, I couldn't help but ask questions. My parents told me that some doctors are accommodating. It seems that after this procedure, they share information about the planet we are flying to. They provide additional packages of knowledge, textbooks, or something I didn't quite understand. I shrugged. Also, some electronic brochures on the history of the O.R.R.G, and even entertainment programs, films. It seems that all this is transferred right here. I tapped myself on the temple. Is that so? Yes, Zachary nodded to me and fell silent, waiting for what I would tell him next. The information had to be extracted. What about hypno training? Hypnosleep. Is that what it is? Explain if it's not too much trouble. How it all works. I'll explain it on my fingers, he said, and I breathed a sigh of relief. I hadn't expected him to be generous enough to give me a lecture. Thanks to him. Only savages are taught through hypnosleep in the core. You are already too old to study at universities and schools. Ossified. And unfortunately, this is not the only reason. Education costs nitrin, and you are already in debt. No offense, but it is more profitable to give you cut down the cheapest knowledge packages and allow hypnosleep. I have already told you, but I will repeat. Hypnosleep is a harmful procedure that negatively affects the brain. It is a pity, but if you want to become valuable specialists, you have no choice whether to use this technology or not. As for the knowledge packages that are conditionally free of charge put in your core, these are compiled textbooks that you must read on your own, and then, before going to bed, use one of the functions of the core. Hypnosleep. It will help you remember the entire past day, every moment of it, including what you read. After that, you will not forget anything from this day, including textbooks. And you will even develop fine motor skills of the body. The necessary information is embedded in the knowledge packages on technical disciplines. Learn to operate space technology or swing a spear, not only in theory, but also in practice. Swing a spear? The doctor chuckled. Those of you who are sent to explore planets that are particularly difficult to live on are given a minimal and identical set of knowledge. You will all receive or have already received packages such as textbook, general information about O.R.R.G, laws and traditions, without class, textbook, survival in the wild conditions of uninhabited planets, grade 25, textbook, driver of planetary vehicles, grade 27, textbook, repair of planetary vehicles, grade 29, textbook, shooting from handheld planetary guns, carbines, and pistols, kinetic weapons, grade 28. Is that bad? I asked cautiously. What's wrong with these knowledge packets? There are few of them and they are of a low class. This means that the knowledge in the packages is small and they are outdated, although this is not so important now. It will be enough for you for the first time. The problem is that many packages are missing. Where are the same knowledge packages? Flora and fauna. or repair of household appliances. They are not there. Many things are missing. I can tell you they are saving a lot on you. In fact, you will not even get any profession. Repair of Class 29 planetary transport vehicles? Seriously? Who needs you on normal planets with such a meager set of skills? I frowned. And these classes, how do you know if they are a lot or a little? What is the difference? All our equipment, and the knowledge to master it, are divided into 29 classes, from the 1st to the 29th. Look at the medical capsule behind you. It has Class 17. This means that the doctor who operates it must fully study the package of knowledge. General medicine. Advanced course, Class 17, or higher. Is that clearer? After thinking for a moment, I nodded slowly and answered, I'm beginning to understand. Okay, listen further. The closer the class is to 1, the more knowledge is inside the package. For example, you have studied the package of knowledge on medicine of the 25th grade. This will mean that you have mastered all the knowledge from the 25th to the 29th grade inclusive. And you need to understand that the higher the volume of knowledge and skills encrypted in the package of knowledge, the more expensive such a package is, and the longer it will take you to master it. And another important point, much knowledge simply cannot be bought. Even if you have nitrino, they will not sell it. All this is good, but I am a little confused. You said that only savages use hypnosleep. And now you confidently talk about packages of knowledge that need to be studied in order to work with modern technology. How so?
That's right. With proper training from childhood, a resident of the O.R.R.G, by the age of 20, has a profession that corresponds to the 16th grade. And yes, knowledge packages are used everywhere. We just don't use hypnosleep to study them, but use them. He patted the medical capsule with his hand. Right now, this is unavailable to you. Everything again rests on nitrin and civil status. Debt workers do not have access to medical capsules for training. There are many pitfalls here.
It's clear. There was no good mood. Meanwhile, Zachary continued to tell his story.
Let me clarify one more point. So, all the technology and knowledge that is below Class 20 is the periphery of the explored space. There are no machines or devices that require more in-depth knowledge and skills.
Everything above Class 20 is already the middle ring, much closer to the central worlds where the main production facilities are located. And here is the periphery. Somehow, all this sounds joyless for us, I noted sourly. They don't give us knowledge. They hung debts on us and sent us to an undeveloped planet with a 10% chance of survival. What did you want? O.R.R.G does not do charity. Trust me, you will earn back every nitrin spent on you before you are allowed to die. I chuckled. I understood that. I waved it off. Tell me better about the knowledge packages. Can you give me more? Teach me some minor profession, please? I blushed. I was ashamed. I had to overcome myself and ask. Zachary laughed harmlessly, watching me writhe, overcoming myself and asking for help. A bit cheeky, of course, but I was young too. So, let me think about how I can help you. Distracted, Zachary began to crawl into the menu of the medical capsule and look through something there. So, listen, he finished and turned to face me. There, on Haag-Ra, the planet you are flying to, there will be technology from the 21st to the 29th class, just right for the outskirts of explored space. But even so, the knowledge packages for mastering this technology will not be cheap. Unfortunately, you can't just take them, copy them, and hand them out to everyone in need. Each knowledge package is unique and exists in one copy. You're lucky. I'm a doctor after all, and a good one. If you didn't know, our cruiser is private. We are not military. Or am I already telling you this? It doesn't matter. So, one of our income sources is pirate hunting. The loot from them is not bad, but I am a simple doctor. The main income from this activity goes to the owner of the cruiser and the captain with the officers. But the ordinary personnel do not remain at a loss either, if they can think with their heads. Dead pirates are also worth nitrine. Within 24 hours, with the proper qualifications, a doctor can extract unstudied knowledge packages from the core, if they are there, of course. This business is not entirely legal, but profitable. I have accumulated a good collection of such packages, all obsolete, of course, not for the central worlds, but even so, I could make good money on this. The problem is that it is difficult to sell these packages. This is seriously monitored, and they must be sold with caution. I will give you the packages for the local periphery, for free if you did not understand. Still, for me, the amount received for them is a trifle, and serious knowledge of the 10th, 15th grade I keep for myself or for sale. But even so, you will get a lot. In short, I will help you. Maybe you can help me someday too. Thank you, I thanked him, not knowing how to express my gratitude more fully. Thank you very much. It took my breath away from the emotion that overwhelmed me. Zachary's a real man, damn. Then my eyes started to blur. I blinked. There it was, a spiral-shaped icon hanging on the periphery of my vision. Point at him with your eyes, he prompted me. That's what I did. Well, what can I say? It looks like a computer we're used to. Windows, inscriptions. Zachary hurried me and dictated the unique O.R.R.G citizen number assigned to me based on DNA, which I entered into the required field of the core, unlocking my mail, empty bank account, and other benefits of space civilization. He also helped me set up the Galactic Network. The first 30 days of using the network are free, a gift from O.R.R.G, and then pay or sit without a connection. Take the packages. The doctor nodded to me. Accept files from an unknown recipient. A message popped up in front of my eyes. I clicked on the icon with the word, yes. The following knowledge packages were received.
Textbook. General information about O.R.R.G laws and traditions, without class.
Textbook. Survival in the Wild Conditions of Uninhabited Planets. Grade 25.
Textbook. Driver of Planetary Vehicles. Grade 27.
Textbook. Repair of Planetary Vehicles. Grade 29.
Textbook. Shooting from handheld planetary guns, carbines, and pistols. Kinetic weapons. Grade 28.
So, this seems to be what all settlers are entitled to. A free package, as Zachary said. With a greed that was unusual for me, I read the lines below.
Textbook. Basic Course of Scientific Disciplines. Grade 23.
Textbook. Advanced Course of Scientific Disciplines. 19th grade.
Textbook. Medicine. Basic Course. Grade 19.
Textbook. Medicine. Advanced Course. Grade 18.
Textbook. Orienteering and Topography. Without class.
Textbook. Survival. Special Course. Without class. Textbook. Hand-to-hand combat. Basic Course. Without class. Textbook. Hand-to-hand combat. Advanced Course. No class. Textbook. Lawyer. 18th grade. Textbook. Shooting from hand weapons. Advanced course of the Military Academy. 19th grade. Textbook. Repair and maintenance of household systems. Grade 21. Textbook. Repair and maintenance of planetary equipment. Grade 21. Textbook. Repair and maintenance of small spacecraft. Grade 20. Textbook. Repair and maintenance of medium spacecraft. Grade 27. Textbook. Planetary and space armored suits. 19th grade. Textbook. Technical and combat droids. 20th grade. Textbook. Robotic support systems. Exoskeleton. Operator. Grade 28. Textbook. Pilot of atmospheric suborbital vehicles. Flyers. Boats. Shuttles. Grade 17. Textbook. Pilot of small spacecraft. Fighters. Attack aircraft. Corvettes. Frigates. Yachts. Grade 24. Textbook. Pilot of medium spaceships. Destroyers. Light medium heavy cruisers. Grade 25. Textbook. Pilot of heavy ships. Battle cruisers. Battleships. Aircraft carriers. Raiders. Grade 28. Textbook. Pilot of super heavy ships. Supercarrier ships. Dreadnoughts. Titans. Colossi. Stations. Ore carriers. Grade 17. Textbook. Specialized equipment for space station security services. Grade 17. Textbook. Programming. Special course for space station security service. 18th grade. Textbook. Hacking. Special course for space station security service. 15th grade. Once I read all the points, my mouth opened, and I never closed it. Zachary smiled.
You probably think that you got rich on knowledge. That's true.
He shrugged his shoulders, embarrassed.
Just don't forget. All this wealth needs to be studied, which will take you at least 40 years, or even more. Well, and almost all the packages of knowledge, as you can see, are far from new.
20th grade and below, with rare exceptions. Noticed the last 3 points? Special courses for the station security service? After reviewing the list of received packages, I responded, yes. Be careful with this. The knowledge packets disappear from the core only after they have been fully assimilated. At stations, on inhabited planets, and in any official medical institutions, everyone is scanned. If they find these packets on you, there will be many questions. They are not for distribution, as you understand. So, sit on the planet until you have studied these 3 points, and do not get out. The rest is not dangerous for you, although it may raise questions, but you will kick back. So how long will it take me to study all this? It's unrealistic. I was confused. There is one possibility, Zachary thought and scratched his chin. I can unlock for you not just hypnosleep in the core, but deep hypnosleep. Subconscious. You will be able to study not only during sleep, but throughout the day, doing everyday things, while the knowledge package itself is unpacked and studied. But it is very dangerous. Zachary even raised his voice, not mine, when he said this. Normal hypnosleep is harmful. And with deep hypnosleep, the probability of a stroke or brain cancer is off the charts. The chance of dying is huge. Think carefully before making a decision. Do you need it? Decide for yourself. I will not advise. Your life. Did he think I would hesitate? No. Turn on this deep hypno-sleep and thank you. I won't forget. Before letting me go, the bustling Zachary gave me a whole bunch of recommendations. The most important thing was not to use hypno-sleep in the first 30 days after the core was installed. So all I could do until I arrived in the Haag-Ra was watch popular science films about space and chat with Lyoka, my parents, and my sister. Little by little, I managed to find out that some doctors, like Zachary, took pity on the Earthlings and gave the most adequate of us a couple of dubious usefulness and outdated knowledge packages, and not just a collection of films. I kept quiet about myself and listened with great interest to Lika, who had already managed to find out who got what. Unfortunately, living in a cabin with strangers leads to many incidents. Although I tried not to get into arguments with my parents, sometimes problems found us. The woman who had a black eye on my first day in the cockpit was in trouble. I stood up and went to sort it out. Why are you pestering her? I pushed my shoulder into the policeman who was hanging over her, blocking his path to her bed. What do you want here? I asked again. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed several demonstrative movements around the cockpit. Father stood next to me. Lyoka also joined in. At the other end of the cabin, that dandy with his personal bodyguard and a couple of military men were watching us closely. The policeman was one of their clique. Do you need it more than anyone, kid? Move away! He tried to move me with his hand, and I pushed him with my shoulder again, putting all my weight on it, and he recoiled. Looking back at his accomplices, the former policeman grinned evilly, looked at me meaningfully, and left, leaving a final promise to see me again. There was video surveillance installed in the cabin, and the appearance of order was maintained here, so there was no outright crime, so he decided not to take any risks. Thank you, the woman whispered to me, and I nodded to her. One of those monotonous days. A kind of curator came into our quarters, looking after us while we were passengers on the ship, and said that we needed to split into 2 roughly equal parts, 30-35 people. As he said, this is the optimal population size for creating an outpost. It is forbidden to build large villages or cities on the Haag-Ra. The local aggressive creatures do not take this well and attack large settlements with enviable persistence. And since there are problems with modern technology on the planet, this leads to significant casualties and the destruction of settlements. As a result, the dandy with the guard, the policeman, and a couple of soldiers who joined him recruited strong men and beautiful women without children and without a king in their heads into their group. Where are they going? And those who remained ended up in our group. Me with my parents and sister, Lyoka, many elderly people, several hysterical young ladies who still haven't gotten used to the new reality, and a single mother with children. Fun. Chapter 3. What are you doing? Lyoka sat down on my bed, pushing me, which distracted me from reading. He doesn't have it, I glanced at him, not hiding my displeasure. I watch a TV series. I didn't reveal all my cards. I didn't trust Lyoka. Maybe he's a good guy, but I wouldn't trust him with my back in a fight. He managed to get burned. So I decided for myself that he was just a buddy. Not a friend, but an old acquaintance from the same yard as me. Still, there are too many contradictions between us, and outright betrayals on his part. Little things, not significant individually, but taken together, no, I can't forget this. He distracted me from reading the first knowledge package. The predictions about how soon we would reach the planet did not come true, and we have been in flight for more than 30 days. Now I spend all my free time, that is, all the time in the cabin, reading the knowledge package. It feels strange. It seems like you are reading a simple book in front of your eyes, but you are overwhelmed by impersonal memories that you perceive as your own. I started studying the textbook. Orientation on the ground and topography. It will definitely come in handy. I used to get lost at home in Three Pines when I went for mushrooms, and here is a whole undeveloped planet with aggressive animals. In the evening, before going to bed, I turned on the hypno-sleep mode. In the morning, my head was splitting. It was as if a nail was being driven into the crown of my head. Partly for this reason, many in the cabin neglected training and waved it off, assuring that they would do it upon arrival on the planet. I have not yet activated the subconscious, deep hypno-sleep mode. The doctor's warning was still being held back, but my patience is running out with each passing day. In a few days, the progress in studying the knowledge package has only moved by 5%, 1% per day. It turns out that at this rate, I will study the entire knowledge pact only in 3 months. This rate of learning did not suit me. I watched everything in 3 days. It's boring, yawned Leica. It was evening by ship time. My father and mother were finishing their meeting with our group of settlers, making plans and putting forward ideas. At the general meeting, my father was elected chairman. At least he got ahead here, otherwise he worked as a builder all his life, moonlighted for 2, and never made it to the top. He's proud now. He walks around, acting smart. I'm happy for him. At least someone is doing well here. The people in the quarters were divided into 2 opposing camps that did not interact with each other in any way. The contradictions had already become apparent on the first day of the division and only worsened with time. Having stopped being in the clouds, I focused on Lek and asked, I see, and aren't you scared? An incomprehensible core in your head. Packages of knowledge. With this question, I distracted him from winking at his sister. He was winking, and she was giving him the finger. Average. What kind of person is he? 23 years old. Like me, but he still hasn't acquired any intelligence. He pesters Oksana, and pesters her. He's not even embarrassed by me, which irritates me. We are the same age. We graduated from the same vocational school and found jobs in different places. I ended up refilling printer cartridges in a large office of an oil company, and Liaka sold burgers in a shopping center. This is our current life.
A little. The initial jitters have already subsided.
He changed his target, starting to show signs of attention to another girl. She nodded at her 5-year-old daughter, playing with a homemade paper toy. Ready to be a dad, her eyes said. I chuckled. He definitely didn't want to be a dad, and turned away.
I wish it would all be over already and we would fly. I'm tired of this ignorance. What do you say?
Stretching until my bones crunched, I stretched out on the bed and was about to get up and go over to listen to what my father was talking about with our group when the door to the cabin opened. An old, familiar curator invited us to follow him. Specifically, Group 3795. That's us. Take your things with you, if you have anything to take. Hurry, he ordered. Everyone around us started talking at once. We were alarmed. The curator ignored all the questions and only hurried us. We obeyed. It was a pity for the children who were walking with us. Feeling the change in our mood, they burst into tears. The elderly people couldn't walk fast and fell behind, and the curator didn't slow down. Everything was very disorganized and chaotic, There was no time to look around. I walked behind and helped those who were lagging behind. Where are they taking us? Will they let us into the computers? Have we already arrived? Despite the silence of the Rogdanets, questions were asked from all sides. We still did not receive an answer. They continued to ignore us. A couple of those same inadequate women who had sneaked into our group even tried to attack the curator. Their fists hit the protective field surrounding his body, and then followed 2 short punches. They didn't punish the fools any more severely, and we had to carry them in our arms. Both women lost consciousness. The curator was still wearing armor, apparently enhancing his physical abilities, and he couldn't hold back the blow. Idiots, I hissed. We stopped at some warehouse. Rogdanets spoke. Each of you is entitled to a settler's kit. It's in front of you. 1 piece per hand. Take a duffel bag and follow me. He turned on the spot, and without looking back, ran ahead again, disappearing around the corner, while we grabbed backpacks with straps. They weighed a lot. You can't find pockets or a neck right away. Nanotechnology. Damn it. I'll take it. I helped the elderly couple, taking their kits on myself while they helped with the boisterous children. The rest who could did the same and helped. Having unpacked our things, we ran after the curator who ran ahead. We ran down a long corridor and found ourselves in a new room, similar to... Oh, really? The curator didn't even say anything. The ramp behind us began to close.
We are in the hold of the ship that will lower us to the planet. The wait is over, as Liaka wanted. Whatever happens next, it will be a new story in the book of our lives.
As soon as we took a row of empty seats and fastened our seatbelts, the ship that had undocked from the cruiser shook. There are no portholes here. We are not tourists after all, but slave labor or debt workers.
I don't see the difference even though we were assured that there is one. Flying without knowing what is happening outside is scary.
The lamps flickered, sometimes plunging, sometimes illuminating our sullen faces. The pipes curling along the ceiling creaked, oil dripping from them. The temperature inside the shuttle, I don't know what this small ship is called, began to rise, and we were sweating in an instant. So when a window with an information message appeared before my eyes, I exhaled with relief and began to delve into it. Accept files from unknown source. Yes, I wished mentally. Received. Free Settlers Camp. Number 3795. Group composition. Number. Health. Age. Gender. The equipment is on the group's balance sheet. Debt to O.R.R.G. A detailed map of the permitted hunting and mining zone. Of Settlement 3795. A must-read. Instructions for storage and processing of biological materials. Required reading. Price list of goods at the Haag station. 1 for debt workers. While we were rushing, tearing apart the planet's atmosphere, causing the small ship to shake and creak with all its pipes, I managed to look at what they transmitted to us here over the internal communication. Well, what can I say? Interesting. Everything is very interesting. Let's start with the stations. There are 2 of them in orbit around the planet Haag-Ra. 1 is given over to civilians. There are bars, restaurants, offices of various companies, and much more. And the second is military. What is there and how is unclear. The information I received told me how to properly kill and butcher local animals with hard-to-pronounce names. I'm not too interested in that right now. It's dirty work after all. Not everyone can handle it. And who's going to hunt here? Me, Liaka, and my father. We're not going to send old people into the forest, are we? They've fought their battles. It's going to be hard for us with a group of old men and women. What else? Okay, got it. Just like on Earth, we barely had time to get our first paycheck before we were mired in debt. All the equipment we need to hunt animals, tools, Weapons, clothing, food, housing, costs nitrin. And all of this hangs on Group 3795, in which each of us has a share. Another blow shook the whole ship and we seemed to have landed. My heart jumped in my chest and started beating faster. Good luck, the pilot wished us over the loudspeaker before letting us out of the ship. The doors began to open. The ramp descended. So this is what you are like, Haag-Ra, huh? I opened my mouth in admiration, stepping onto the soil of an alien planet. The wind fluttered my hair. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. I had to squint and raise my hand, covering myself from the light. I had already become unaccustomed to the sun after a month and a half of living on a spaceship by lamplight. The people walking next to me began to wander off in different directions, as if they had forgotten that we were not on our home planet. Everyone was happy. We were alive and standing firmly on the ground. All the fears that had plagued us throughout the flight had gone somewhere. I admit, the purest air intoxicated me too. With admixtures of unfamiliar aromas that tickle the nose, it was magical and even seemed familiar. After a few minutes of thoughtful sighs, I recognized what it smelled like. The aroma of vanilla and peaches. My nose twitched. I wrinkled my nose. I had to hold it so as not to sneeze. But a smile appeared on my face. The first impression of the planet was positive. All this was enticing. We are on another planet, and like Robinsons, we will survive and hunt for food. An exciting adventure begins. I didn't want to think about the bad, about the lost homeland. I focused on the present, learning about the new world. Look at these birds. Wow, how beautiful. The rest either didn't think about the past or hid it skillfully. But I agreed with their exclamations. The colors here are the brightest. Trees of all colors. Bushes with bright fruits hanging on them, and small birds that interrupted their flight and glided onto the long-haired female representatives of our group, burying themselves in their loose hair. Are they looking for lice like monkeys? Ha! The women didn't like it. They screamed and started running around in circles, trying to throw the harmless birds off themselves. Take them away, take them away. I laughed, as I didn't see any danger in it. But I helped anyway. I carefully took the bird out of the hair of the girl closest to me, which looked at me with one eye and mistrust, and, throwing it into the air, I let it fly further. "This world is beautiful, Vanya, look," exclaimed the sister, stroking the little animal, similar to an earthly cat, but with two tails that jumped onto her shoulder. "Your name will be Murzik." She solemnly and affectionately named the alien cat, poking her finger into his nose, as if he were an earthly cat. I didn't like him right away. His gaze was insolent. His face was like a brick, and he hissed at me. I didn't notice it right away, but there were some blessings of civilization in the clearing where we were dropped off. 2 iron trailers without wheels like trains, stuffed with all sorts of iron sticking out to the side up to the brim, obviously homemade. Everything was spinning, turning, hissing. There was also some rusty squiggle lying near the edge of the forest, and a mountain of scrap metal, dumped anywhere and anyhow. Oh well, we'll figure it out. After all, they didn't just abandon us in a field. Either they live here, or they used to live here. Judging by the diagram they sent us, these are women's and men's barracks. There should be a kitchen with a bathroom and an arsenal there. Leica pointed at the carriages.
"There's also a refrigeration room, a warehouse, and a workshop," I prompted him after looking at the diagram he was talking about. It was all happening in my head, but I was already used to it. "Let's get settled. Then we'll admire the nature," the father commanded. The ship that brought us had long since flown away, and everyone had scattered to different corners, looking at local curiosities, ignoring my father's words. And I was distracted. There was a beetle crawling under my feet, which looked at me very meaningfully, spat acid into the grass, which immediately withered the grass, and he rolled it into a ball, threw it on his shell, and continued on his way. And then a red worm crawled out of the ground, looked around with its upper body, and suddenly jumped nimbly straight at me, biting my cheek with its toothy mouth. "Ooh!" I howled. "Oh, damn it! Let go, you creature!" I tugged at the writhing insect, about 20 centimeters long, until it unclenched its jaws, tearing a whole piece of meat out of my cheek. "Ah, filth!" I cursed like a sailor, not even thinking about holding back my voice. It hurt, and how. Ugh! People ran up and helped trample the worm, releasing its green guts. Everyone looked at it with curiosity, while my mother looked after me. She took my hand away from my bleeding cheek and sealed the wound with a thick ointment, which we were advised to always keep with us. After all, the crew of the cruiser that was taking us knew where we were flying and gave out a first aid kit to each group. The medicine was called Regeneration Plus from the Biopharm Company. It is produced here at the Haag-1 station. The blood stopped flowing, but before we could relax, the ground under our feet began to move. Everyone ran away, and worms crawled out of the ground, a whole bunch of these carnivores, looking for a new victim. Worms. The bastards smelled blood, and with vengeful pleasure I began to crush them, not giving them time to jump on me until I crushed them all. A wonderful world. No doubt about it. I nudged my sister with my shoulder as she thrust a kitten at me, stretching out its paws towards me. He also tried to lick the blood off my cheek. "He'll lick it and it'll all go away," the sister assured, playing the fool. I barely dodged the suspicious black-colored tongue. "Thank you, I'll manage," I thanked the cheerful Oksana. The entire male population, that is, me with my father, Alexei, 8 old men over 60 years old, and 4 teenagers from 10 to 14 years old, began to inspect the first barracks, a trailer. As you have probably already managed to calculate, there are 15 men in our group, but 35 women of all ages. Yeah, we have a good group of settlers. Wow! Touch screens everywhere, electronic control, one of the boys exclaimed, mindlessly poking his fingers at the sensors. We knew the written language of the common language. There are no problems with that. Unless, of course, a hyperactive teenager with an all-in-one place has sneaked into your group. "Don't touch anything here." His father slapped him on the back of the head. According to the diagram, he checked the information displayed on his retina. This is the kitchen. This is God knows what. He threw the coil of rotten wires aside. And this is the washing machine, if I understood correctly. In his hands he was twirling a tennis ball, which had to be thrown into the laundry basket, and it sucked up dirt with ultrasound and gravity. Interesting. Here are technologies unfamiliar to us on Earth. The instructions for using the washing machine arrived. All I had to do was try to connect to this thing via the core. Convenient system. I started trying to connect to all the equipment I saw. The number of incoming messages increased. We had a TV and a microwave oven and much more, but more advanced than on Earth, although all the equipment was of a low class. The washing machine was a 22nd, the TV was a 25th. Outdated equipment by the standards of the Central Worlds of the O.R.R.G. The inspection of the trailer continued, so everyone got a room, 2 by 3 meters, and it was very good. 3-tiered beds were boring. The computer in the barracks, which I did not see, himself spoke through the speakers and helped us, introducing us to the equipment. He also assigned the rooms to new owners, so that only the one to whom it is registered, or by invitation, can enter the personal rooms. The beds pulled out from the wall. There were also sockets, as I knew from a review book on the history of space exploration and the creation of the O.R.R.G, where we are now listed as debt workers. Electricity is used here, although it has different indicators of current, voltage, and resistance. You will not have to get used to it. Tablets and other electronic gadgets have a built-in battery that needs to be charged. And serious equipment, generators that are thrown away when they serve their purpose. Small ones, like the one that is supposed to power our new settlement, last 2 years, and can provide electricity to a settlement with up to 300 consumers. Vanya! They started pounding on the door from the other side, while I was unpacking my things and studying my room. Although, how did I unpack them? I don't have any things. Except for the settler's backpack, which still needs to be unpacked. What? They won't give me a moment's peace. What's going on? Why are you making a fuss? Opening the door, I looked at my friend with displeasure. Well, what did you want? Let's go to the arsenal. He dragged me along with him. Oh, these gun fanatics. He's a good hunter. I admit that. But why drag me there? He didn't give me a choice. I had to go. He won't leave me alone. After passing the closed rooms, we put our hands on the scanner, already set up for a new group of settlers, and went through a sliding door that was clearly thicker than all the others. And the first thing I saw was a robot pointing a hand at me, which had some kind of weapon built into it. Yokarni Babai, Leka. Name yourself. The iron dummy's mechanical voice began to count down. 9, 8. I didn't want to know what would happen when it reached 0. Ivan the turncoat, I croaked in a weak voice, trying not to back away from the door. Settler Group 3795. Several seconds passed between my answer and the robot stopping the countdown, during which I was simply drenched in sweat. Identification completed. Lowering his hand, the weapon he moved to the side, occupying a special niche, stopping threatening me. Ha ha ha. Here, I kicked Leka's ass hard as he laughed nonstop. Couldn't you warn me, you idiot? Then it wouldn't have been so funny. He rubbed his ass resentfully. I almost shit myself the first time. He eventually became indignant, apparently believing that the punishment that had befallen him was undeserved. Idiot, I said again, starting to look around. Our armory wasn't exactly a rich one. Although, it depends on how you look at it. There was something to hold on to. 10 rifles for a large animal and 20 carbines for a small one. Not bad. Leoka started to turn these murder weapons in his hands, figuring out the device, and I began to study the robot that had scared me so much. Access denied. A message popped up. To repair, maintain, and operate the BD-27-0. Study the manual, technical, and combat droids of at least Class 27. This isn't a washing machine, I thought sadly. I need knowledge, otherwise this droid will remain a piece of metal in our armory. Leaving Leoka lost in his thoughts to continue playing with men's toys alone, I returned to my room. It's time to sort out the settler's kit. What did we get from the generosity of the O.R.R.G? The first 5 minutes of fiddling were spent just figuring out how to open the backpack. It turned out that it was also stuffed with electronics. You had to send it a request through the Corps and register yourself as the owner of the backpack, and voila. So, inside, there were 2 Grom, 2M brand overalls, modernized for colonists on hard-to-develop planets, self-adjusting to size, with the ability to change the color in the first class of bioprotection, a flask with a built-in filter for water purification, a knife that never gets dull and pierces planetary armor suits of the 25th protection class without fail, thermal underwear, a tent, a small first aid kit, a pot, dry rations, and an outdated Army electronic tablet, one of the sensors of which allows you to drive away wild animals from the camp while you sleep. A good set, the price of which was credited to our common debt. Still, this is not a gift. There was a knock on my door. I didn't get distracted and asked the computer of the men's barracks to open it with my voice. A girl, flushed from the fresh air, flew inside like a whirlwind, carrying a basket in her hands. Take off your clothes, Natalia demanded of me. That same girl of about 25, a little older than me, whose bed was opposite ours. She also has a daughter, and it was to her, Natalia, that Leka was making eyes, but he quickly stopped.
I was taken aback, not understanding what they wanted from me. Washing! What did you think? She winked at me, laughing loudly. The sister's giggling was heard behind the door. Apparently she was eavesdropping, or had talked Natasha into it herself. I didn't think anything of it, I answered, having overcome my embarrassment. I had to change clothes right in front of her. What didn't I see there? She waved me off when I asked her to leave.
So, turning my back to her, I undressed and quickly put on the overalls that were given to us in the settler's kit. They fit tightly, and Natasha, who was behind me, helped me get into them. Not that this inspired me. I was even more embarrassed. After all, she was a beautiful girl, and here I was in front of her, in my underwear, jumping on one leg. To her credit, she didn't laugh too hard, but I could feel her chewing a hole in me, trying not to laugh out loud. My sister, who was periodically peeping from behind the doorframe, couldn't hold back and started making fun of me. Thank you, I muttered, when the job was done and I finally got into that damn jumpsuit, which adjusted to my body and automatically changed the color of the fabric to green. Camouflage. I put the clothes I had taken off into the basket. If I don't return it, it means that this alien washing machine liked your panties. Natalia grinned, fluttering out of my room and showering me with the aroma of cherries. I suspect that the first thing she did after inspecting her room was take a shower, and only I, like a fool, went to the armory, and it wouldn't hurt to wash up. Our barracks car had 2 toilets combined with a shower. Quite enough, I think. Having occupied one of them, I undressed and went into a glass booth, outwardly no different from its earthly counterparts. Or is it because all the equipment here is low-end? I don't know. But if you look from the outside, it turns out that everything they consider obsolete, even though it is used in the outer space region, on Earth is the latest technology, or close to it. I pressed the button instead of the handle, expecting a stream of water. But instead, I was doused with some kind of water vapor suspension. A breeze passed over my skin, and all the dirt was washed off, yes, fast, but the sensations were disgusting, as if someone had gone over my skin with sandpaper and then sprinkled a powdered air freshener with the smell of cherry on top. Such a wash. While I was busy with personal hygiene and primping, my father and a couple of stronger grandfathers installed the table, which had rotted under the pouring rain, in its proper place, replacing its legs, and our lovely girls covered it with delicacies. What wasn't there? This kind of porridge, that kind of porridge, water and instant pasta. They found all this on the half-empty kitchen shelves of the trailers. The computer did not deny it, and told us that before us, the owners of the farm had changed 4 times under his rule. The smart, but not inactive computer did not know what had happened to them. There were simply fewer and fewer of them, and then new settlers flew in to take their place. By the way, I asked the computer what it was, and he assured me that it did not belong to the biological class. Only microcircuits and wires, no organic matter. After I rinsed off and went outside, I saw our table and just winced. You couldn't find anything better? I asked, restraining myself from using a swear word. I didn't want to eat strange porridge.
You don't understand anything, son. Carefully review the information about our contract. This food was given to us by the generosity of a local company with an office at the Haag-Ra station. We have an open-ended contract with them, according to which they will drop off their pickles to us once a month, at a very reasonable price.
My father waved his hand at me.
Don't be picky.
I still couldn't figure out whether he was joking or not.
There is a dry ration. Maybe we should put it on the table?
I suggested an idea.
Let's celebrate our arrival with normal food.
I thought for a second and added after a pause.
If the dry ration doesn't contain the same porridge.
And this is the deal. Father and everyone else jumped up, running off to get their settler kits. As it turned out, the dry rations were from a different manufacturer, so our table was enriched with jars of jam, bread, stewed meat, and many other things that made our mouths water. The children clapped their hands while the old people spread a thick layer of jam on their buns. Overall,
The first day at the Haag-Ra went well. I rubbed my cheek covered with a bandage with my hand, wincing slightly from the touch. After dinner, tired from new impressions, we went to bed, tightly locking the metal doors of the trailers. What to do next and how to live, we will decide tomorrow. Having wished everyone good night, I went into my room, made the bed and, undressing, lay down on the bed that had pulled out from the wall. I couldn't sleep. I kept tossing and turning until I got tired of it. Not giving myself a chance to refuse, I went into the kernel menu and turned on the deep hypnosleep option. Queuing up the same textbook. Orientation and topography. No class. I missed the panic messages before my eyes about the danger and inadmissibility of such a step. I need to learn, and much faster than I can, just reading knowledge packages and turning on the standard hypnosleep before going to bed. Another message popped up before my eyes. Attention! Enabling this option may cause irreversible consequences for the brain. I just waved it off and still fell into a sleep that was not at all healthy as I expected, but rather a very disturbing and painful one. If anyone had looked into the room at that moment, they would have been horrified. Ivan was rolling around on the bed, clearly in severe pain. Groans could be heard through his teeth, and blood was coming out of his nose and ears, soaking the entire pillow. The sheet could simply be wrung out, crumpled. It was all in sticky sweat and flew to the floor, thrown off in the dream to the same place where the light blanket and pillow had flown before. You have to pay for everything. The morning was terrible. My head was splitting. I was swaying and nauseous. I was covered in blood. It took me a good 20 minutes to come to my senses. Only then was I able to stand up. I managed to slip into the bathroom without running into anyone. I threw the bed linen in the wash and stood in the local equivalent of a shower until my skin turned red, trying to shake off the fog that had paralyzed my mind and drive out the weakness that had gripped my body. By that time, the washing had just finished. The rags were dry. I pulled on my overalls, grabbed the clean underwear, and walked out of the bathroom, almost running into the boy who had gotten a slap on the back of the head yesterday. I walked, still unsteady. Now it was clear why learning through deep hypnosis was so unpopular, and I had forgotten about the possibility of dying in the process. I feel so shitty. Only when I fell onto the bed, exhausted, as if I had been unloading train cars all night, did I notice the inscription looming before my eyes. Attention! Permissible loads on the brain have been exceeded. Alpha protocol has been activated. Restructuring of neural connections has begun. Progress, 0.1%. The second message read, Textbook, Orienteering and Topography. Without class, 73% studied. Now, think about it. Was it worth it or not? I tried to understand if I had new knowledge and skills in my head. I shook it and regretted it greatly, howling in pain into the pillow. It was worth remembering that the deep hypnosleep protocol was still running. At this rate of learning, I had a few hours left before the first packet of knowledge would be fully absorbed by me. I was not going to turn off this core mode. I had not risked turning it on for that. I had a feeling that if I gave in to my weakness and did this, I would not have the courage to turn it on again. Vanyusha knocked on the door before Mom came in. Forgot to lock it. Dad is organizing a meeting. Let's go, eat, and discuss our affairs. I'm coming, Mom. I got out of bed, not showing how bad I felt, and hugged her. Having quickly tidied up the room and made the bed, I followed her. I tried to walk straight, without staggering. I kept my head straight. Any movement was torture. We went outside. The bright colors of the forest on the horizon made me want to burn it down. Damn hypnosleep. Everyone has already been here. At the head of the table in the center of the clearing, cleared of undergrowth, sat the father, surrounded by wise old men who whispered in his ears and prevented him from eating. What they were discussing there, I did not even try to guess. Lyoka and I were given a place next to the women and children. They do not value the only able-bodied guys here, I thought, feeling joy in my chest. It seems that I am slowly coming to my senses and getting used to it. Oh, my life is a tin can. What won't you do for the well-being of your family? Chapter 4. So, as soon as everyone had satisfied their hunger, the father took the floor. Our situation is not so great. We have about a month's worth of food, and no one will feed us for free, as you understand. He looked at us all. What are we going to do? Ideas? I don't see any reason to be sad. Nothing has changed. In Russia, too, they didn't feed parasites for their pretty eyes, grumbled the gray-as-a-hawk old man. The pension wasn't enough for everything. We had to live like everyone else, on our own. It was good to have a dacha. The land fed us. The old man crossed himself. And it will feed us here. Are we broke? That's right, Spiridon Varfolomovich. The father nodded at his remark. So our first priority is to provide everyone with food. We have guns. One of the experienced hunters is Alexei, a friend of my son. The father pointed at him with his finger. Meet those who don't know yet. Always ready. He saluted with a spoonful of porridge. He had a gun hanging over his shoulder. He never parts with it now. He took it from the armory and carries it around with him. Maybe he's right, and I'm grumbling in vain. It's also worth arming yourself just in case. What should I do if a beast comes out of the forest? How should I defend myself? They, and my Vanya, have already brought back prey more than once, so they'll go into the forest. I'm afraid there aren't many in our group who can help them with this. The father stroked his beard sheepishly. Tell me straight, grumbled Grandpa Spiridon. The old men and women were left alone with children on their hands. We can't handle it, but that's okay. He waved his clenched fist threateningly at the sky. The previous owners of these wagons, they stockpiled the woods for future use, but never got around to using them. They're lying there now, rotting, and we're mostly villagers. We know how to handle an axe. We'll build a bathhouse, a gazebo, and organize a vegetable garden. We'll still be useful. It's too early to write us off. The elderly people sitting at the table supported him with kind words. We can handle it, they assured everyone. Good. Women will look after the children, run the household, organize a kindergarten, a school, teach what they know themselves, and let's not forget about the dangers. Remember yesterday's worm. Everyone turned their heads in my direction. I had already removed the bandage. The ointment had helped, but a scar remained across my entire cheek, which gave me a rather brutal appearance, and served as a reminder to everyone that we were not at a resort here. That's the right thing to do, Mom put in her weighty word. She's our math teacher. When she hits you on the head with a ruler, you'll immediately gain some brains. I even rubbed my head, remembering my school days. We have 4 boys over 10 and 8 girls, from 5 to 9 years old. They all need to be given a decent education. She slapped her palm on the tabletop, so much so that the dishes rattled. She's strict, although kind. Why? One of the hysterics butted into the conversation and I winced. She's a beautiful woman, slender like an aspen, fiery red-haired, but her nasty character spoils everything. Who would dare start a family with her? What for? Mom made a puzzled face, looking at her with displeasure. Why should they study? Susha asked. That was her name. This is another planet. Everything is different here. Our knowledge has become worthless. I don't see the point in wasting time on this if we have packages of knowledge. She pouted, proving her point. Oh, you're a fool!
Grandfather Spiridon butted into the conversation like a bear in a raspberry patch.
Knowledge of mathematics is universal. Physics, history. They should know what planet we are from. He who has forgotten his roots is not a man at all, but just a tumbleweed. And we will teach not stupid things, but important matters. How to build a house, how to milk a cow, and how to plant potatoes.
Read, write, they chimed in from behind the table. I also spoke out. It is also worth remembering that children under 18 cannot be taught these same packages of knowledge. We are already taking risks. We have explained to everyone about the dangers of hypno-sleep, haven't we? That's it. And they don't teach children like that here. They, like us, go to schools and universities, and instead of hypno-sleep, they use modern medical capsules without damaging the brain. My son is right, the father smoothed his mustache. Schools will be. So let's get to work. No need to sit around. We've had breakfast. Time to work. The meeting is over for today. We began to disperse, breaking up into groups based on interests and talking among ourselves. I stood up and headed to my room. My head still hurt. I felt sick, but I had to do the job. Once in my room, I put a flask of water and a knife on a special belt mount. I shook everything unnecessary out of my backpack. I left only the pot, tablet, and tent there. I left the room, went around the corner, walked to the end of the corridor, and shuddered again. Identifying a person in the arsenal scares me. Having chosen a gun for myself, I went to look for Leoka. It was time to go hunting. After all, porridge alone is not enough for us. We need meat. And we need money, nitrin. We need to buy a lot of things. And where is Leoka? I've already walked around the barracks twice, but he's still not there. Where are you wandering? I've been looking for you everywhere. I ran into him in some small room of our trailer. In the army, they would say he looked dashing and idiotic. Yes, so. He looked away, suspiciously. Damn it. What was he doing here? Well, let's go, Vanyuka. He winked at me. You said it yourself. Time is of the essence. Let's go already. We trudged to the edge of the forest. We hugged everyone who wanted to along the way. I met my mother, and she started crying. I understand everything, but it was already annoying. My sister showed up too, waved her hand at us. Her cat sat nearby and arrogantly, as only cats can, licked his paw and washed himself. As soon as we entered the shade of the trees hanging over our heads like a second sky, the core, or rather the map that I had displayed before my eyes, began to malfunction. The local navigation system turned out to be useless. I had to turn it off and display on the retina a regular photograph of the area from above, with the boundaries of our hunting grounds indicated. Have you studied the instructions that were sent to us? How to beat the beast, how to butcher it, how to behave in this thicket? Leoka asked me. Yes, why? I didn't understand his question. Does he think I only watch movies and don't study packets? It is recommended to go there alone. Large groups often disappear, and let's admit it. You are not much of a hunter. He shuffled his foot, not literally, but his body language said it was clear that he was not comfortable having this conversation. Your suggestions? I got angry, although I didn't show it. Let's see what he says. You have a terrible sense of direction. Last time the guys and I spent 3 hours looking for you, shouting, "Hello, hello." Remember? Come on. You stay here and I'll go alone? He looked at me questioningly. Walk around the camp, and if you don't find anything, then fine. We'll say later that the loot I bring back is ours together. I know how common it is, I chuckled to myself. Leoka has such a character that he speaks like this now, convinces. But when he comes back, he will immediately forget about this conversation, making me look like a bungler in front of everyone. He just can't do otherwise. What if you get eaten there alone?
I assumed the worst, pointing my hand into the depths of the forest. This is not our taiga. There are more than just bears and wolves here. Well, you said it. I am a hunter from God. May the beast tear me to pieces? He spat into the grass, expressing all his contempt for such an assumption. It sounded a little arrogant. Explain to me how to use the gun and I'll hobble along alone. Don't be afraid. I waved away his request to think carefully. I won't be lost without you. Well, how about it? Will you show me? He made up his mind. Apparently, he really didn't want to go with me. Look, simple design. Runs on electricity. Manufactured by the Rogatka factory, here on Haag-1. Only good for hunting. Shoots a plasma beam. Reloads in 30 seconds. The battery lasts for 50 shots. A piece of crap, not a gun, he summed up, quickly assembling and disassembling the gun. And how do you know all this? I shook my head in bewilderment. It was not possible to communicate with the weapon through the core. There are no electronics inside. I found the diagram in the Galactic Network. It turns out that we were only paid for the local network that goes from the station Haag-1. And the intergalactic network costs different money, and there is none here, long-distance communication. The repeater is broken. When they will fix it and whether they will fix it, no one knows. He shrugged his shoulders. It seems that while I was studying the knowledge package, bleeding from my nose all night long, he was sitting on the local analog of the internet. He started bragging. I still managed to hang out on the forums here, chatted with people, made a couple of new acquaintances. Nice guys there. And by the way, ours have also gone online. There are a lot of Russians both at the station and on the planet. They have already organized themselves and created their own platform for online communication. We share news, he chuckled. Life is getting better, Ivan. Stop locking yourself in. We need to establish connections. I winced. I see. Let's go? I extended my hand to shake, but he had already turned. And without looking back, walked in the opposite direction from me. Only the grave will correct the lame. I added my spit to his spit, to which the grass, which had a bluish tint, took offense and changed its color to red. Aggressive, I hurried to move away. Having turned around, I chose a direction and moved. I would have walked briskly if I hadn't stopped at every step, looking at interesting things. Apparently, life doesn't teach me anything, and this head hurts. I had to walk as if I had swallowed a nail. Any sharp movement of the head is pain. I already hate this training. My eyes started to blur. At first, I wanted to brush off the pop-up message, but eventually, I changed my mind. Textbook, Orienteering and Topography. Without class, 100% completed. I checked. The knowledge package was gone. It was erased, just like Zachary told me. Once fully mastered, the packages disappear from the core's memory. Now everything that was in the package is stored not on the core, but in my memory. The question arose of what to study next. The choice is large, but you need to choose wisely. What do I need not now, but yesterday? As a result, having gone through many options, I settled on the textbook. Shooting from handheld planetary guns, carbines and pistols, kinetic weapons. Grade 28. The Corps reported the following. Based on the speed at which you mastered the previous knowledge package, the approximate time to learn the new package is 4 hours 25 minutes. No wonder. 28th grade. The knowledge there is the bare minimum. Stopping standing in one place, I moved further into the forest.
Along the way, I encountered many amazing things. Bushes, trees, everything was unfamiliar. Foreign smells simply clogged my nose. Sometimes, it even became difficult to breathe. Such bright aromas were spread by flowers and plants. I stopped and put my hands on the tree that interested me, the tree with green bark, trembling as if in the wind, and it was breathing. Can you imagine breathing? It was as if a heart was beating inside. Jumping away from him, I wiped the sweat from my forehead and immediately inadvertently blocked the path along which a flock of small animals about an elbow long were walking, unsuitable for meat because of their size and overall repulsive impression. 3 eyes, a long body covered with chitin, many legs and large whiskers. They will now be called whiskered scolopendras. I saved their photo for myself. Fortunately, the Corps allows you to use your eyes like a camera. We will write our own book, Fauna of the Haag-Ra. Do we have to teach children? We do. Here will be a manual for them. That's it. I always wanted to be a writer. How am I worse than Jules Verne? Moved on. The knowledge I learned in hypnosleep really did help. It was like I had my own compass in my head.
I can always tell you where north and south are, no matter how you twist or turn. A good help. A necessary one. Meanwhile, the forest lived its own life. I tried to avoid suspicious places like now. A patch of withered grass 30 meters in diameter. What is it? I was already thinking of turning around, not taking any risks, when the centipede that had attached itself to me jumped forward, landing belly down right in the center of the clearing. It all happened very quickly. Whitish roots jumped out of the ground, instantly swaddling the animal, which squealed in fear, and began to drag it under the loose soil, squeezing it so hard that blood began to flow. The black eyes of the centipede looked at me as if pleading. But how could I help? I couldn't shoot at the ground. In a minute it was all over. In my ears, I could still hear the plaintive squeak of the stupid animal that followed me, studying the incomprehensible biped. Animals are often kinder than people. Seeing the pain in their naive eyes is like seeing the pain in a friend's eyes. I hung my head. My mood had sunk below the baseboard, although where else could it go? My head was still aching as if the forest had distracted me a little, from the dull drill screwing into the back of my head. But now it was back again. Now I'll blame myself. Before I had time to grieve over my unhappy fate, the surrounding forest showed me how dangerous it is to lose sight of the surrounding environment while lost in thoughts. A hissing sound was clearly heard in the air as soon as I moved 20 meters away from the scene of the incident with the centipede. Above, somewhere in the branches, a branch snapped, and a snake with wings swooped down on me. Its mouth was open, its teeth were the size of a finger, saliva was dripping. I barely dodged it. At the last moment I froze, got pretty scared and jumped away. Mammoth shit, I cursed. I took the gun off my shoulder, pointed it at the snake that was crawling towards me, took aim and pulled the trigger. Shot. Soft recoil in the shoulder, and the reptile's head flew into pieces. Adrenaline must have helped. I looked around, looking for other reptiles nearby. It seemed clear. I started shaking. The withdrawal. Death was close. I wouldn't have time to jump away, and that would be it. The bastard would have grabbed me by the throat and I would have died. I had to sit down and rest, coming to my senses. I couldn't go on with that attitude. As soon as I came to my senses, I went to the snake. I need to study what I found. And who are you? He came closer and began to examine a 3-meter orange hose as thick as a leg. He looked at the instructions sent to us for storing and processing biological materials. This snake was called their specimen number 27. Edible. At the tip of its tail there is a cavity in which the poison is stored, which the station buys up. It needs to be cut off and packed in a sealed bag. The cost is 7,000 nitrons, a monthly salary of a technician at that very station. Not bad. I took out a knife and started cutting up this poor snake that almost killed me. I packed the tip of the tail in one bag and the meat in another. In general, the snake is a huge stick of sausage, about 50 kilograms of live weight. It's time to go back. After all, luck is with me today. The blues have passed. I even started whistling carefree as if it wasn't me they were just trying to devour. Yes, it was time to go back, I decided, and making a detour around an inconvenient, swampy section of the forest, I turned back. After walking a few kilometers without incident, bending under the weight of snake meat, I was alerted by sounds ahead. A hum like an engine. Clearly not animal sounds, but mechanical ones. Having made up my mind, I began to creep forward carefully. I needed to see what was going on there. As soon as I got closer, I heard voices behind the trees, cursing, and then the sounds of gunshots. I ducked and froze, listening to what was happening. My heart started pounding. I was scared. A shudder ran through my body. It seemed like I had just gotten out of one dangerous situation. But no, I got myself into God knows what again. The unknown people did not lower their voices, and I heard everything. They spoke in a common language. Like all of the explored space, it was time to get used to it. That's it, McCollege. Now I'm in charge. Someone's bass voice sounded arrogantly and hoarsely. Having parted the bushes, I stuck my head in there, and with displeasure watched the unpleasant picture of a man of about 30, unbuttoning the valve of his overalls and pissing on a dead person. What the hell do I need you for? I'll buy combat drones and personally shear the nitron from these simpletons of new settlers for protection. They don't know anything. They poke their noses around like blind kittens. What can they do? And I'll feel up their women.
He chuckled, and then I snapped. Before my eyes, as if in reality, stood my sister, who was combing Merzik's fur, my mother, who was teaching the little ones, my father, who was helping the old people dig beds.
I didn't even notice how I aimed the gun at the man talking to himself and fired. This time the butt hit my shoulder harder, and the man wheezed, clutched his chest, and fell where he stood.
A hole in the heart does not add health.
So you've become a killer, my friend, I said to myself, trying to stop the trembling in my voice. Then I stood up resolutely and went after the prey, even though I felt sick. In the clearing I came out to, there was a ship similar to the one that had delivered us from orbit to the ground. It looked attractive, but first of all, I was busy with the corpses of these strange people. It was disgusting, scary, but we are in such a situation now that you will be glad of an extra nail. No time for disgust. Having taken the overalls, flasks, knives, and other things for a long hike through the forest from the dead, I put them in one pile. The men stank terribly. Outwardly, they were ordinary people. No protruding jaws or blue skin.
So these are the same settlers as us. From Earth? But that's strange. Where did they get their own ship? And the one I shot was talking about droids with too much confidence. The next thing I did was deal with the weapons. I put aside the pistols, the carbines. Everything was clearly serious, heavy, with predatory contours. It looked much more decent than our rifles. I also put the unknown but clearly technological things in a pile with the weapons. Later, I would figure out what it was, even though my hands were itching. Before I started working on the ship, I thought about the soul.
Whoever these people were, they needed to be buried properly. So I picked up a sapper shovel from their property and started digging a hole. I was exhausted, But an hour later, the hole was ready. Forgive me, brothers. I apologized and threw the bodies into the hole. I didn't have the strength to dig a second grave. I haven't buried them yet. After a few minutes of rest, I got down to the most interesting part. With bated breath, I stepped aboard the angular ship, shaped like a brick, 20 meters long and 3 meters high, and froze looking around. The rear hatch was open. There was chaos all around. He carefully walked past the empty boxes and trash, stopping at the wall that blocked the way to the wheelhouse. The palm-shaped indentation seemed to hint at what to do. He had to run back, jump into the grave, and cut. The stomach could not withstand such abuse, and the smell of death in the pit was joined by the aroma of vomit. Pulling himself together, he wiped his mouth. "Be patient, Cossack. You'll be an ataman," I tried to persuade myself, having finished cutting my hand. I wiped the drops of blood that had gotten on my face, and with difficulty kept what was left in my stomach to myself. I clenched my teeth and went to do the job. "You wimp," I called myself, after another bout of nausea and feeling unwell. "Come on, get yourself together." I gave myself a sobering slap before going into the ship's hold. I placed my bloody hand on the reader, waited for a click, and it opened, sliding to the side and hiding in the wall. The view of the cockpit did not cause any delight. 3 chairs, a steering wheel, a glowing instrument panel with incomprehensible graphs, motley on many screens. I have seen this many times before. After all, the filmmakers of Earth have come up with and filmed a lot of things. Our inhabitant is accustomed to everything unusual. "Computer?" I asked hesitantly out loud, looking around and sitting down in the central chair. My legs were buzzing. I can't say how many kilometers I'd covered through the forest. The chair in turn adjusted to my figure, starting to buzz softly and massage my back. A pleasant wave of goosebumps passed through my body. Now that was unexpected. "Am I listening?" A voice suddenly came from the speakers, albeit with a decent delay. I jumped up in surprise. I looked around and only then realized who was talking to me. "Who owns the ship?" I crossed my fingers, hoping for the best. I would have been satisfied with any answer, but I was lucky again. I hope I don't have to pay the upper limit for such luck later. "To no one. The previous owner was killed more than 50 years ago, and the current one, who found me on this planet, did not register it with the station's control service." Then how do I become the owner of a vessel? A ship? I don't know the right way. I held my breath. "Is it possible?" "Yes. You need to send a request to the station Haag-1 with the bot identifier, and if the owner or other heirs are not alive, then it will be recognized as yours," the computer answered. "Proceed. Send the data." I gave him the command to connect to my core. Since the computer does not have access to the network, the bot is damaged and an intermediary is needed, which is what my core will be. The whole procedure did not take long. A new message arrived. "Ivan Petrovich Perevertish, in response to your request and in accordance with the laws of the O.R.R.G, planetary bot number 1736290YT, registered in your name due to the death of the previous owner and the absence of his relatives claiming this property. Please enter a new bot name in the empty field below this message." Bear. I entered the first thing that came to mind. Recorded. The automated registration service of the spaceport of the station Haag-1 congratulates you on the acquisition of the bot and wishes you good luck. Well, this is... There are no words. That simple? Computer, can you tell me what your previous owner did? Where did he fly? What did he transport? My stupid head wouldn't let my hands rest, so I started experimenting. Pressing buttons. No, I'm not stupid. They were labeled. That's how I launched the automatic repair system. Sounds harmless. No. As soon as new data about the owner arrived, personal information about the past was deleted according to standard protocol. Only the old map with the captain's notes remained. Put it on the screen, I asked. The light in the wheelhouse dimmed a little, and a projector, coming out of the wall, showed me a three-dimensional image of a piece of land, filmed from above. There were a lot of notes and explanations, like a good body of water or a lot of valuable meat. Lucky, so lucky, I started to figure it out. So this is us. I recognized the outline of our settlement. And these 7 settlements highlighted in green and with the note tributaries, apparently the possessions of those whose bot I took. Tributaries, well. The settlements had names: Wengen, Hallstatt, Dea, Otuar, Krupp, Fjolbacka, and Eze. It's not clear. Our names, earthly. But where did they come from? We haven't been on the Haag-Ra for even a week. It's all strange. We need to figure it out. I can't know, the computer said, thinking that I was addressing him and not talking like a fool to myself, like a madman. What class are you? I thought, to find out what had finally fallen into my hands. I am a crystalline software calculator of the 25th class, which comes with the bot and is not subject to replacement. Pseudo-intelligent, self-learning. And the bot? Its class? 26th class, released 273 years ago from the shipyards of the planet Fanon. No space travel is provided. Primary purpose? Transportation of small cargo. No armament. The next question was very important. Can I control you? No. You don't have a small ship pilot tag in the core. Without it, the bear will refuse to let you control it. So, what to do? I tried to find a way out. Any ideas? Autopilot is available to you, the computer's dry voice prompted. That's where we should have started, I grumbled. So, you can get us here? I pointed to a spot on the map. It's possible, he answered immediately. Then wait, I'll be there soon. The first thing I did was to dig the grave and read a prayer over it as best I could. I am not a priest. Having collected my own and other people's things, I threw them into the hold, and only then did we set off. I sat in the central seat, fastened in, and through the windows in the wheelhouse, I watched as we rose vertically into the air. Then we slowly turned around on the spot and flew straight north, accelerating faster and faster. Why are we flying so low? I asked. We almost touched the treetops. Below us lay an ocean of greenery, swaying in the wind like sea waves. It is dangerous to go higher without weapons on board. The area is home to local flying species that can damage or even destroy the boat. The distance I covered in 9 hours, I flew in 10 minutes on the boat. As soon as I landed, our entire village came out to meet me. By the way, we should suggest naming it. Where from? That was all my father asked, and he moved the barrel of his carbine to the side, just like his grandfather Spiridon, who was covering him from the side. That was how originally they greeted me at the ramp. I have gifts. I handed them the meat and the snake's tail. Don't eat the tail. It's for sale at the station. Better put it in the refrigerator. And there's this. I kicked the pile of things that had been dumped haphazardly. It's nice to feel like the hero of the day. Don't worry. Natalia waved her hand at me, grabbing her daughter by the stomach. She was trying to slip inside the bot, her curious brown eyes sparkling. We'll manage with the meat. Somehow. Well? Father came on board and began to inspect the wheelhouse. Tell me. I told him all my adventures, without hiding anything. My father won't laugh that I got scared when I saw a snake or vomited when I killed a man.
You did everything right. He hugged me, supporting me. Such scum should be taken down without thinking. Don't blame yourself for this. You heard what he was talking about, so you saved us from big problems. Well done, man. The old man standing next to me patted me on the shoulder. You're just like me in my youth. I perked up and asked, well, what? Shall we go and feast? The blues faded into the background. And the head. What about the head? Let it hurt. Today I only became more convinced that I was right. The packets of knowledge need to be studied, and as quickly as possible. I smiled. I think we'll have meat for dinner tonight. My father frowned and held me back. He exhaled heavily and said, Lyosha hasn't returned yet. He stunned me with the news. My heart sank in anticipation of trouble. What a fool he is. A hunter, damn it. 3 hours passed. It was already dark outside. Stars and moons appeared in the sky. Lyosha still hadn't appeared. Chapter 5. The office of one of the largest corporations of the entire Association of Intelligent Races of the Galaxy. Personal property of one of the council members. Evening. What about that case? The extremely large man snapped his fingers. He weighed about 800 kilograms. On Earth, he would have been bedridden before he reached 30. But not here. The fat man sprawled in a chair that hovered a meter above the floor and could roll him around the entire office at will. To a bowl of fruit, to a powerful desktop computer, or to a window with a view of the ocean. Everything is as predicted, Mr. Breck. The new secretary bowed to the member of the O.R.R.G Council, the most powerful organization in observable space, connecting seemingly irreconcilable enemies, agricultural planets, and disgraced pirate systems. The inhabitants of planet Earth have been taken out of their homeland to the last person. Contracts have been imposed on them. The distribution of people among the nearest sectors and planets is underway. What about the planet itself? The largest ships, ore carriers, and colossi of processing companies have already arrived in the solar system. The Earth has begun to split. The profit is estimated to be more than 3,000%. Okay, smacked his lips, the one who is called behind his back only by the name of Pupak, since he never wears a shirt and appears before petitioners naked to the waist. And what about their psionic abilities? We need such people to fight against alien races. There were only a few tens of thousands of people on Earth who were capable of awakening Psi users. The secretary looked at his tablet, clarifying the number. So little? The giant was surprised, choking on a candy at that moment. He coughed and began to blush. The medical drone built into the chair detached itself from it and helped its owner by patting him on the back. The secretary waited for his boss to come to his senses and continued reporting. Their planet is extremely aggressive towards those with Psi. So many intelligent beings have a sleeping gift. We keep an eye on them, and if anything happens, we will buy their contracts. All necessary measures have been taken so that they can awaken their abilities. We have sent those of them who are capable of this to special planets. Where to? Asked Pupak, smiling maliciously. He already understood what the secretary was talking about. Class X planets. Those who have a dormant Psi gene are all colonists now, and their families are an appendage. They also sent the old people there, as useless. The eternal problem with these X-class demon worlds. The fat man suddenly flared up. The more you try to interfere with the natural course of things, build cities, advance technology on these planets, the more serious the resistance. Until one fine day, a Psi storm destroys all sentient beings and technology. I hate it! The bowl of sweets flew to the floor. Fatty simply threw it off, thus expressing his anger. Yes, sir. The secretary bowed again, hiding his gaze.
As I said, these intelligent beings are under secret surveillance, and as soon as the powers dormant in them awaken, we will take them to ourselves. There is nothing to worry about. Okay? He flew higher in his chair and left the room, disappearing into another room. The secretary, who bowed at the waist, wiped the sweat from his forehead and then spat after Pupka, which woke up the cleaning drones hiding in the niches of the floor. Having awakened, they laboriously walked over the dirty surface with brushes and hid again. I hope you die, Pupuk! He did not feign death wishes for the council member, the secretary. He could not contain his emotions even though he knew that the entire room was being watched through CCTV cameras. But the poison accumulating in his heart did its bad work. He is the best graduate of the Capital Academy this year in the field of financial management, forced to serve this scoundrel, guilty of many crimes. What is his Earth project worth, where he forcibly evicted several billion people from their home planet, throwing them into the millstones of the eternally hungry space and corporations squeezing everything out of people? You shouldn't have said that, boy. Pupuk, who was located several walls away from the secretary in a completely different room, opened his half-closed eyes. A weak clap of hands and the secretary folded in half. He fell, doubled over on the floor, tried to take a breath, and couldn't. His heart stopped. He shouldn't have insulted one of the strongest Psi users in the O.R.R.G. Textbook, shooting from handheld planetary guns, carbines and pistols, kinetic weapons. Grade 28, studied 100%. Textbook, pilot of atmospheric suborbital vehicles, flyers, bots, shuttles. Grade 17, studied by 7%. Progress in restructuring neural connections, 1.9%. I greeted the next morning by washing the blood off my face. My nose started running again while I was sleeping, and deep hypnosleep continued to work. After washing the laundry, I read the new messages. I have a feeling that studying the piloting textbook won't drag on for long. 7% in a few hours while I was sleeping is decent. It's good that I managed to set up a new knowledge package for studying yesterday. Otherwise, the nervousness about Leshka didn't let me think normally. If it weren't for the headache, which seems to be my constant companion now, it would be much better. I just didn't understand what kind of neural connections were being rebuilt. I think I should look for information about this in the Galactic Network, but that's later. Now is not the time. The common breakfast passed in silence. Lyoka never showed up. What are we going to do? Mom was worried about Leshka, as if he were her own son. She didn't even eat a single bite. And the porridge was with meat I got yesterday. Delicious. My sister's eyes were also moist. It was easier for the others. They didn't know him well enough to worry. I responded to my sister's questioning look by spreading my arms out to the sides, admitting my failure. I won't be able to follow the trail. There's such a forest here that it's pointless. I'm not an expert. And you have to look for Lyoka wisely. My sister and mother sobbed. Wait, I'll check something now. I gave them hope. I don't want to see women's tears. My soul is already bad right now. I went into the kernel menu, connected to the Galactic Network, and started submitting queries to the search engine of the Haag-Ra station. And it seems I found the answer. As they say, everything in genius is simple. So, we don't have nitrin, do we, Father? I knew the answer and didn't expect anything. No, what? He became interested. Found a way out? The dispatch service of the Haag-Ra station offers to track any person on the planet by the personal identifier of the core. We just need to explain to them why. I think they will meet us halfway. This is a chance, and a good one. Got it. Then I'll call the bot from the station. Let them take your trophy, snake venom. It's worth a lot. There should be enough money. He froze, and also began to work with the virtual screen in front of his eyes. Grandfather Spiridon volunteered to go on the rescue operation with me. After thinking about it, I agreed. While the gist of it is, I loaded several rifles and carbines onto the bearbot. The combat drone from the weapons room flatly refused to go with me. A dumb blockhead, without any books of knowledge studied. It did not want to obey at all. And I abandoned the matter. All that was left to do was wait. 20 minutes later, a space bot flew into the clearing. The pilot personally scanned the bag with the snake's tail and paid us by wire transfer in Nitrino. Our own bot surprised him. After examining it, he said that the device was not bad. It was just a pity that it could not be used in space. Otherwise, it was a useful aid in our work. We just needed to find a pilot. But we already knew that. While I was talking to the station pilot, my father was negotiating with a dispatcher, and eventually they sent us information about Lyoka's current location. The accuracy is given in meters. It's unclear why, but he climbed into foreign territory from the east of our possessions and is located right in the heart of a village called Hallstatt. An Austrian name, I think. And what the hell is he doing there? Come back soon. Natasha waved her handkerchief at me, looking intently into my eyes. I was a little embarrassed and nodded. I hugged my sister, mother, father, and climbed on board. Grandfather was already here. Seeing me in the wheelhouse, he spat 3 times over his left shoulder and said something like, "It's just luck." I kept silent. If it's just a guess, then it's a guess. Computer, activate the autopilot and deliver us to this point. I showed him the coordinates of the village of Hallstatt. I am doing so. The computer gently lifted us into the air and, flying higher than the trees, rushed towards the settlement of these strange Europeans, apparently. It would be nice to know when they managed to name the settlement, and why they are marked on those bandits' map as tributaries. And of course I hope that everything is okay with Lyoka, and my yardmate dropped by to drink beer, and is now struggling with his head. Comfortable, the grandfather settled into the assistant captain's chair, looking at the surroundings and admiring the view from the windows of the wheelhouse. They know how to build, I chimed in, continuing to study the location of the buttons. With the computer's prompts, the book, piloting, was slowly learning, and I already understood something. Computer, do you mind if I give you a name? I asked him the question when approaching the destination. No, I don't mind. It won't change my functionality in any way, he replied in a more lively voice than usual. Let it be Bogdan. That was the name of my friend who covered me with his chest in Afghanistan, taking a bullet for me in that damned country. Spiridon Varfolomeevich prompted me. Did you hear? Now you are Bogdan. Wear this name with pride. I confirmed the words of my grandfather to the calculator. It is not difficult for me, but it is pleasant for him. Accepted, the computer replied in a different voice. Had it warmed up, or had its timbre changed? It is not for nothing that the bot's calculator has the following addition in its specification. Self-learning. Smoke on the horizon, Spiridon Varfolomeevich was the first to notice something was wrong. I gave a new command. Bogdan, speed up. Fire. The forest in this place was burning. Smoke obscured the entire view and prevented us from understanding what was happening here. We had to go down lower. Unfortunately, the human settlement was burning. Corpses were lying everywhere, with bullet holes in their bodies, holding axes or pitchforks in their hands. Animals came running from the forest, already fighting among themselves for the flesh of the dead. Here, an upright, gorilla-like creature tore off a dead woman's head. Having smashed it hard against a tree, it broke her skull and got to the brain. And there, large dog-sized scarlet beetles crawled out from under the ground, covered the child's corpse, a second, another, and only a bare skeleton remained. And the beetles ran on to another body. And this was happening everywhere we looked. I'm afraid it would be dangerous to go down to the ground. Hanging on the boat above the burning houses, we couldn't decide what to do next. What do you think? Your head is working. the militant old man asked me, going over one option after another in my mind. To the sound of the animals frolicking with all their might, I seemed to have found a solution, which I reported to Spiridon Varfolomeevich. I have an idea. Taking the backpack off my shoulders, I took out the settler's tablet, found the necessary menu item, and turned on the wild animal drive-off function, throwing the tablet down through the ramp lowered right in the air. It says it's shockproof. It should withstand a short flight NNN. Crack! A piece of plastic broke off the tablet, but it still seems to be functional. "It works!" exclaimed the grandfather, interrupting my swearing about the unreliable device. The small animals began to leave reluctantly, and the large ones and beetles shook their heads, but stubbornly bit into the flesh of the dead people. "Oh, I wish I had my flamethrower here." The grandfather shook his head, regretting the impossible, lovingly stroking the butt of his rifle with an optical sight. Crossing my fingers on my hand, I asked,
"Bogdan, can you burn away the clusters of these creatures with our exhaust? The fire from the nozzles looks terrifying."
It's cold.
The computer interrupted me. It didn't work.
Then sit down. We need to save Lyoshka, if he's still alive, and figure out what's going on here.
Barely stopping the trembling in my hands, I picked up the gun. It was scary again. Giant beetles, like from a movie about Egyptian mummies, scared me. I don't want to be eaten by these creatures. We landed. Stepping carefully onto the ground, my grandfather and I began to walk around the people covered in insects, looking into their faces, or what was left of them, and looking for Lyoka. To my horror, the worms I remembered from my first day here were sticking out of the corpse's eye sockets. One of them bit off a piece of my cheek. These creatures did not react to us. They watched us with a predatory gaze and continued to eat. Their chomping and disgusting swarming in the place of eyes will haunt me in my nightmares for a long time. The settlers' houses were interesting. The fire was raging, but only inside. The gray blocks they were made of were not damaged, and were not even heavily suited. These are not our trailers. They were built to last for centuries from something fireproof and strong. "Look!" The grandfather pointed his finger at a man crawling towards us with the last of his strength, with a hole instead of a stomach. Before the bugs attacked him, we ran up to him and wanted to drag him into the boat. But he didn't give in, kicking and breaking free from our hands, which only made things worse for himself. "No need. I'm not long for this world." Blood foamed on his lips. "Did you find any survivors?" he asked with hope in his eyes. "Not yet," we admitted, exchanging glances. "Cough, cough." He began to cough up whole clots of blood, forcing the words through his throat. "There is a basement under the headman's house for such cases. Maybe someone managed to hide there?" He nodded at the house smoking with black smoke. "What happened here?" I tried to get information from him while he was spitting out blood and bile. "Bandits. We've been toiling at the station for 10 years now. We get them animal carcasses, poison, glands, and those goats at the top don't protect us. So we have to give half to those who didn't want to work honestly like us but chose the path of robbery." The venom in his voice could drown a whale. "I don't understand anything," I shook my head. "How are you here if the Earth was captured just over a month ago? We were only brought here, and you already have houses and a real village, not 2 iron carriages converted into barracks for people. And where are your weapons? Why couldn't you stand up for yourselves? What the hell is going on here?" Heh, the wounded man tried to laugh, but couldn't. My grandfather and I still picked him up and carried him inside the bot, starting to bandage his wounds and inject him with shock doses of painkillers from the first aid kit. He began to answer. "We were secretly taken away from Earth a long time ago. like many other officially missing in action and dumped here, confused and bewildered. Grandpa Spiridon and I exchanged glances again. That's how things are. The bandits showed up almost immediately, also ours, from Earth, and a few locals who understood what was going on. They took our weapons, leaving only 5 rifles that reload every 30 seconds. You can't fight for long with those. The wounded man coughed again, and I cursed quietly. He didn't have long left. And the cherry on top. These creatures raped women, which completely demoralized us. What kind of resistance? We were just trying to survive. There was bitterness in his voice.
What about buying? Or I don't know, giving advice to a grown man who was dying, and torturing him with questions was wrong. But I wanted to understand what kind of hell I had gotten myself into.
We still have to live here. They left a supervisor. He kept an eye on us, so that we wouldn't organize a riot here, or buy something extra at the station. If anything happened. He didn't finish, coughed violently, and nevertheless passed away. Spiridon covered his eyes, reading a prayer, while I shot at the beetles that were crawling closer and closer to the bot.
The settlement is large, I noted, but there are few corpses. Animals carried off some, but where are the rest? I asked my grandfather, looking around. The air was filled with smoke. I couldn't see anything further than 20 meters. My eyes were watering. I don't know, he spat in irritation. You can't get into the headman's house. We have to wait until the fire dies down. Take that, you monster. Crack. The shell cracked under his foot. Attracted by the corpse, small beetles crawled towards us, which sting painfully and are not averse to feasting on human flesh. The bot did not scare them away. This is not good, but maybe we should start collecting things on the street. The ones from the bodies? I asked Spiridon Varfolomeevich cautiously. We are extremely poor by local standards. We can use everything. I looked away, scolding myself for asking such a question. I'm not a neat guy. I understand everything. I went through the war.
And call me by my name. Spiridon. No patronymic. He extended his hand, which I shook. Ivan, so you know. I nodded embarrassedly and squatted down in front of the nearest corpse and began to take things off it, having first driven away the animals. Grandfather joined me, and we stripped the corpse down to its underwear. 3 hours passed before the fire finally went out, having consumed all the grass and wood around, during which time we managed to collect a good amount of loot, unload it into the hold of the bear, and walk around the settlement in a circle. We either drove away or killed all the animals. We took the meat. It's time to look for survivors. I don't see a hatch here. We searched around the village elder's house but found no basement. I can't see either. I irritably kicked the burnt wooden junk that was blocking my view. Maybe we should go around the other houses. The guy was wounded after all, and could have made a mistake with the house.
And there could have been something useful left there. If we don't find anything, we'll come back here, I suggested.
Go ahead.
Spiridnik agreed with me. Luck was on our side. If the door to the room was closed, the fire could not reach the things in it, and we became the happy owners of several sofas, TVs, clothes, and other soft junk. The hold in the bear is good. It is roomy. There's movement there. I was just looking out the window when I noticed women and children coming out of the house that was supposed to have a basement. There were no men. We hurried outside. Seeing us, the women got scared and blocked the children's faces with their bodies, who were smearing snot and tears. I raised my hands up and said, "We are not your enemies. Our settlement is over there." I pointed into the distance with my hand. We were dropped on the planet 2 days ago. We are new here, from Earth. Russians. I convinced the frightened women. We were forced to sign contracts, and now we are here. Do not be afraid. At this point, the grandfather entered the conversation. We are looking for a young man who did not return from hunting. His name is Alexei. Do you know him? Yes, we know Lyosha. The girl who answered us burst into tears, and the others followed suit. There were 11 of them in all, 4 girls and 7 children under 10. We thought the bandits had come for tribute and to amuse the flesh. They blushed and began to tell their story. But no, it turns out they had found a large deposit of a valuable mineral and needed miners, so they ordered everyone to leave their places and board the ships. The headman and the others could not stand it and fired at the leader with a gun. A shootout began. The ringleaders were killed, and the rest were driven onto boats like slaves and taken away. And what about you? In the midst of the battle, Alexei ran out of the forest and began to help us fight back. But he was wounded. We dragged him into the basement and sealed the entrance. The dark-haired girl pointed to the headman's house behind her. Her hands were covered in blood. Is he there? I asked, and waiting for a nod, went around them and ran into the building, not listening to the girl's explanations and shouting loudly, Lyoka! Lyoka! I didn't expect it from myself. It seems like he's not a friend, but we've known each other since childhood. We'd bump into each other and go to the river together. All the bad things I thought about him somehow evaporated from my head. He didn't respond to my screams. Something had clearly happened. The entrance to the shelter was right in the middle of the living room. The hatch was so well hidden that it blended into the floor, so we didn't find it. Descending the creaking wooden stairs, I found myself in a dimly lit room, full of jars of pickles and marinades on the shelves. They have a nice garden, I noted out of the corner of my eye, and then began to dart from corner to corner.
Where are you?
I walked around the basement looking for him.
Lyoka! Why are you silent? Where are you? Answer already!
Behind another shelf full of jars. As soon as I walked around it, I froze, unable to look away or utter a word. A lump came to my throat. In a dark corner of the room, in a pool of his own blood, lay Lyoshka, white as chalk. I knelt down in front of him and cried silently. The same lively girl who was responsible for everyone on the street spoke from behind in a sympathetic voice. She caught up with me. When he regained consciousness, he encouraged the children, promising that his friend Vanya would soon be here, who would save us and give the bandits a good beating. He wouldn't abandon us. The kids believed. She sniffled. I didn't answer. It took another minute before I could pull myself together. You died like a hero, Lyoch. I picked up his body and carried it to the exit. I need to take him home, bury him properly. The tears have dried. Further preparations were short. At the request of the remaining free residents of the burnt settlement, we collected the corpses of their friends and relatives. We emptied the pantry with food and flew home, hoping that no one had visited there in our absence. How are you? My father asked me after the mass funeral. It took a lot of shoveling to create a cemetery with 53 wooden tombstones. Bad. I didn't think his death would hit me so hard. I stared unblinking at the wall of my room. Be strong. He sat down next to me, hugging my shoulders. Lyosha acted like a real man should. He didn't abandon those in need. We should be proud of him. I know, I nodded, holding back another fit of hysteria. Tomorrow I'm going hunting. I need to earn some nitrinos as soon as possible. You heard the story of the new guys at the table, right? It's like the Wild West. The former Earthlings have been here for a long time.
The unprincipled have formed gangs and are robbing those who cannot fight back. We must be strong. I think we need to install air defense turrets and buy new security drones. I crawled around the web, talked to people on the forums that Leshka had managed to get to know, and they advised this. I sent my father a shopping list for the Corps. We'll need 100,000 neutrinos, and that's just the bare essentials. Be careful, son, and take care of yourself. We can't lose you too. The father seemed to grow old as he said this, and limped out of the room. He limps after he fell from the roof of a private house while laying tiles there. He broke his leg in several places. The doctors couldn't do anything.
I hope that when we get the necessary amount, we will be allowed to the medical capsules,
and we will be able to pay for his operation. Yes, Father, I will be careful. I have passed sentence on the bandits who are guilty of Leica's death. Yes, I won't be able to get to those who sold our homeland to the O.R.R.G, but I won't back down here. These creatures will pay for his death. Chapter 6. In the morning, the first thing I did was look through the knowledge packages I had mastered during this time. Textbook. General information about O.R.R.G. Laws and traditions. Without class. Studied 100%. Textbook. Survival in the wild conditions of uninhabited planets. Grade 25. Studied 100%. Textbook. Planetary transport driver. Grade 27. Studied 100%. Textbook. Repair of planetary transport vehicles. Grade 29. Studied 100%. Textbook. Shooting from handheld planetary guns, carbines and pistols, kinetic weapons. Grade 28. Studied 100%. Textbook. Pilot of atmospheric suborbital vehicles, flyers, bots, shuttles. Grade 17. Studied at 57%. Progress in restructuring neural connections. 9.2%. Several days passed. The mood was still bad, despite the undoubted progress. In my free time, I learned what neural reorganization is. It turned out that there is little information about it, mostly rumors that I had to find online. But I noticed something without any hints. My poor health went away. The higher the reorganization process went, the better I felt, and deep hypnosis was much smoother. A lot of new knowledge appeared in my head. The most useful of the new things at the moment is knowledge about survival in the wild. What I did not know a few days ago now does not cause difficulties. The same reading tracks, 100 ways to make a fire without matches, setting snares for animals, methods of cutting and dressing skins. The package of knowledge contained a lot, and all of this still needs to be realized. I do not always understand what I can and cannot do. Coming out of my room, I looked out the small window of the barracks onto the street, assessing the work we had done during the week. There were more of us. The village we named Good Bees continued to live. The children had a playground fenced off, with a sandbox and a slide arranged. Shouts and joyful squeals could be heard from there. We were building. Targets were set up. Teenagers and women began to practice shooting. According to the father's decree, everyone must now know how to shoot in order to defend the settlement at the right moment. Without it, we cannot survive in this world, and everyone, or almost everyone, understood this. Hysterical Ksenia painted her lips, sitting in a brand new gazebo. Where did she find lipstick? Fool. We also downloaded simple packages of knowledge from the station in orbit via galactic communication. They certainly won't be superfluous. Knowledge is simply never superfluous. And this one is also free. Of the important things, Father obliged everyone to report on the degree of mastering new knowledge. As it turned out, this was neglected. Many had to push themselves. Now they read all their free time,
trying to catch up with those who were not lazy and master local professions. With their speed of learning, it will take a long time. Simple hypno-sleep does not compare to my deep one. About professions. The choice was small: plumber, mechanic, electrician, and the like. As I said, these are free packages. All 29 are at best class 28. I also downloaded them to my core, but left them for later. I have other priorities now, and have something to study for several years ahead. Stopping looking out the window, I walked further. I went into the toilet, washed myself, and only then went outside. I have a lot to do today. Ivan, my father, intercepted me halfway to the boat.
Magdalena, that lively girl you and Spiridon saved in the neighboring village, says that their houses are standard and the blocks they are made of are easy to dismantle. They bought them directly from the station. I think we need to deliver these blocks here, and for that, we'll need your boat. There's not enough space for everyone. Building from wood is not so reliable. So we'll dismantle their houses, cover the huts we've already built with blocks, and start living like normal people. What do you say? Father was happy. Construction is his passion and the love of his life, after his mother, of course. Okay, I waved my hand. I can't deny my father such a trifle. I'll hunt without the bot. Even though it will be more difficult, you can't bring much meat on your back. But how are you going to dismantle them at home? The blocks there are big and unliftable. And what about the movers? What movers? I didn't understand. You brought 2 drone loaders with you, which perfectly obey voice commands and do not require studied knowledge packages. Forgot?
I didn't really pay attention. We brought a lot of stuff. I didn't bother the women who were sorting through this junk.
As you can see, there was more than just junk there.
Got it already. I did remember how we loaded 2 carts with metal cubes onto the bear. Apparently it was them, the drone loaders, folded for carrying.
I went hunting then. You don't need my help, do you? Just tell me.
Go, of course, son. We'll manage without you. And try not to catch your mother's eye or she won't let you go. Daddy looked around looking for her. You know what she's like lately? Nerves. I understand her, father. I slapped him on the shoulder, getting ready to quickly disappear into the forest thicket following his advice. And you be careful, I shouted, already running into the forest. I understand. Yes.
It's hard to let my son go somewhere he might not come back from. Mom is very worried, but there's no other way. I'm the only hunter now. Taking women or old people with me is just a waste of time. They can't walk quietly or keep up with my pace. But a hunter's legs feed him. After all, the survival kit taught me a lot. Without it, I would have definitely died on the next hunt. But otherwise, it's okay. The only thing that surprises me is my sister's behavior. After all, she didn't know Leshka that well, and she's experiencing his loss harder than all of us. She cries constantly. There are circles under her eyes. Everyone has already noticed. Has she managed to fall in love? I'll be back. My lips whispered as I turned to look at our settlement for the last time before the hunt, after which I confidently walked into the dense forest to check the abandoned pitfalls for animals. My body has undergone several changes in the last few days.
The excess fat came off during the cruiser flight, and now I have gained strength. I have become lean. I have tanned in the local sun and have begun to look like a dangerous hunter, as they are depicted in films. With a knife on my belt, 2 guns, the main one and a spare on my back, a backpack on my shoulders, and a Panama hat on my head, protecting me from the sun. The only thing missing is a necklace made from the teeth of the animals I have killed. The old dangers that I had simply not noticed before were now obvious, and the knife became an extension of my hand. All my senses were heightened. And again, I remembered the message about the restructuring of neural connections. The second change
in addition to feeling well despite the constant hypnosleep, was the improvement of my senses, the improvement of my body as a whole. I could now hear the rustling of beetles underground and the squeak of a mouse running away from a predator more than 100 meters away from me. That's it. It's strange, but it seems safe. Every trip to the forest brought new surprises, and now I have found something to study. A huge flower towered before me. 3 meters high, it seemed to be beckoning me to come to it, and with effort. But I was able to throw off the obsession, and before, I would have definitely come up to admire it. But that was before. Now I am more experienced, and hopefully a little wiser. Having taken refuge not far from it, I sprinkled myself with leaves, and, inhaling the spicy aroma of the plants nearby, froze and began to observe. I had to wait a long time. I lay like that for 2 hours, now tensing, now relaxing my muscles so that they would not become stiff. I wanted to study the flower in its natural habitat and understand what to expect from it and similar flowers in the future. After all, it was interesting. When I was already sure that I was waiting in vain, the main events began in the clearing where I was hiding. I began to breathe even more slowly, monitoring my pulse and watching the flower and the guest who had appeared in the clearing, as if looking through them. I didn't want to alert them ahead of time. Attracted by the smell, the fleshy animal, grunting and searching for edible roots in the ground with its heel, carelessly approached this flower and immediately regretted it. The bud of the plant, which had been swaying calmly on the stem, shuddered and began to turn towards the forest boar. The color of the bud changed from frivolous yellow to dark lilac, almost black. The flower very quickly, predatorily, so that even I could not see the movement, bent down to the very ground. The bud at its top opened and swallowed the piglet whole, squeezing the petals around the carcass with force. The pig roared loudly and tried to escape from the trap. The bud, with the outline of the beast inside, opened several times, almost ready to release the strong victim, but then closed again, forcing the boar to scream and beat inside. The cannibal flower did not give up. The fight lasted for 5 minutes. The boar's blood gradually flowed out from inside the bud that had squeezed around him until it completely weakened. He almost did not resist when the flower, bent to the ground, began to straighten up, heavily pulling its swollen bud upward. With an effort, but the stem held up and rose vertically. The pig's blood ran through the veins of the plant, as if through veins. That's the kind of nature we have here. Trees and plants that seem harmless at first glance can turn out to be a deadly trap. And sometimes animals that seem terrifying in their appearance will start to fawn on you. I've already met one of those. Having jumped out of the swamp at me, a turtle the size of a car, covered in algae, didn't pounce on me, but stuck its head into the burnt-out fire that I had made to cook dinner. Having grabbed a local root vegetable from it, similar to a potato in which I was baking, it ate it, then searched everything around for more, and only after making sure that there were no more delicacies, it went back into the swamp, never paying any attention to me. It was not on the list of creatures that the Haag-Ra station buys, and I let it go in peace. My hand did not rise to touch the turtle. An hour later, I came to the place I was looking for. Great luck, and a map from the bot helped. I stopped right at the swamp where I had met the turtle earlier, but this time, my opponents were other local amphibians, like frogs. There were tons of them here. The duckweed-covered water was shaking as they hopped from hummock to hummock in search of beetles. A real live croaking carpet. Specimen number 31, according to information from the station. The price for a kilogram of meat is 10,000 nitrins. There was no detailed description. What makes them so valuable is not specified. Where this meat goes is unclear. All that is known is that it is edible. The frogs were the size of a poodle. I thought, I won't shoot. Why? I'll manage this way. I took a simple, strong stick, intending to stun them and get rich on it. The frogs looked harmless, and that's how I got caught. As I approached the swamp, I set my sights on a target, but this frog seemed to sense my intentions. Jumping back and dodging a blow from the stick, it let out a loud croak, and then began to inflate. More and more, until it was the size of a bull. And then it jumped on me. I don't think I've ever run so fast. Eyes as big as my fist, warts as big as my head, a tongue that shoots out 3 meters. What a beast. While running, I looked back. I was afraid that the other frogs would also puff up and run after me. It turned out not to be. Only one jumped after me, the one I angered. "Leave me alone!" He ran so fast that only his heels sparkled. I chose the least direct routes because the frog jumps too far and will quickly catch up in a straight line. But otherwise, it could only jump short distances. Good thing it is clumsy. Behind me there was only the crack of trees being crushed. My chance came a few minutes later. The frog began to run out of breath and seemed to shrink in size. That's when I caught it. I stopped, turned on my heels, took the gun off my shoulder, and shot a hole in its head. After that, the frog's size began to decrease sharply. In terms of meat, it came out to 3 kilograms, or 30,000 nitrons. "So you get it," I exclaimed, shaking my fist at the dead frog. Having caught my breath, I got down to business. Having drained the excess blood and skinned it, I packed the meat in a bag and went back. The tactics of hunting other frogs have been worked out. It is necessary to act. From now on, all my days passed like this. I would come to the swamp, hit or try to hit the amphibian. Then there was a chase and a shot to the head of a tired frog. A few days later, the place was empty, and the settlement's balance sheet was filled with a pleasing sum of 570,000 nitrons. 2 weeks. That's exactly how much time I didn't spend on constant trips to the forest, trying to earn as much as possible. The hardest and at the same time most interesting weeks of my life. I woke up screaming. In my dream, these pimply creatures had caught me and were skinning me alive. My head was splitting. I had overworked myself. I needed to take a day off. And there was that disgusting taste of frog meat in my mouth. It will be a dream. I wiped away the cold sweat and stood up. The bed was soaked with sweat and I gathered it into a pile, intending to throw it to the women. They would wash it. A pleasant-to-the-eye inscription about the completion of the study of the next package of knowledge loomed before my eyes. The training is going according to plan. I will soon become a valuable specialist here, on the outskirts of civilized space. But who needs me? I looked at the clock hanging in the corner of my vision. It was only 5 in the morning and I was already wide awake. I didn't wait for everyone to wake up. I went to wash up, taking my dirty laundry with me. I was in no hurry. I stood under the shower, choosing the most pleasant washing mode. Although it was better than the first time, it still fell short of a normal, earthly shower. They were saving water. Why this was necessary here, on a planet with many bodies of water, was not clear to me. Our purchases should arrive today. We spent the entire evening yesterday choosing from the list of available goods what we needed first. Again, there were many arguments. But what I insisted on was bought. Everyone understood that the nitrons we spend were earned by my labor. I also set myself the goal of studying those knowledge packages that Zachary called problematic. Although I don't need them now, I can't visit the same station because of them. Because if they check me, they will find knowledge packages that are forbidden for ordinary citizens to study. And I don't know how that will end. I figured out another issue. It turns out that pilot and engineering knowledge packages leave a mark on the core for the computers, by which they determine the level of knowledge and qualification of a person. This is how access to complex technical devices and ship piloting is carried out. While everyone was sleeping, I walked around our settlement and did nothing. I cleared my head, breathed in the forest, and simply rested my soul. The birds that settled down to live next to us were offended at me because they did not find any lice in my short hair. I also did not have any bread to feed them, so they stopped swarming on my head and flew away, angrily chirping. In general, we got our nutrition sorted. It's a pity, but we didn't find any edible fruit. Everything that looked and tasted good had an unpleasant twist. The red pimply fruit made your skin temporarily change color to green. Fun, right? And what was it like the first time? The fist-sized berries that smelled so intoxicatingly sweet made real bone horns grow on your head, breaking through the skin on your forehead. It hurt, but it was temporary. After a few hours, they died off, leaving only bleeding wounds. Conclusion: no good fruit grows on the planet Haag-Ra. There was a low rumble in the sky. I looked up. A bot was coming in for a landing. Fire was escaping from its nozzles. Almost an exact copy of my bear. Only this bot is capable of going into outer space. An old, battered machine. Here comes our order. Hello, Peach. I extended my hand, greeting the Rogdanian. Now he didn't cause me such negativity as before, even though his fellow citizens participated in the forced resettlement of us from our homeland. Peach is a simple worker at the station. A bot pilot, not a politician. Ivan, how are you? He asked, like a simple man. A neighbor at the dacha. Everything is changing. Everything is changing, I answered at length. It was funny to have a dialogue with an alien who looks almost no different from you. He works, goes to the toilet, gets sad and laughs, just like you. Did you bring it? I asked. Certainly. He opened the boat's hold and began to unload the goods. Having connected our loader droids, I began to help. As soon as all the boxes were on the ground, and after my nod, Peach said goodbye and flew away. He still has more than one delivery request from other settlements today. The first people appeared in a thin stream from the barracks and new houses that we had managed to build. Son, have you unloaded it yet? Father, yawning, approached first. Yes, a nod towards the boxes. My hands were itching to open them. I've been working non-stop for the last few weeks for this. I hope it was worth it. Let's have breakfast then, and then we'll get to the boxes, okay? I nodded, and my father thriftily counted the containers. After all, a considerable amount of money had been spent by our standards. We didn't want to be deceived. After waiting for him to finish, we went together to the tables, where the women were already setting the table. Bon appetit to all. Yeah. Brr, the children winced, opening their eyes with difficulty. They had to be driven to the table. The adults all yawned. While we were eating, everyone was looking at me strangely, some with fear, others with sympathy. How are you, son? My mother asked me, putting cutlet after cutlet on my plate. Fine. I frowned and worked my spoon twice as hard. Oksanka decided to explain to me what was happening and why they were looking at me so strangely. You've had a crazy look in your eyes the last few days. You'd come out of the forest with a bunch of huge frogs on your shoulder, bleeding. A grin on your face. Giggled my sister, who greeted me after each hunting trip, standing at the edge of the thicket and playing with Murzik. Some, she glanced to the right, thought you were completely crazy. Problems with your head, he. I liked my sister like this better. Let her laugh. The main thing is not to be sad. Sorry. I shrugged and smiled timidly. Frogs are expensive, so my mind got a little clouded. Now everything is fine, I assured everyone, trying to discreetly hide the bracelet made of frog legs in my pocket. It was a stupid idea. Once the people were convinced of my sanity, we all went together to unpack the purchases. What's the result? 7 air defense turrets that will automatically shoot down any small unprotected ships, like my bot, that approach our habitat without permission. 5 security drones, similar to the one we have in the armory. The reviews of these models are good, and the prices are right for us. Connecting through the core to the middle container, I entered the purchase code received from the seller, and one of the walls of the container opened, releasing another type of drone on a tracked platform, more massive. They turned their heads with guns in all directions. This is also an air defense, but mobile, not stationary, and for other purposes, mobile turrets which are not so easy to destroy since they do not have a permanent base. Good, fully autonomous, smart devices. Scoundrel series droids. I read the specifications from the box aloud. Capable of covering the area around the settlement for 360 degrees. Designed to counter missile strikes. That's it. They protect specifically from missiles, and the stationary air defense is aimed at ships. Powerful. The father clicked his tongue, walking around the purchases. The kids came running. They looked at the battle droids with wide eyes. Fortunately, there was no fear in their eyes, only admiration. Terminator, one of the kids remarked enthusiastically. That'll be enough for now, I said in a satisfied voice, patting the iron side of the drone. But drones alone don't fight here. What are you talking about? Asked the father.
Do you remember how they defeated us on the cruiser?
Was that when that huge drone with the Rogden inside entered the room and shot at us with a glass gun? And it wasn't a droid, but a robotic support system, an exoskeleton. Here, the infantry all fight in them. True, for us this is not relevant yet. Due to the peculiarities of the planet, they do not work here. But we need to take this into account for the future. I'll remember. While my father, my children, and I were busy with men's toys, the women and old people were busy with other purchases. There was enough nitrino for almost everything we wanted. My sister ordered a collar for Murzik, but he didn't like the style and ran away from Oksanka, not letting her put that horrible pink thing on his neck. Mom ordered the usual paper books for children. The old people admired tobacco and construction tools. And the women, spices, plates, ladles, and other things inaccessible to us men. In the end, all the purchases were unpacked and dispersed. Not knowing what to do, I went to help Grandpa Spiridon. He was chopping down a bathhouse, and he could use some help. The new tools arrived just in time. We really needed a plane. Do you need help, Spiridon? I had to shout. Grandpa was sitting on the roof and was busy. Of course, Ivan. Any hands will do. Do you see the moss there, next to you? He pointed to the grass, carefully folded into a haystack. After touching it, I brought it to my nose and smelled the pleasant aroma of meadowgrasses. Then, caulk. Do you know how? I can. He chuckled. Time flew by while we worked. Everyone was busy with their own business. Father built houses from blocks taken from the burnt-down village. Women were busy with the household. They cooked food, looked after the children, and arranged the household. Other old men, like Grandfather Spiridon, worked in the garden, dug, although women chased them away from there too. They didn't like the beds. They were crooked. And the weeds weren't pulled out. I wish I could set up a bathhouse sooner, wash myself properly, exfoliate myself with a broom. What do you want, rat? A farm laborer was brought into the room under the escort of his trusted people, the head of one of the many teams of hunters. Having burped his fill, Gora took the eaten bone from the plate and threw it right into the trash can. The slaves who were lying on the bed were frightened by the loud sound of the bone hitting the iron and hid under the blanket. "Why are you silent, rat? Have you swallowed your tongue? Answer before they cut it short." The rat-like man began to fuss and speak. He deserved the offensive nickname. "Boss, Mr. Mountain, I didn't just come here. I found out that several new settlements have appeared in our hunting zone. The whole of the Haag-Ra is buzzing. A whole crowd of new settlers have been brought here. Greens, fresh from Earth. Fresh meat, boss. I was in a hurry to report to you." "Really? You're talking from Earth? Interesting." Getting up from the table, the one who was called Mountain for a reason, walked up to the bed, approaching the huddled slaves. "Let my team handle this," he asked the rats, to the laughter of the guards. The Mountain was surprised. "Are you crazy?" he asked. Black man, over 2 meters tall, with arms that rival the thickness of an ordinary man's legs. A native of an African country, accustomed to achieving his goals by force, he quickly took a leading position in the New World, and having put together a gang, continues to expand it to this day, engaging in banditry and causing terror in the surrounding areas.
The settlements are small, boss. No danger awaits. I can handle it.
The rat knelt down, knowing how to butter up the wild African who respected only force. Gora looked thoughtfully at the man who was personally disgusting to him, but devoted to the point of madness. "Good. I'll involve your team in this matter, but if you can't handle it..."
"I won't let you down."
The small bandit stood up from his knees, smiling timidly. Half of his teeth were missing, but that didn't bother him at all. In the New World, strength is valued, and he has it. His own brigade, weapons, that's what's important. And even though he's at the very bottom of the gang's commanders, he won't miss this chance to rise higher. "You may go," Horace pointed to the door. "And the rats?" He nevertheless stopped him at the very threshold, adding meaningfully, "Don't come back without new slaves. Or," and he pointed his finger at the round, sooty kettle. The African was a cannibal and did not hide it. Chapter 7. I couldn't sleep. My brain was working hard, sorting out the information I'd gathered from the Galactic Network. Knowing that sooner or later we'd inevitably run into bandits, I was looking for ways to protect us, legal or not. Since there is enough money and food, I have temporarily postponed my trips to the forest. We have fulfilled the quota for the extraction of biological materials this month. We can think about ourselves. The officials representing power in this system will wait. Mom was only glad. She didn't like my trips to the forest. Dad also praised me, saying that sometimes you need to rest, and he wouldn't refuse my help. "A change of activity is the best rest," he said. "Well, is this the last one?" I asked tiredly. "Yes, we're loading," the father commanded the drone loader, who grabbed the last block of reinforced plastic and carried it into the boat's hold. It can be officially stated that the village of Hallstatt no longer exists. It is now just a wasteland. We took away everything that could be taken away, and what couldn't be taken away too. 10 days of flights back and forth on the Bear were enough. The second drone loader, while we were away in Goodbees, assembled the houses himself. As it turned out, these models are capable of this. Dad figured it out and loaded into their memory the projects of new houses, downloading them from the internet. This workaholic drone was already finishing building the frame of the third house and started on the fourth. He was doing a wonderful job. He takes a block in his gravity grips, puts it in place, and fuses the blocks together using diffusion welding. The houses are coming out well. The rescued women from this destroyed village have settled in with us. They are all from Europe, mostly from Austria, but that doesn't matter anymore. These are the times when borders have been erased. There are no borders, just like there is no Earth. I was tracking the information in the station's network and already knew that the process of splitting the planet had started and it couldn't be stopped. A few months and our homeland would be an empty space. Anyway, Magdalena and the other women were glad to have contributed to the common cause and helped us with all their might to dismantle their former settlement. Yes, my father and I did not work alone. That would have taken too long. So we had help. "That's it, girls. Let's pack up and fly home. You've done a good job," the father praised the women. "Good girls." I envied his gift of gab. I can't do that. I'm embarrassed. So I went to the well to wash up. Took off the top of my overalls, exposing my torso, and they laugh and look at me. It seems like nothing special, but I feel uncomfortable, and nothing sensible comes to mind in response to their ridicule. But the girls still won't calm down. "Let's go, Pyotr Nikolaevich. We're ready. Only here your son is washing himself, holding us up." Magdalena answered him loudly, laughing again. "Ivan, stop embarrassing the girls." My father slyly chided me. I knew they were joking, so I just smiled at all their teasing. The flight went as usual, without incident. We landed and unloaded. I was going to go help build a stove in the bathhouse, but on the way, I was intercepted by other girls. Each of them needed something from me. Help to carry, lift, give advice. In gratitude, they hugged me, pressing closer than was proper, and some even whispered to drop in for a drink. After such hugs, you could light matches from me or use me as a lamp. What came over them? To my shame, the story had a continuation. I didn't think I'd blush at my age after a conversation with my parents, but it happened. Girls started pestering me too much, which my mother couldn't help but notice. "Maybe it's time to stop tormenting them," she asked, sternly. I froze in a stupor, wanted to start making excuses, even managed to open my mouth. But my mother burst out laughing. "Oh, Vanya, Vanya." She ruffled my hair, hissing at her sister, who wanted to eavesdrop on us. An unhappy Oksana stuck her tongue out at us and ran off to do some business. "What?" I asked, confused. "Don't you understand yourself?" Mom put her hands on her hips. "Do you see how many girls there are around us? Look around." "I see," I answered honestly, looking at Natasha, who was bending over the laundry basket. The dress on her had stretched and accurately outlined her entire figure in detail. "And how many young men? Do you see?" "Not enough. Just me." I began to understand what my mother was getting at. They pester you because they see how you look at them. If you don't want to be embarrassed and the object of their interest all the time, find yourself a steady girlfriend. I rolled my eyes towards the sky in pain. Maybe it's enough to treat me like a little child? The conversation was very, very embarrassing. And you are my little one. Think about what I said. Don't put it off. The father saved the situation by interrupting this awkward conversation. They contacted us from the station. He tapped his temple with his finger. They're offering to fill the ranks. There's a new ship with Earthlings in orbit. This is the last one. And they decided to distribute them among the existing settlements, and not throw them into the unknown, like they did us at the beginning. I was glad to change the subject, and eagerly joined in the discussion. "And what did you decide?" At that moment, Mom slapped my hands with the garden shears because I was looking at Natasha again. Smiling guiltily at my mother, I put my hands behind my back and asked my father, "Or do you want to hold a vote?" He shook his head and thought about it. I understood what he was thinking about. We dug up a vegetable garden for growth. We plowed the land, fertilized it, and got rid of weeds.
We bought seeds and seedlings of fruits and vegetables, with difficulty, but we planted. But we ate more than we could chew. There were not enough people, and the vegetable garden and orchard require constant care. I think we'll take 30 people. We're being offered a group that's already close-knit, half of whom are men under 40. Ivan won't be the only one going hunting, just like you wanted. Mom nodded with satisfaction. That's great. What about the tight-knit group? Why do you think they're friendly? I've already contacted them. They agreed to join our ranks only together.
Stick together. They must be good people. My parents looked at me. I don't mind. We really do need other hunters, otherwise I can't handle it alone, I shrugged. What is there to think about? Then it's decided. Dad clapped his hands. We'll take them. The newcomers were delivered only the next day. Father chose a group from Russia. They were closer to us in spirit, although there were plenty of foreigners in orbit. Americans, Europeans, Asians all suffered the same fate as us. They arrived. We greeted them well. We got to know each other, explained the situation, and sat them down at the table. We didn't make them work on the first day. At first glance, they seemed like normal people, no quirks. So, you say, we need the carcasses of these special animals, individuals, asked a lively little man, short in stature and with slanted eyes, cunning like a fox. His name is Adar, their self-proclaimed leader, who united the people while they were huddled in the cockpit of the cruiser that delivered them to The Hague. Ra. Yes. Each group of settlers has a norm that must be fulfilled, otherwise sanctions will follow. And what can they do? Another man chimed in, having had a fair amount of the mash that Grandpa Makar distills from toadstools he found on the nearest edge of the forest. They'll block our access to the station. We won't be able to buy food, salt, clothes, weapons, the father explained. What if we exceed the plan? Magdalena replied that she had been on the planet longer than us. She and her friends had already had their share of grief. It still doesn't sink in. It turns out that the missing were simply kidnapped from the planet and sent to all corners of space. Their contract was standard. They just found out about all this dirt earlier, and like us, they were left with no choice. Our contracts will be amended. The debt will be reduced. Bonuses will be added. With luck, the debts can be paid off in 10 years of hard work. Then we will stop being debt workers and can either renew the contracts or fly wherever our hearts desire. If only there was money. And how much will they improve? Is it worth it to overfulfill the plan? I asked. This information escaped me. It depends on a lot, she shrugged and took a sweet bun from the boy sitting next to her and pushed a plate of porridge towards him. Long contracts in the O.R.R.G are not uncommon. Because of the core that monitors health and the medical capsules, the life expectancy of people here is twice as long as on Earth. Somehow I don't feel young? Grandfather Spiridon was puzzled, examining his hand, which remained old and wrinkled. Where's the rejuvenation? You will definitely live longer than you should, even though you won't look any younger. Magdalena smiled, then winked at me. The evening gatherings are over and everyone has gone to their rooms. It's time to sleep. The newcomers were given a place to leave their things. It was not for nothing that they built new houses. Although it is not as comfortable there as in the trailers, many things are missing. The same toilet was temporarily installed outside. But at least there is no need to worry about rain and animals from the forest. The doors are strong. A knock on the door prevented me from going to bed. Who's there? When I opened it, I froze, as I saw my night guest. Natasha was still wearing the same tight floral dress. Smiling at me, she walked inside and closed the door behind her. Coming closer, right up to me, without saying a word, she raised her hands up and threw the straps off her shoulders. The dress, turning into a rag, fell to her feet. She hugged me and gently pushed me towards the bed. A message woke me up. Textbook. Pilot of atmospheric suborbital vehicles. Flyers, bots, shuttles. Grade 17. Studied 100%. Progress in restructuring neural connections.
14.9%. Natasha wasn't there. Only the lipstick marks and stains on the bed proved that I hadn't dreamed it. It was good that she left early, otherwise I would have had to explain why my pillow was covered in blood. Although the headaches had gone, my nose still bled periodically. Stretching out on the bed, I smiled happily. Her scent was still there, and even the bed was warm. I didn't go to the shower, but ran, jumping. My mood was sky high. At breakfast, Natasha sat next to me, casually running her hand over my thigh under the table, and smiled sunny. The girls were watching us closely and sensed the changes that had occurred. The looks they cast at Natasha were far from friendly. Our tenderness did not escape our parents either. Father showed his thumb behind Mother's back, and she only looked attentively. They are embarrassing again. I confess I forgot that Natasha has a daughter, 7 years old. She was sitting next to me.
Mom, give it to me. She tugged Natasha's hand, pointing to a plate of sweet pastries. While everyone was eating and chatting, I was working with the core, choosing what to study next. The plans didn't change, although I decided to put the knowledge packages with the lowest class first in line. Because of the smaller volume of knowledge, the speed of their study is higher, and so you need to learn everything and quickly. Look, my brother. My sister, who was sitting to my left, leaned over my shoulder and whispered, "If you offend Natasha, Mrzik will come for you." Her two-tailed cat confirmed her words by jumping on the table and stealing a cutlet from my plate. I wanted to catch him, but he clearly launched an electric arc of discharge between his tails, and I fell behind. Well, you and the cat, Oksana. I watched him eat my cutlet, and my sister laughed heartily. It turned out that many had already seen Mrzik's trick with lightning between his tails and did not pay attention to it. "What are you doing today, son?" the father asked after he had emptied his plate. He had already begun handing out assignments for the day and sorting out the newcomers, getting them to work. "I think I'll fly to one place. I'll hunt a little. Enough of lying around. Time to get back into the rhythm." "Maybe you should take a couple of guys with you?" he asked. "Why would they sit here?" "No," I flatly refused. "You need to hunt alone. You know that." I looked at my father reproachfully. Mom was nearby and watching us. Apparently, she had incited my father. It's dangerous to walk in groups in the forest. The animals become nervous and attack with greater fury. Of course, I can take them on a boat and take them deep into the forest, to places where there are more animals, but they are still beginners. They will die there. Let them hunt here, near the settlement. Once they gain experience, I will show them those places. And it is still unclear what is going on with their knowledge packages. It would be better for them to download the same free courses as we did. There is useful knowledge for hunters there. Make them study, Father, and then we will see. He nodded and looked at his mother cautiously. She puts pressure on him. And how she puts pressure on him. She demands that my father protect me from danger, not realizing that it won't work. We are all in danger. The Haag is a dangerous world, and the cemetery we built on the edge of the forest reminds me of this. Be careful, Ivan. And it seems I've already delayed you. He winked at me, giving way to another person seeing me off. Natasha stood behind him. In her hands, she had a basket with ruddy pies in it. Stop teasing me already. I sighed heavily, watching his back, and smiled at Natasha. She smiled too. Take care of yourself, Vanya, and here. This is for you. She handed me the meat pies and kissed me softly. My departure into the forest was being watched, so I was not surprised that some of the girls started to hoot when they saw her kissing me. They were jealous. The most brazen ones started to joke and shout out all sorts of jokes and gags. If you can't handle him, call me, Natasha. I'll tell him. And so on, and so forth. I blushed, shifting from foot to foot. Be careful. Natasha adjusted my overalls, not paying attention to these hens. And come back soon. Okay? She gently ran her palm over my cheek. Okay, I said, embarrassed in front of her again. This amused her. It seemed that the situation could not become more awkward, but it did. Her daughter, Alice, who was picking flowers next to the girls who were shouting nonsense and lisping cutely, ran up to us and asked something that made all the blood rush to my face. It seems that those stupid girls talked her into it.
No wonder they are still laughing and looking at us. Are you my new dad? She asked with childish spontaneity. This is for you. The little one was embarrassed, no less than me, wanting to hand me a wreath of flowers, but did not dare and hesitated. In the end, blushing, again, like me, and in fear hid behind my mother's back. Natalia looked away, trying not to look at me and not to laugh. There was no point in expecting help from her. It seemed that she herself did not yet know how to explain our relationship to her daughter. It's even strange how quickly everything happened. We spent the night together, and in the morning, all the good bees know about it. In a small society, there are problems with anonymity. One look into Alice's hopeful eyes was enough for me to get the answer out of my mouth. Yes, you can call me Dad if you want. I flew away with a wreath of flowers in my hands. Are you sure? I asked Bogdan. The computer answered unambiguously. Yes, I've been wanting to check some points on the map for a long time. From those marked by the previous owner of the bot, and now I've only just gotten around to it. That's why we're hanging over a lake that has a perfectly round shape, which seemed suspicious to that bandit. May he rest in peace, no matter what. The scanner shows a large accumulation of metal beneath us. This is abnormal. As far as I remember, you're hermetically sealed, right? Can we dive in and see for ourselves? The water in the lake was dark and swampy. I couldn't see a thing, no matter how hard I looked. The design allows for diving to depths of at least 100 meters from sea level. The air supply will last for 20 minutes, Bogdan confirmed. Then let's go. I closed my eyes for better concentration. I take direct control of the bot. Flying this little thing was incredibly invigorating. Connected to Bogdan through the core, I controlled the ship, looking at the world through the cameras on board, relying on the locators and sensors. We became one. I could even feel the wind hitting the hull and breaking into streams. Incredible. Controlling the bot in such a close fusion was not recommended, but I wanted to practice. And what is important? In this state, the speed of neural connections restructuring increased.
Ooh, it's cold.
The not very pleasant sensations from the body were transmitted to me. We started our descent. The lanterns, which were burning at full power, illuminated the space no further than 30 meters. Shadows of fish swam past, slapping their tails against my current body, the hull of the bot. Interesting sensations.
We reached the bottom.
A large accumulation of metal is directly below us and 20 meters to the east. Should we irradiate the detected unknown object with radar? Bogdan's question brought me out of my trance. I have gone too deep into myself and merged my consciousness with the computer too strongly. It is dangerous. It is fraught with madness, but I am again violating all safety precautions. It is time to stop this. Of course, go ahead. I shook myself, stopping our movement in the water. I am receiving data, my jack-of-all-trades assistant began. There's a match in the databases. This is a long-range reconnaissance radar based on the super-heavy breakthrough battleship Captain O.R.R.G, lost during the battles for the planet Haag-Ra 700 years ago. Its class is currently assessed as 21st, obsolete, out of production, decommissioned. What is he doing here? I can't know. Okay, we need to examine him. Having supplied energy to the engines, I moved us from the spot and began to fly up to the raider, trying to determine its size and the amount of damage. A few dents and holes in the body did not seem critical to me. I want it. I want it. I want it. Even if it cannot be repaired, we will get rich selling it for parts. Are there any signals coming from it? I asked Bogdan. Are there any signs of activity on board? Yes. His computer continues to function. He is in touch with me. Bogdan stunned me with the news. So many years have passed, and he is still in service. Do you think I can take the raider for myself? What does the law say? According to my databases, if military property was written off the Army's balance sheet and abandoned, and its equipment class is below 20th, then a private individual can demand recognition of himself as the owner of such property. Contact the station, give them my details, and demand that they recognize me as the owner of the raider. I had to wait half an hour. The answer took a long time, since the property I wanted to appropriate once belonged to the army. The answer finally came.
Ivan Petrovich Perovitich, in response to your request and in accordance with the laws of the O.R.R.G, Long-Range Reconnaissance Raider number 003XX100ZT, registered in your name. Would you like to change the name? Yes. Hope. I typed the new name in the name change field. Recorded. We remind you that you are prohibited from flying outside the Haag-Ra system, according to the contract. In case of violation, you will be fired upon and will be considered a criminal. I brushed off the last message. This raider is our lucky ticket. Damn. Yeah, it'll take a lot of effort, but it's worth it. Hope can become our home. We'll repair the raider and lift it into space, and only men will descend to the planet. For loot. We won't have to fear bandits or aggressive animals. They can't stop us from doing that. We're not running away from the system. My imagination is running wild, but the jackpot is big. I don't know what will come of it, and whether I'll be able to realize at least some of my fantasies. Further inspection of the raider had to be postponed. I still don't have the skills and knowledge to repair it. But never mind, I'll wait. Having emerged from the lake, we raised a mini-storm on the water and rushed home. Fish that had managed to stick to the hull fell from the boat. While flying, I thought about other marks on the map. They also need to be checked. I found the information you asked for, Captain. Bogdan again brought me out of my contemplative mood. Tell me, I sprawled in the chair, handing over the controls to him. From the information available on the network of the station Haag-1 in O.R.R.G, there are no prisons in your understanding. None at all. Those whose social utility index drops below 0 to a value of 10 minutes are sent to the planets of deep space without the right to return to civilized worlds. These worlds are also called settling basins. What happens there, I do not know. The information is classified. What kind of index is this? ISP, Social Utility Index, is an indicator of a citizen's status in the O.R.R.G. The scale goes from -10 to +10. A high index allows one to live and work in the central mother worlds, gives the right to buy knowledge packages unavailable to others, own real estate on planets. I see, I thought, drumming my fingers on the dashboard. If a person breaks the law, Bogdan continued, then his ISP will decrease until it drops to -10. Then he will be deported to one of the settling planets. I asked, already guessing what the answer would be. And does Haag-Ra belong to the planets of septic tanks? Yes. Chapter 8. Well, what? Did you find out why we were all gathered here? The crowned diamond king of Russia asked his longtime companion. They're silent. They herded everyone here and are silent. Former deputies, ministers, oil and gold magnates. Everyone is here.
With their families, just like us. And no one knows why they demanded that we gather together. He shrugged. Don't worry. Maybe they can offer whatever they want? What should I suggest? This smells bad. Mark my words. Today's meeting will not end well for us. The oligarch's nervous tic became more acute, and he began to wink his left eye involuntarily. His intuition was howling in a bad voice, and he was used to trusting it. Otherwise, he would not have risen so high. A voice came from the speakers, located throughout the hall. We ask our hotel guests to go to the assembly hall. I repeat, we ask guests to go to the assembly hall. Thank you. The voice of the girl reading the message sounded professionally friendly. The crowd of former masters of life on Earth, together with their families, stirred and moved forward, flowing into another hall, even larger in size than the previous one. All those who had escaped the fate of becoming debt workers of the O.R.R.G. gathered here. They were the ones who had been playing long games behind the scenes with the space civilization and had signed all the documents. According to rough estimates, there were about 500,000 people in the hall. They jokingly called themselves the Golden 500,000. Rich and influential once, they have lost a lot of their weight. It turned out that in a new world for them, there is no place for them. Of course, they received a certain amount for selling the earth, but it was nothing compared to the money they once owned and the opportunities that it gave. To become someone big in the new world, they needed not only the notorious neutrinos, but also knowledge. But there was a problem with that. There was too much information to absorb, and they were not young. And even having acquired the best medical capsule possible, it would take more than 1 year to learn the new things. Realizing that during this time they would lose all the wealth they had managed to save, they looked for any opportunity not to lose their funds. The conversations among the Earthlings were very varied. We had to move to another house. It's too expensive to rent a place in that area, the woman of Balzac's age sighed sadly, talking to her friend. And how are you, Marisha? We are also thinking about moving. This damned ISP, the Social Utility Index, does not allow us to buy a house, only rent, and that is damn expensive. Still, I think we were deceived. No one said that we would be assigned an index of 1. This is some kind of scam. Those who were taken from Earth by force were assigned an index of 0. 0. Just 1 point lower than ours. Ouch. Having said this, she fell silent, embarrassed. The topic she had raised was unpopular. People around her did not like to remember how they had betrayed their compatriots by revealing the truth at the last moment, before fleeing the dying planet.
Are you suggesting investing money in building an orbital station?
Well, I don't know. It's a risky business, in my opinion. The amount you asked for is all my money. If we fail, I'll have nothing left. 2 men of Arab appearance stepped aside and discussed business. I'll take the risk. Otherwise, in 5 years, I'll lose everything anyway. Of course, I'll have to move to another world. Otherwise, we won't be able to pay the rent. But I think my wife and children will be patient. Where are you flying away to? To the Middle Ring. We won't be able to turn around here in the Central Worlds. And you think about it. Don't rush to answer. You still have time. The long wait was over, and a representative of the official authorities of the O.R.R.G. came out onto the stage of the main assembly hall of the Red Star Hotel.
Greetings, guests from a distant planet. The official representative of the O.R.R.G. who had gathered them here was an unimaginably fat man who often appeared on television on the planet they were currently on, yet he was one of its co-owners. His weight and his whole appearance were ridiculous, and many could not help but smile, even though they knew who was in front of them. bare to the waist, unable to bear clothing above the waist due to some psychological problems, lounging in a flying chair and rising several meters into the air so that he could be seen from all sides of the hall. He smiled and paid no attention to the offensive laughter. Breck looked down on the people in the hall, mockingly. How could former savages know that people of his race, born on the planet Typhae, despite their physical weakness due to excess weight, were among the most gifted psi users of humanity, and the naked, puffy, and repulsive torso and the ridicule about it? Well, so what? He was used to it. No need for anyone to know what was going on here. I will introduce myself first. It is elementary politeness that requires it. He smiled at the audience. I am a member of the O.R.R.G Council, Brekut Munan or Brekson of Munan. Or, as I heard from the audience, they also call me Naval. I think I won't have to explain why, right? He laughed, glancing sideways at his large belly. Although it was impolite of you to call me by this offensive nickname, thinking that I wouldn't hear you. But never mind, I forgive you, he smiled again. His smiles made everyone in the room clench their teeth. Those who still thought that this meeting would be of benefit to them began to have second thoughts. Let's talk about why I invited you. Let's get to the heart of the matter. Yes? So, all of you that I see before me now have made a deal with your conscience. You are guilty of selling billions of intelligent beings. People, right? He asked mockingly, but he didn't need an answer.
I am not here as a private individual, but as a representative of the O.R.R.G Council on an official visit. I applaud you standing up. Brekut Munan genuinely imitated several claps. You carried out the scam perfectly. I won't hide the fact that your compliance has been to our advantage. Thank you for that. What am I getting at? Unfortunately, the law is the law, and you have broken it. There is no slavery in the O.R.R.G. You didn't know? In the treaties that you signed with us, you are selling your compatriots. This is unacceptable. We, of course, corrected the situation. Pupak smiled cloyingly, and made your fellow citizens another offer. We signed contracts with them, establishing a partnership between us as debt workers. We made them citizens, but you can't turn back time, right? Your desire to sell several billion people was noticed, and the Supreme Criminal Court of the O.R.R.G, after several months of debate, passed its sentence. All of you who have reached adulthood are found guilty of a particularly serious crime. There was a noise in the hall. People started shouting, but Breck, as if nothing had happened, continued speaking. Your social utility index has been lowered to -10. In connection with this, you are deprived of all property and sent into deep space to the septic tank planets without the right to leave them for the rest of your life. Your underage relatives are sent with you. Upon reaching adulthood, they will be allowed to leave the septic tank planet. The sentence has been passed and is not subject to appeal. Farewell. Pupak did not listen to what people were shouting at his back. He had already flown out of the hall, where thousands of armed law enforcement officers began to enter. Despite the resistance, the police, using special means, quickly calmed the screaming people. The entire operation took several hours. Having seated the convicts on the prison liner, the police did their job and left. Just yesterday, the carefree, life-saving Earthlings were awaiting the cesspool worlds. What's wrong, little sister?
I caught her walking around the settlement with a gun on my back. I was looking for traces of uninvited guests. Lately, I had been feeling uneasy, so I am walking around in circles checking for strangers. Combat drones are good, of course, but the human eye is better. And let's not forget that we violated the recommendation not to form settlements larger than 50 people. As Magdalena said, it's okay. You just need to be prepared for the activity of animals from the forest. The more people, the more attention we attract. The red line begins when the number of people in a settlement exceeds 200. It's nothing. She wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. Vomiting under a tree, I determined.
She had circles under her eyes, and the faithful cat that hissed at me was guarding a bag with a jar of pickles sticking out of it. I frowned. I had some guesses, but I couldn't accept them or comprehend them. I'd better ask, rather than guess. I can see that something is wrong with you. Speak up, Oksana, little sister. I went up to her and hugged her. That's when she started crying. Lesha, she squeaked strangledly into my shoulder through her sobs. What, Lyosha? I didn't understand. Are you still sad about him? No, she shook her head. We're not with him. This. Do you understand? And so, she explained very clearly. But I realized what was going on. I had to close my eyes, count to 10 in my head, calm down, and only then ask. Are you pregnant? I asked the burning question, afraid to hear what I was already sure of. Yes, she cried twice as loudly. Now, all I wanted was to bring this bastard back to life and kill him again. To bring him back to life and kill him. How dare he do that and die? Abandon her. I remembered the absurdities of that day. How I looked for him all over the village, how he looked away. Now it's clear. He was making out with my sister in the pantry. I don't even know how to feel about him now. He managed to do some dirty tricks even from the other world. It's not good to think so, but may the devil roast his heels. Everything's fine, calm down. I stroked my sister's back as she trembled in her arms. Did you tell Mom? No. I'm afraid, she whispered, barely audibly. Fool. You need to tell me. Do you want to go together? Okay? I kissed her on the cheek, continuing to calm her down. Everything will be fine. Mom will understand. Let's go, silly. Uh-huh, she mumbled, picking up the cat and the jar of cucumbers. My sister's gaze was lowered to the ground. She was walking as if to be shot, and I was trying to rouse her. It seemed to work. The reaction to my mother's news was stormy. There was screaming, crying. Father remembered Lyoka with a couple of affectionate words, but everything ends sooner or later. Oksana and Mom made peace and began to discuss women's affairs. Leaving them alone, I went to my room. My store of knowledge is growing day by day, and it's time to apply some of the theory in practice. The progress in studying the knowledge packages is encouraging. Textbook. Basic Course of Scientific Disciplines. Grade 23. Studied 100%. Textbook. Survival. Special course. Without class. 100% studied. Textbook. Hand-to-hand combat. Basic course. Without class. Studied 100%. Textbook. Repair and maintenance of household systems. Grade 21. Studied 100%. Textbook. Technical and Combat Droids. 20th grade. Studied at 44%. Progress in restructuring neural connections. 23.3%. I was not happy with these inscriptions, but with the real increase in knowledge and skills, I decided to take part in a friendly fight with new guys, and my knowledge of hand-to-hand combat made itself felt. My motor skills were developed by hypnosleep. I can't say that I easily scattered them, but they couldn't win. As a result, I took first place in all the fights. The prize in the friendly competition was a large fish pie. We have a shortage of it. I supply it, periodically flying to the lake with a raider sunk there. Having reached our trailer, I waved to the teenagers who had earned a break with good work and were relaxing by playing ball. I tried to pass by quickly. I didn't want to listen to their requests for a ride on the boat. Already in my room, which greeted me with creative disorder,
I got down to what I came here for. I've brought a lot of stuff here, some from the raider, some from the bandits. Lately, all the broken electronics and mechanisms have also been brought to me. I've already shown that I can fix them. Of course, there were questions about where the knowledge came from, but I didn't have to lie. I told it like it is, without specifying details.
That is, I admitted that the doctor on the cruiser gave me several packages of knowledge. I wasn't the only one like that, and they left me alone. It was time to get to work. I sat down at the table littered with electronic components, wires, testers, soldering irons, and disassembled mechanisms.
So,
I stuck my tongue out from zeal, poking around with a universal screwdriver in the connectors of the vacuum cleaner drone that refused to work. The women from their barracks brought it to me, tearfully asking me to fix it. Brother got it. The entire drone body was painted with felt-tip pens. Flowers, butterflies, a house. The kids did their best. Despite my uncertainty, everything turned out to be easier than I thought. The dust collector was full and jammed, the waste outlet directly into the disposal unit, so the drone turned off. All I had to do was clean it, recharge it, and that was it. The drone happily beeped in machine language about its full functionality and crawled around my room, tidying up. Still, it's nice to see the fruits of a job well done. Knock, knock. May I? Natasha dropped in for a quick visit. Of course. I was glad to see her. Come in. Sit down. I cleared the bed of all the junk to make room for her. I didn't have an extra chair. I want to talk to you. She sat down on the edge of the bed. I sat down next to her and hugged her. I couldn't resist. I'm listening. I couldn't hide the mischievous smile on my face. Unable to resist, we kissed. So. She broke the kiss first. The girls are chatting here, and I hear. So I want to explain to you that I don't demand or expect anything from you. I like you, and Alice likes you. And... Stop, 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 I interrupted her. I like you very much, too. I am pleased that Alice calls me Dad, which pleases both me and my mother. Her even more than me. I smiled and chuckled. I did not lie to you. You should not worry about what they are saying about us, okay? I do not pay attention to it, and I advise you not to. My answer earned me passionate embraces and hot kisses. I wanted to gently push her onto the bed, but she wriggled out of my embrace. It's daytime, Ivan. I'm on duty at the kindergarten today. I'll come in the evening. She kissed me goodbye and ran away. I had to cool down and deal with the rest of the junk that I had accumulated. I fixed a few more vacuum cleaner drones. I took apart and couldn't put the TV back together. It's too complicated for me at the moment. I lack some knowledge. And finally, I broke the assistant wrist calculator. To work on it, you need a set of technical micro-drones, but I climbed in with a screwdriver. Because of this, all the insides of the device burned out. Now it's only for disposal. Having finished with this, I wiped away the sweat of my labor and went to lunch. The bell in the yard rings. This is how we call everyone to eat. Grandfather Spiridon's invention.
I got drunk. I'm drunk. I won't make it home.
A new guy sang on one note, having had too much tincture again. Not our best acquisition, it seems.
I've noticed this behavior in him before. This time I decided to find out everything from my father. Why does he allow it? Who is this? I sat down at his table, pointing my head at the man humming under his breath.
It's Kostya. The father exhaled heavily.
What a disaster. His wife was turned into a calculator, like Sinyushkina, remember? She attacked a guard. She stood up for an old man who was kicking him. So the principled Rogdan punished her, and then, to mock her, gave the calculator's cube to Kostya, so he's slowly drinking himself to death. He carries the cube with him and whispers sweet words to it.
The father shook his head.
I don't know what to do.
He admitted, confused.
I don't blame him, and I don't let others have him. Such a tragedy.
I didn't know what to say. A terrible punishment. That incident with Sinushkin was forgotten, and I never expected to be reminded of it in this way. I see, I still frowned, taking the bowl of soup from the server. And now what? Can I get it all back? Haven't you found out? I admit I don't know how things stand with this. We already found out. The father waved his hand reassuringly. The reversal operation costs 4 million nitrinos. The body will be grown anew. His wife will age a few years. There may be side effects. But it is possible. I thought about it. In principle, it is quite realistic. We can put aside little by little. We will save up the necessary amount in a year. But is it worth it? I doubted. Constantine knocked back a full mug of toadstool brew and started singing a ditty, trying to get the granny sitting next to him to dance with him, and she was happy about it. Or maybe she just felt sorry for him. Money, just money. My mother reproached me for having heard everything. I agree. My sister supported my mother. Her cat brazenly stole meat dumplings from my plate, dipping his paw in them. All it took was a moment of gaping. Who, fat mug? I showed him my fist and returned to the interrupted conversation. Yes, excuse me, I've become completely hardened. Of course I'm all for it. We need to help the woman despite her drinking husband. The benefit is not important here. I'm glad you're still human. Mom patted my hand approvingly. And give the cat the bowl of soup and take another one for yourself. Stop chasing him away from the dumplings. You won't be eating them anyway. So we've decided we'll save up to help her, the father summed up. We'll tighten our belts, new hunters will start carrying their prey, and maybe we'll collect the money even sooner. We'll manage. Mom waved her hand at him. Now tell me, how are things with you and Natasha? What are you talking about? Don't be silly. She leaned over the table and gave me an offensive flick. Are you serious? Probably. I like her. I shrugged. She's a good girl. My mother nodded and pushed the box towards me. Take it. Intriguing. I opened the package and pulled out a round, sticky, soft piece of material. Before I could read the instructions, my mother explained to me what it was. Stick it in the groin area. 100% guarantee that you won't have kids if you don't want to. My sister blushed, looking at my mother with wide eyes, and mechanically stroked her belly, and my father chuckled silently, thoughtfully examining my gift. Thank you, I guess. Embarrassed, I quickly finished the new portion of soup and ran away, but not far. Such a beautiful day was unexpectedly overshadowed. One of the air defense installations went off. A shot rang out. Bomb buzzed in the ears. It thundered loudly. A flash of fire blossomed in the sky. I followed the smoke trail to the burning point. It was about 4 or 5 kilometers away from us. The hit target fell to the ground. A boat or other small craft engulfed in flames.
What is this? What is happening?
Pyotr Nikolaevich, should we hide?
What should we do?
People from all sides ran together and looked at the sky, not knowing what to do next. Father was bombarded with questions. This scared them, although they knew about the situation on the planet and why we bought so much weaponry. But still, everyone hoped that they would not have to use it. My father, a few adequate men, Magdalena with a couple of her friends, they all managed to run to the gun room and took a gun each. I was already armed, as were several old men, including Grandpa Spiridon. We got together and started to decide how we would proceed. We need to fly over and check, my father told me, having gotten rid of the panicking people who had gone into hysterics. The computer says that the unknown bot had no identification system and did not respond to requests, purposely approaching us. And the computer, according to the instructions that we wrote for it together, gave the order to the air defense system to open fire. Do you think they are bandits? I nodded slowly. Everyone standing nearby began to whisper. I think so. The identifier must always be on. Without it, flights are prohibited. Such a ship is considered pirate by definition. Don't go alone. My father demanded of me with utmost seriousness. Mom turned white with fear. She didn't say anything. She just stood there and listened. I'm with him, said Grandfather Spiridon, bristling and menacingly waving his rifle. And me. Idar stepped forward, joined by several new men. To my embarrassment, I did not remember their names. Ordinary people. And I have no time for them. The whole day is scheduled by the hour. Hunting, rest, hunting. You can't remember all their names. Drunk Constantine was snoring under the bench at the same time. He didn't notice the shot. They carefully picked him up and carried him away. I threw it, accepting Idar and others into the group. Let's go, I said. I had to wait until the guys ran for weapons. During this time, I managed to conduct a pre-flight check of the bot for malfunctions, and as soon as they boarded, I took off. We covered a distance of several kilometers in a minute. The first thing I did was fly around the area. Everything seemed quiet. At the crash site, there was a smoking hulk of an alien ship. The trees around were uprooted. The forest began to burn, but due to the humidity, it did so slowly. It seemed that there was no need to fear a large fire, despite the spilled fuel. The ship itself was badly damaged. Black, oily smoke was coming from it. The fall was strong. I lowered the pod and landed us a little to the side. The belly of the bot hit the ground softly, and I gave the order to Bogdan to lower the ramp. As soon as we landed and stepped into the clearing, they started shooting at us. Take cover, I shouted, jumping into the ravine. We lay down. We wait. We look at each other and don't stick our heads out. What are we going to do? Grandfather Spiridon asked me. It looks like not everyone died. Any suggestions? I asked. While I was lying in the grass, local mosquitoes attacked me and the others. Everything would be fine, but they are the size of a palm and drink blood accordingly. I had to get distracted and crush them before they ate us. Yes, Adar answered, smearing the last mosquito on his neck. It had managed to bite him, and now a large blister had formed there. One man is shooting. The others who are with him are either dead or wounded. I suggest we distract him with shooting until someone goes behind him. We need to take him alive, interrogate him, otherwise it's all in vain.
But we won't shoot ourselves like that?
I doubted it. We'll shoot above the man's height, Grandfather Spiridon suggested. He shouldn't notice. There was no way out. That'll do. Then you sit here, shoot in his direction, and I'll go around him and take him. Yes. I decided to do everything myself. Although Adar suggested this idea, he was not eager to go ahead, and my grandfather won't cope. Age. The other men are still incomprehensible to me. I won't risk it. Actually, I made a mistake. I rushed. I should have taken one of the combat drones patrolling the good bees, and there would have been far fewer problems. I didn't go back. I was afraid that the survivor would manage to hide in the forest while I was flying back and forth. Of course, I'll find him by his tracks, but that's a waste of time. There was a sluggish exchange of fire. I, hiding in the tall grass, crawled, laying a noose and approaching the unknown from behind. I tried not to make noise and not to make sudden movements. I was only afraid of animals. I hoped they wouldn't come running here, to the noise. I was especially afraid of those on the list of special animals, 1, 2, and so on. You never know what kind of thing they possess, be it an increase in size or poison. Having circled the unknown man's place of rest, I came out right at the back of his head, and crawling on my belly, using the methods from the books I had studied, merging with the plants, breathing with them, freeing my head from thoughts, I approached him ever closer. No matter how I tried to calm myself down, the closer I got, the faster my heart beat. Adar and Grandfather Spiridon kept shooting over their heads. Here is the ravine we need. The enemy is lying in it and aiming his gun at the bot. I concentrated and licked my lips, salty from sweat. Having waited for the right moment, tensing my legs, I jumped down from the edge of the ravine. Ha! Grabbing the man by the neck, I blocked his arms and legs and threw him into the mud, tightening the choke. He kicked. He tried to say something, but I didn't loosen my grip, and he passed out. He relaxed, and I let him go, exhaled heavily and threw him aside. I started examining him. The prisoner was wounded. His clothes were in holes. His facial features were unfamiliar, rat-like. A thin mustache above his lip. He had no front teeth. He had a repulsive appearance. "Hey!" I waved my hand over the ravine, stopping to look at the prisoner. "Stop it! I got him." I tied up the man. What an abomination! Adar confirmed my thoughts, barely glancing at the prisoner. The resemblance to a rat is obvious. We need to look around. Maybe someone is still alive and just waiting for the right moment to cut us off. Let's go. We started walking around the crash site counterclockwise. We found no fresh tracks. Only corpses. Lots of corpses. 11 people. A mixed bag. Blacks and whites. Meanwhile, the fire in the forest went out by itself. The ship was no longer smoking either. I figured and decided that what was left of the bot would need to be dragged to the settlement. At first glance, this vessel was bigger than the Bear. You can see the landing places for weapons. A dangerous ship. It's good that it didn't reach us. The prisoner in the ditch groaned, shaking his head. He tried to open his eyes. I pointed him out to the men, and they dragged him to the boat. Adar and I were collecting things scattered around the clearing that had fallen from the sky. Burnt rags, weapons, boxes. We decided not to drag the bodies along. Adar wanted to come back later and bury them, but I said no. The animals would carry them off. So we started digging a hole. The 5 of us did it quickly. After burying them and saying a short prayer, we got into the boat and returned home. The man who came to his senses spent the entire short flight screaming and demanding something.
"Do you know who I am?"
were his first words after he came to his senses.
"You will be buried. The mountain will not forgive. It would be better for you to let me go."
"Oh, shut up!" Grandfather Spiridon hit him in the teeth. It didn't help.
"You're screwed, Grandpa,"
said the prisoner as soon as he spat blood out of his mouth.
"I'll put your bare ass on an acid anthill. I'll throw you into a pit with carnivorous worms.
His grandfather shoved his next threat down his throat with his boot. It seemed he understood something and fell silent. We arrived. The whole village was there to greet us. We had to calm everyone down, assuring them that we would figure everything out.
Disperse. Everything is fine. There is no danger.
I had to raise my voice to disperse all the curious people. Where to take him? I asked my father, leading the beaten prisoner out of the hold. Let's go to the unfinished house. You can't drag him to our barracks, can you? We'll ask around there, without any prying eyes or ears. He answered my question. All the men of the village joined our procession, driving away the annoying women who wanted to bandage the bandit's wounds. You see, he's bleeding. They're so kind. Having occupied the entire house and seated the struggling man on a chair, we began asking him questions. He refused to answer. He finally figured out how to contact someone via the Galactic Network. I noticed it by his look. I had to hit him on the head several times until he passed out. We need to find out how to block the core's external signals. Otherwise, he'll report everything that happened to his buddies. I explained my actions to the men. Oh, you. I forgot we all have a core. Do you think he can somehow contact his friends, whoever they are? Everyone got worried. I wasn't the only one who remembered this at the last moment. Why not? I shrugged.
Through a space station or something. Yes. I'm not used to this yet. We'll think about it, son. We thought together. Searching for an answer to the question in the Galactic Network. Fortune smiled on my father. He found a mention of a dubious way to muffle the core's connection with the outside world, simply by wrapping a person's head in foil paper. Another option was a deep bunker. We found the paper. Having wrapped the captive's head in several layers and laughed at the situation, they began to wait for him to come to his senses. They patted him on the cheeks, gave him alcohol to breathe in, and he began to come to his senses. Grandfather Spiridon volunteered to conduct the interrogation. Yes, I will. The prisoner bit his tongue when his grandfather slapped him. We ask questions here, he said menacingly. Who are you? What's your name? The prisoner withdrew into himself again and kept silent. No one dared to torture him. They probably wouldn't have known what to do if it weren't for Magdalena, who came to see who we had caught. They let her through. Seeing the one tied to the chair, she shuddered.
I recognize him. He is from that gang of bandits who forced us to pay them tribute.
Sure?
I will never forget that disgusting face.
She hissed with hatred. What happened next was unexpected. She jumped on him, pulled a knife out of her pocket, and stabbed him in the chest. Fortunately for him, the blow was not fatal. Magdalena was pulled away. The knife was taken away from her. Holding the angry girl by the waist, I pulled her aside, not disturbing Grandfather Spiridon. The prisoner cracked after that. They promised to give him first aid, and he didn't keep silent. He started talking like a sweetheart, looking with fear at Magdalena, who was tearing herself away from my arms. So we found out what we wanted. He didn't deny it. He told us everything he knew.
Father, Adar, and the others began to decide what to do next and where to keep the prisoner. At that moment, I loosened my grip on Magdalena and whispered in her ear,
You only get one try. I put my knife in her hand. This time she hit the right spot and the man died. Did I repent? No. I remember her stories about what the bandits did in her village. I had no illusions. This planet is a prison, and this bandit is not the only one we will have to kill. Chapter 9. Textbook. Repair and Maintenance of Planetary Equipment. Grade 21. Studied 100%. Textbook. Repair and Maintenance of Small Spacecraft. Grade 20. Studied by 7%. Progress in Restructuring Neural Connections. 34.1%.
Stand and accept your punishment! Did I raise you to be a criminal?
This is Mom screaming and running after me. In the morning, as rumors of what happened yesterday spread, people began to avoid me again. Like with the story about the crazy look, not everyone understood my decision to give Magdalena a knife, allowing her to commit lynching. What did I teach you? What did you grow up to be? She shouted at my back, unable to catch up with me. I didn't want to get caught in her hot hand. Let her let off some steam first. She soon got tired of it and, shaking her fist at me, left, and I was able to stop and catch my breath.
Not wanting to be seen by anyone, I went to work for a few days and almost never showed up in the settlement. I went hunting, dealt with the raider, checked new points on the map. And only Natasha, who came to me in the evenings, colored the day in bright tones. While I was busy, Magdalena fiercely stood up for me and convinced those who doubted that this was the only way to deal with bandits. She told her story to everyone who didn't know it or didn't want to listen. About my mother who burned in a fire set by bandits. About my lost sister. About violence and slave labor. They believed her and sympathized with her. They forgot about me again, admitting that I did everything right. The point is, I dragged the downed boat of Gora's gang to us. I dumped it a little away from the settlement next to a pile of scrap metal and started to sort out what I had gotten my hands on. I had learned the necessary knowledge packages and now knew what to do.
So we throw this out and this. Oh, we'll leave this. It can be restored.
Muttering under my breath, I threw myself into my work, and the chatter helped me focus on the matter. This is the second day I've been doing this. I've sorted out a third of the equipment. The other third is smashed to pieces and cannot be restored, straight to the trash. In the end, if you think about it and calculate everything, it turns out that it is quite possible to fix the bot, but you will have to buy a lot. Having wiped my hands with a rag, I went into the wheelhouse, which was the best preserved. Without it, there would be no point in restoring the bot. It would be too expensive. Having launched some of the systems, I continued defect detection, identifying broken equipment, and simultaneously filled out a list of spare parts that would need to be ordered from the Haag-1 station. You need part of the skin, a computer, 2 of the 5 maneuvering engines, a gravity compensator and mounted weapons, and some small stuff, wires, other consumables. And another important thing is to buy technical drones to repair space and ground equipment. It is difficult to work without them. To weld the same refractory skin, you need special tools built into the equipment of these very technical drones. There are serious expenses ahead. I'll have to spend more time hunting. A growing settlement needs a lot, and it will be difficult for me as the main nitron miner. I don't count on other men. They already go into the forest, but all their prey is ordinary animals for meat. They don't deal with dangerous creatures for which we are paid, and with whose body parts we cover our debt to the O.R.R.G. They tried once, ran into an acid anthill and barely escaped. They came closer tonight, all wounded and exhausted. Now they hunt only ordinary animals. There was an advantage here. Since then, many have finally realized how dangerous what I do, and there are fewer sidelong glances. Mom is a separate conversation.
Son, are you here?
The father crawled through the hole where the airlock should have been.
Ah, there you are. That's it. Mother has calmed down. You don't have to hide anymore.
He grinned, seeing me sitting on an empty barrel and picking at the burnt control scheme of the mounted weapon. He doesn't interfere in our squabbles with Mom. He's learned from bitter experience. He's always on my side anyway. First, alcohol. Experiments with smoking behind the school. Fights with the whole yard because of an offensive nickname. Always on my side.
It's all right.
I smiled at my father. Mom can be worse than a mother bear with cubs. You know what she's like. Why is she so angry? I haven't seen her so angry in a long time. You have to understand. He shook his head reproachfully. How long have we been here? 3 months? Really? And what have we seen? You're the one who goes into the forest, constantly risking your lives. You and your grandfather saved women and children from the burnt-out village. You dug the cemetery and put into the graves what was left of those who were there and died. The rest were almost untouched. Everyone has only just begun to understand how difficult it is to survive here without a reliable shoulder nearby. We've begun to understand that without your luck in hunting, we would now be walking around hungry and naked. It's hard to accept the truth, son. The planet is a cesspool, practically a prison. How many settlements are there? How many gangs and criminals? What else don't we know? I understand everything, Father. I waved my hand at him, calming him down. And I don't blame Mother. Or anyone else, either. Okay, let's drop this question then. Why did I come? We still haven't discussed this Gores gang. And Adar, grandfather, Spiridon, the others, what do they say? They say we need to kill them. The father smiled wryly. They're too close to our settlement, and will soon connect the loss of one of their bots with our good bees. It was difficult to object. This Negro, Gora, and his gang are dangerous for us. It's true. You heard what one of his small foremen, this rat, told us. There's real darkness in their settlement. Just the description of their daily life gives me goosebumps. How quickly people have become brutal, Father. I shook my head and put the electronic board I was repairing aside. We need to get our thoughts together, Dad. I don't know what to do. Any choice we make will be bad. I don't know either, said the father. We're not the police or the military. It's none of our business. But we can't stay away either. Trouble will come to our home anyway, whether we want it or not. Right? And this. Yes, we had a sad conversation. Cannibal, the father grimaced. We're dealing with a cannibal, he spat to the side. The fact that the gang leader eats people is not the worst thing. Remember what the rat told about the punishments for the guilty. We were silent for a while, and now I was the first to speak. According to the prisoner, the Gora gang has 3 settlements. The main one, where the gang's core is located, and 2 auxiliary ones, located close to the exit of valuable metal from the ground. We are primarily interested in the main camp. Father joined in the conversation. Yes, they have already come close to the dangerous line of 300 people, half of whom are their slaves, driven from small villages. Yes, by the way, there may be relatives of the women from Hallstatt there. If we're lucky, Magdalena's sister and the parents of the children we saved. So what shall we decide? Your opinion? I suggest we wait, I shrugged. Get ready, buy more weapons. The same air defense has shown itself to be great, and then we'll find a solution. One way or another. Yes, you're right, Ivan. I'm in a hurry. Let's wait. He left. He, like me, has a lot of responsibilities. I continued working. My father sent some teenagers to help, and I instructed them to throw all the burnt equipment out of the boat, which they did while I was busy with repairs. By the end of the day, I was exhausted. With great effort, yawning, I summed up the final results and sent the shopping list to the station. I had access to the account. So, 2 Svetliachok maneuvering engines, a gravity compensator for small vessels, and a computer from a flea market. Used, but of the 20th class. Standard skin sheets, new seats, and other small things. All this cost us 250,000 nitrons. The most expensive purchase was a set of technical drones, Gaika 5. It was a whole brigade of 5 drones, sharpened for repairing space and planetary equipment. This purchase alone ate up 300,000. The account was quickly emptying, but I did not even think of spending what my father had put aside for Konstantine's wife. Well, the main reason I'm restoring this bot is the weapons that can be installed on it. I didn't forget about this either, and bought 3 rapid-fire onboard laser installations, OCO. Took some of the handguns too, a few fancy rifles. Finished late at night, having missed dinner, and was returning to the barracks in the pitch darkness. I passed the combat drones standing guard over our sleep. They followed me with their sensors and continued to stand, controlling the perimeter. The door to the barracks was closed, I had to look for the key. I didn't go straight to my room. First thing was a shower. Wash off the dirt. I left my clothes in the laundry basket, and only then, trying to tiptoe and not wake anyone, I walked down the corridor to my room, and the door opened. The barracks computer sees everything. Natasha was sleeping curled up on my bed. Trying not to wake the girl who had fallen asleep in my room, I lay down next to her and fell asleep. Lately, my nose had stopped bleeding, and Natasha had not noticed anything strange about me mourning. Natasha mumbled in my ear, waking up. Her head was on my shoulder. Her leg was thrown over me. I had been awake for a few minutes already, and was just lying there admiring her. "Are you awake yet?" she asked, barely holding back a yawn. "Were you late yesterday?" She smiled and crawled completely over me. My hands pressed her to me, and 20 minutes of my life fell out, lying next to and admiring naked Natasha covered with one sheet. I allowed myself to mark the time when all this will end. We will find ourselves a normal, new world. We will not have to fear bandits. And all that will bother us is the noisy neighbors from above, who once again flooded us. A notification of a new message rang in my head. I have to admit, it was convenient. Communication with the station was carried out through a repeater installed on the roof of the barracks. In other worlds, such repeaters are installed all over the planet and allow direct calls from person to person. But on the Haag-Ra, there are problems with this. This is technology above the 20th class, and here it fails and breaks down. That is why we have communication only with the station, and only within the settlement. I read the message. I didn't understand it, and reread it again.
Misha and Sasha, my brother's children, are here. At the station. I don't know how they managed to contact me, but they did.
Damn, the boys are 13 years old. They write that their parents are dead, and because of the loss of their relatives, they want to send them to some boarding school on another planet. Jumping out of bed, I explained everything to Natasha and ran off to look for my father. It is clear from the letter that the brother died in an accident at the station. Oleg and his wife Svetlana worked there as technicians. A large meteorite hit the station's shield, and some of the compartments were depressurized. They were sent to fix the problem, but they never returned. As it turned out, the meteorite contained a very high percentage of plutonium in its composition, and the brother and his wife received a lethal dose of radiation. Early in the morning, my father and mother were in our garden, watering the beds. "Father! Mother!" I told them everything. Mom burst into tears and seemed to age several years. Dad looked haggard and asked me to contact the station and talk to them about my brother's children while he calmed his wife down. I did just that. Having paid over the limit for communication, I made a video call. I had to communicate with the station's social service. Yes, we are relatives. What's the problem? I was irritated. As I have already told you, young man, your relationship is not confirmed in any way. I can't help you in any way. A stooped man in the uniform of a low-ranking official of the O.R.R.G. answered my questions in a bored manner. I understand. How many? 20,000. And in an hour they will be with you. I had no doubt. Barely restraining myself from being sarcastic, I said, "I'm translating. Brother, bro. Oh, how could this be? You didn't protect yourself or your wife, brother." Unable to contain my emotions, I punched a young tree, tearing the skin off my knuckles. The nephews were delivered to us, not in an hour, but in 2. They flew in together with Peach, who delivered my purchases from yesterday. Dressed in rags, tear-stained and dirty, their mother took them into her arms. "Uncle Ivan!" they cried out as soon as they got off the ship and ran towards us. And then they hung on my neck. Tears, hysteria. "Everything, everything!"
I pressed their chests tighter. Everything will be fine. You are with your family. Grandma, Tanya. Grandpa. The boys turned to their mother and father, and they took them away to wash up and eat. Your relatives? Peach asked. My brother's children. He died up there. An accident. It happened. A meteorite. Many people died. Okay. Do you need refueling? Yes. He pulled the hose through and poured the fuel into the bear. And I unloaded the hold, full of boxes of my purchases. Peach didn't linger. He waved his hand, got into the boat, and flew away. Having unpacked my purchases, I called the drone loaders to me and told them to drag everything after me. I didn't want to see anyone yet. I decided to throw myself into work.
Oh, you! Oh, you!
I tripped on the bent edge of the hole in the airlock and fell. My foot crunched. Whoosh!
Hurt!
Tears came to my eyes. After lying on the dirty floor of the boat for a while, I came to my senses and sat up. I pulled my leg towards me and started to take off my boot. My foot was swollen.
Okay.
Searching through my pockets, I found a tube of Regeneration Plus ointment, which had helped me out in the forest more than once. I was constantly getting wounds. Only superficial ones were good. Nothing serious. The ointment worked. Having anointed my leg, I closed the tube and put it in my pocket. I decided to take out my anger on the drones.
What are you standing there for?
I barked. They remained silent. Having put my foot back into the boot, I nevertheless continued working. I activated the technical drones, Geika 5, painted in a cheerful orange color, and directed them to work on the outer skin. They picked up the sheets of metal and began their work. The welding sparkled and I turned away. Having checked that everything was going as it should, I limped to the tables. The bell had already rung, and everyone was getting ready for breakfast. The nephews were already there, gobbling up pies. Mom, sitting next to them, had red eyes. Dad was gloomy. Sister tried to hold on and bragged about her learned cat. He's such a bastard. As soon as I sat down, he slipped a dead rat onto my plate, snatching a meat pie from it. I didn't like the exchange, but Misha and Sashka laughed, and I kept quiet, smiling at them through force. It was difficult to realize that my foolish brother was no longer with me. The next day, I went to study another mark on the map. I could no longer stand being in the settlement and seeing my nephews, who reminded me of my brother by their appearance. I flew away. As for the mark on the map, its name is very attractive. Treasure. I'm a fool. I'm standing now surrounded by a pack of giant moles that have jumped out of many holes in the clearing. The gun lies nearby, bitten in half. The hand is bleeding. In the other, whole hand, a knife is clutched, and the moles are waiting. They don't attack. How could I have gotten caught? I thought it could be a trap for those who would take possession of the bot. I brushed off my premonitions. I was a fool, and now I'm bleeding, under the gaze of these monsters.
Well, come on! There's not much time left to wait. I won't be able to reach the bot. Moles are on all sides.
I swung the knife. 3 of the changed beasts were already lying at my feet. 7 remained. Unfortunately, I knew I couldn't handle it. With every drop of blood that flowed from my wounded hand, I became weaker. The leader of the moles sensed that I was weakening. 2 meters at the withers, black as pitch, he roared, giving the command, and jumped on me together with the whole pack. This is the end, I screamed. Everything turned red, and a message flashed before my eyes. Restructuring of neural connections, 100%. Psi abilities. Activation. A flash, and I lose consciousness. There is only darkness around. How is he? Ivan's father came into the room.
The fever has gone down. The cramps are gone. Next to the son's bed was his wife, and the mother of this young man, tossing and turning in delirium. She was wiping the sweat from his forehead and cleaning the poorly healing, festering wounds on his body with a white cloth, using water mixed with ointment. It's been 2 days since my son was carried out of the forest. His clothes are torn. He's covered in blood and delirious. The wounds on his body were terrible.
No one expected him to survive, but he held on. Is he still delirious? Sometimes she calls Natasha or me, nodded the wife. I sent her to bed. Let the girl rest, and Alice worries about her mother and Ivan. Look how many flowers are on the nightstand. She picked the most beautiful ones. And what does your daughter say? Didn't she remember anything else? Same old story. She was walking Murzik. He suddenly hissed and ran into the forest. His fur stood on end. She followed him, and Vanyusha was walking there. His eyes were rolled back. Only the whites were visible. His gait was unsteady. She ran up to him, and he just fell right at her feet. But he was breathing. You know the rest. We can't lose our second son, Tanya. We can't. She remained silent. She brushed an eyelash from her son's cheek, and he smiled in his sleep. Chapter 10. I was aware of everything. I heard and understood everything that was happening in the room, but I couldn't give an answer. The damn core itself had cut me off from my body, rebuilding something inside me. I could only read the messages flashing before my eyes. They came one after another, distracting me from my dark thoughts.
The restructuring of neural connections is complete. Deep hypnosleep no longer harms the host's brain. The carrier has access to new kernel capabilities. Masking mode is enabled. Due to the restructuring of neural connections in a stressful situation, a spontaneous awakening of dormant psi abilities occurred. According to a deep analysis, the carrier received his first psi ability. It was given a name, bear-like. Textbook, Specialized Equipment for Space Station Security Service. Grade 17, 100% completed. Textbook, Programming, Special Course for Space Station Security Service. 18th grade. Studied by 2%. That's how it is. I now have paranormal abilities. And it's not funny at all, I'll tell you. All those with psi are on special watch.
They are needed by the O.R.R.G, the Army, and the Navy. I read what the matter is. It's all because of alien races, non-humanoids of all kinds. Among them, many have psi abilities, and to resist them, people with the same abilities are needed, and there are few of us. Among people, only 0.3% have a chance, just a chance, to awaken this power. So they hunt for people like me, not literally, but close to it. The Army does not disdain anything to get another soldier with psi. It all starts with big money, an increase in the social utility index, and a house in a prosperous world close to the middle ring, and ends with blackmail. I didn't say this, people in the Galactic Network say so. No way. I'm not going to join the Army. I don't want to die in one of the senseless wars that the O.R.R.G is waging. Even now, there are wars going on in dozens of different systems. Us against aliens of all kinds. The fight is for good space routes and minerals, not for survival. No, I don't want that for myself. We must thank the Corps for turning on the cloaking mode in an emergency. I have no doubt that the military station GOG-2, hanging in orbit of Haag-Ra, is here precisely to track the emergence of new carriers of psionic abilities. Okay. The main thing is, I'm alive. Yo-ho-ho damn. Bear-like then. I had only to want to, and I remembered what happened in the clearing with the moles and with me. I was lost in memories. All thoughts faded into the background, and I was flooded with rage. The moles managed to inflict several wounds on me, and then I roared and responded. From the readings of the core, it became clear what kind of state this was. Bear-like. My physical capabilities immediately increased by 300%. The body became stronger. I became faster. Insensitivity to pain. Regeneration of wounds. Without it, I would have died there, but now I am alive. I became a bear in the form of a man. Plus, I have the same tissue regeneration. Not perfect, but at least something like that. I did not die there. In that clearing, I left the bodies of 10 moles, killed with my bare hands. Due to my inadequate behavior, I did not think to use a knife and threw it aside. I fought like a beast. As soon as I killed everyone, I went to look for new opponents. I told you I was inadequate. However, I couldn't go far. The bear-like state ended exactly 10 minutes after the spontaneous activation, and I finally lost myself. The Core's protective protocol kicked in, and squeezing the last of my strength out of my body, it brought me home. The bot and the dead moles remained on that clearing. We need to come to our senses quickly and return. There were questions about the Core, but no one was in a hurry to answer them. There is no information, as Leka once told me. The galactic network is empty. Of course, it saved my life, but it is somehow unpleasant to realize that you can simply be removed from the body and control it yourself.
And regarding hypnosleep, I have not even set the last couple of knowledge packages for study yet, and they have already been learned or are in the process. This also seems good, but again raises questions. Since there are no answers now, I stopped thinking about it and moved on to a more pleasant topic. I brought before my eyes all those knowledge packages that I have already managed to study. Textbook, General Information about O.R.R.G, Laws and Traditions, without class, studied 100%. Textbook, Survival in the Wild Conditions of Uninhabited Planets, grade 25, studied 100%. Textbook, Planetary Transport Driver, grade 27, studied 100%. Textbook, Repair of Planetary Transport Vehicles, grade 29, studied 100%. Textbook, Shooting from Handheld Planetary Guns, Carbines, and Pistols, Kinetic Weapons, grade 28, studied 100%. Textbook, Basic Course of Scientific Disciplines, grade 23, studied 100%. Textbook, Orienteering and Topography, without class, 100% completed. Textbook, Survival, Special Course, without class, 100% studied. Textbook, Hand-to-Hand Combat, Basic Course, without class, studied, 100%. Textbook, Repair and Maintenance of Household Systems, grade 21, studied, 100%. Textbook, Repair and Maintenance of Planetary Equipment, grade 21, studied, 100%. Textbook, Repair and Maintenance of Small Spacecraft, grade 20, studied, 100%. Textbook, Technical and Combat Drones, 20th grade, studied, 100%. Textbook, Pilot of Atmospheric Suborbital Vehicles, Flyers, Bots, Shuttles, grade 17, studied, 100%. Textbook, Pilot of Small Spacecraft, Fighters, Attack Aircraft, Corvettes, Frigates, Yachts, grade 24, studied, 100%. Textbook, Specialized Equipment for Space Station Security Service, grade 17, studied, 100%. Textbook, Programming, Special course for Space Station Security Service. Grade 18. Studied. By 2%. Wow. And after all, less than half a year has passed, 3.5 months, and I have already studied more than half of the knowledge packages given to me by Zachary. Now there is no need to be afraid of headaches, nosebleeds, and strokes. Is it either that Psi gives a lot, or the restructuring of neural connections? However, one follows from the other. It was not in vain that I endured all this pain. Oh, it was not in vain. He won't listen to us, Mom said, and brushed an eyelash off my cheek. I smiled. Control over my body had returned. Now I was just sleeping, resting. I love you, I rolled over onto my side, muttering, half asleep. I wasn't worried about the wounds. If I survived, they would heal. Sleep, son, my mother wrapped me in a blanket, and, judging by the sagging mattress, lay down next to me. My father turned off the light. Well, how do you like it? My father showed me his new creation with delight. While I was resting for a week, the others were working. My father finished building a large communal house. They poured a quick hardening foundation, first cut down a 3-story wooden frame, and then lined it with reinforced concrete blocks. The machine turned out just right. It pleases the eye. Everything is fine from the inside, too. Those who lived in the trailer barracks have already begun to move here. The women's trailer is already being dismantled. Equipment, washing machines, and everything else have been moved. Soon, our men's barracks will be torn down, too. We'll hand this and other junk over for remelting. Well done, Dad. I praised him. I see you haven't been sitting around doing nothing while I've been lying in bed recovering, have you? Well done, Dad. I like it very much. The grandchildren helped, he chuckled. They just ran past us with their company. Together with the boys, there were 6 hyperactive teenagers in our village. It was not easy for women and old people to cope with the boys. They would crawl into any crack in search of adventures on their asses. Mom had already complained to me. Now that I've recovered, it's time to get down to work myself. They were waiting for me after all. I understand technology better than anyone else, and although the others weren't sitting idle either, I have more knowledge. Helped to disconnect and reconnect all the equipment. Moved the repeater to the roof of the new house and changed the location of the air defense installations. They did it in a day. The trailers were also bombed into scrap metal, which was taken by the frigate that came for them. It was 3 times bigger than the boat, and the hold was much more capacious. Our women swooped down on the vacated space like vultures, arguing about what to plant on the plot of land cleared of trailers. The local variety of potato won the argument. Of course, the old ladies were ready to defend their opinion with their fists. I moved to a new room. By evening, despite my bravado, I was quite tired and already resting. The wounds were making themselves felt. My girlfriend came to see me. Are you sure you're healthy enough for this? Natasha teased me, sitting next to me. Yes, come on, hurry up, I opened my mouth impatiently. A spoonful of melted ice cream with berries was my reward. Alice sighed enviously. To get the same, she would have to finish the carrot. But she didn't want to. Today my room is absolutely full. Both Natasha and Eliza came to visit. What have you decided about our rowdy Cossack bandits? She asked me, delighting me with another spoonful of ice cream. Alice pouted and looked at me as if I were a traitor. I couldn't help but notice that the medallion she wore around her neck was not there today. It was a memory of her husband, who died before all these events, somewhere in Africa. He was a soldier. We argued for a long time. There were voices for and against, but in the end, we decided that I would sometimes take them with me. Otherwise, they would sooner or later go into the forest themselves and get into trouble. The nephews, along with their gang, asked to go into the forest. They want to become hunters. There was a big scandal after they said that they would go hunting themselves if they were not allowed to go. Of course, they were punished, but a decision had to be made. Who knows what's in their heads? Alice began to nod off, and Natasha took her to their room and put her to bed, returning half an hour later. We started talking about teenagers again.
Isn't it dangerous? They're still little.
As she asked, she ran her hands over my scars, left by the moles.
My cheek, now my whole torso. There were a lot of scars.
You know it's dangerous, but someone has to prepare them for adult life and not let them kill themselves in the process. The new kids won't help them with that. They have to be taught themselves. They wander around the forest like a flock of sheep. They make noise. How come they haven't been eaten yet, I wonder?
How are they new? Natasha laughed.
They've been living with us for over a month now, I shrugged. She started to distract me by kissing my neck. The parents are also upset, but the majority decided that the boys should be taken to the forest. Maybe then they will stop bothering everyone, and all those who disagreed will resign themselves. It was becoming increasingly difficult to talk, so I turned off the light, turning Natasha onto her back. In the morning, I got up late. Natasha was no longer in the room. Yawning, I stood in line at the toilet, took a shower, and, having dressed, went outside. One of my nephews was already waiting for me on the porch. I remember, I said to Misha. Go, call your gang. I'll be waiting for you next to the bell in 10 minutes. He ran away, and I went back into the house and went into the gun room. I needed to replace the broken gun and get a new knife. The old one was still where I left it. When I finished and approached the bell, the boys were already here. Grandfather Spiridon was checking their backpacks and conducting a quick survey. What will you do if you get lost? He loomed over them menacingly. We'll stay where we are and wait for help, they answered in a rote manner, afraid to move. Good. While we're walking through the forest, listen to me and Uncle Ivan in everything, or else I'll hit you. He showed them his fist. We were seen off. How could we do without it? I also got my share of hugs. We entered the forest in a chain. I was first. The guys were following me, breathing down each other's necks, and Grandfather Spiridon was bringing up the rear. Everyone was strictly ordered to remain silent. It was hard going.
I was recovering from my injuries. The teenagers didn't have the stamina of adults, and the elderly grandfather couldn't keep up with the fast legs. Despite this, we kept up a decent pace. I knew these places and avoided dangerous animal trails, and if I had to cross them, I did it quickly. The nephews and their friends saw the real, wild forest of the Haag-Ra for the first time. Anyone would be impressed here. No matter how hard I tried to shield them from danger, I still had to shoot. A large animal jumped out at us, a hairy boar. I managed to react and knocked it down in 2 shots. The boys stood in a stupor. Deciding to show them the real work of a hunter, I began to skin the carcass. They felt sick. The boys wanted to ask something, but Grandfather Spiridon reminded them of silence and time, putting his finger to his lips. Having cut out a piece of meat for each, I wrapped them in several layers of thick fabric and put them in each person's backpack. He took them to see the sights. The first was an acid anthill. Approaching from the leeward side, he pointed at it with his hand. A man-made mountain of needles, leaves, and branches towered ahead. The top of this anthill was almost level with the height of the surrounding trees. It was called acid because of the color of the ants crawling around it. Their abdomen was acid green. The formic acid of this type of ant corrodes even bones. The creatures were aggressive. We had to be careful. We left as silently as we had come, without disturbing the peace of the anthill. I showed them another attraction after much deliberation. I led them to a black pit. A hole in the ground full of resin, in which the same black beetles swam, making a loud, cracking, scraping sound with their mandibles like a knife on glass. They, like ants, were swarming insects, but not aggressive. They were not interested in living things. Forest orderlies. We didn't have to wait long for the performance. The boys couldn't help but gasp when they saw hordes of beetles dragging the roe deer's rotten carcass along the ground.
One of the predators had killed it, gnawed out its insides, and left it to rot. The beetles had found it. The carcass of the roe deer was slowly dragged to the seething pit. The resin foamed and, as if alive, began to penetrate into its insides, enveloping the dead animal. The roe deer was covered with a solid carpet of beetles. The resin bubbled up again, and larger insects crawled out of the depths of the pit to the surface. They easily began to eat through the animal's skin, paving the way for their smaller relatives. The dead roe deer began to slowly sink to the bottom of the pit. The surface of the tar pit began to ripple and then solidified into a black spot again. I decided not to show anything else. I'll leave it for another time, if there is another time. 2 hours later, I led the tired teenagers to their destination. The bot stood, untouched.
Breaking my own order to remain silent, I spoke.
We've arrived. Wait here. I'll check everything.
I walked around the entire clearing. No new moles appeared, and those that were there were dead. My old broken gun and my knife, which I picked up, lay nearby. The blood had already soaked into the ground. Whole chunks of flesh had been torn off the mole carcasses. Some of the scavengers had had a real feast. It stank. I had to press the sleeve of my overalls to my face and breathe through it. I called the boys and Grandfather Spiridon closer.
You can speak, I allowed them. Is that how you do it?
Asked one of the guys. They all, like me, held their noses with their hands.
So that's who bit you?
The grandfather thoughtfully examined the dead animals.
They,
I confirmed.
Let's cut out their claws, Spiridon. This is the part of their body that the station buys. They are changed animals, after all. Understood. What are you standing there for?
I turned to the teenagers who were shifting around in confusion. What are the knives on your belt for? Help me. I got the guys involved in the matter. Leaving them to do it themselves, I went to check my bear. The smart computer closed the ramp, and the animals did not get inside. How are things here, Bogdan? The bot is fully functional. Nice to see you, Captain. Likewise. Checked all systems. Full fuel tank. Good. Leaving the bot alone for now. Went outside. Grandfather Spiridon was scolding the teenagers who had gotten bloody while separating their claws from their paws. While they were busy, I made a fire. So what if it's a hike? We're done, Uncle. Sasha ran up to me, showing me the catch. The others had finished too. I took the claws from them. Sit down and get the meat out of your backpacks. We'll have a snack and go home. That's enough for today. While the meat was sizzling on the stones thrown into the fire, I managed to answer 1,001 questions from the guys. Despite everything, they liked the first trip to the forest. It was scary and interesting, so they said. I hope I managed to knock the nonsense out of their heads and they won't run off into the thicket alone. This is where our adventures for today ended. Having taken our places in the boat, I took the rather tired guys home, handing them over to the hands of our women. They're so dirty. Are they covered in blood or something? We cut the claws off huge moles, like these, the boys began to boast. We saw an anthill, a huge one. The women did not share the boys' enthusiasm. And how can we wash you now, our heroes? My day was not over. A more pleasant journey lay ahead. Ready? I took from Natasha's hands several baskets full of pies, and baked, tasty, not like what we cooked on the fire. Meat. Vegetables, fresh herbs. Bread. Delicious. Ready. She spun around on the spot, causing the hem of her dress to fly up and spin around like a ballerina's on stage. Beautiful. I smiled at the happy Natasha. I picked her up in my arms and, accompanied by her laughter, carried her to the boat, where I sat her down in a chair next to me. Today I asked her out on a real date. We flew and she looked out the window with curiosity. We flew for a long time. The place I wanted to get to was far away, and then, after a few hours, what I was looking for appeared on the horizon. Having reduced the engine thrust, I began to land. Well, how about it? Do you like it? I asked her tenderly, helping her out. The clearing I found was covered with flowers, enormous, waist-high flowers in all the colors of the rainbow. I checked them beforehand. They are safe. The meadow looked like several barrels of paint had been dumped on it. Bright, beautiful, and delicious. The air was filled with the scents of 1,000 flowers. Banana, coffee, peach, freshly cut grass. There were so many smells that my stomach began to rumble. Very much, thank you, thank you, thank you. Natasha jumped on my neck, hanging on me. She squealed with delight and ran away. While she was running around the clearing, taking off her shoes, I spread out a blanket and laid out the food from the baskets on it, and then sat down and began to watch Natasha. My restless girl ran from one flower to another. She bent down, inhaled the aroma from the bud, froze, happy, and ran to another flower. Very soon she had a wreath of flowers on her head. It was he who taught Alice to knit them. Tired of running around the clearing, scaring away butterflies and bees, she returned to me. I feel like I'm in a fairy tale. Thank you. We lay on a carpet of flowers and hugged. Chapter 11. Time continued to run forward. Today is our round date. We have been living in The Hague for 6 months now, and I celebrated this day in the bathhouse.
Give me some steam, Ivan. What are you if not a human being? Grandfather Spiridon seemed to blossom. In the bathhouse, he became a real devil. I scooped up water from the basin in which we had soaked the brooms and poured the full ladle onto the hot stones. There was a hissing and crackling sound. A whole cloud of hot steam burst out of the stove, covering the entire steam room. The temperature began to rise sharply. My ears curled up into tubes. The tip of my nose turned red. I had to cover my face with my hands. The heat was raging. Phew. Hot. Why did you listen to him, Ivan? We weren't the only ones who decided to wash in the bathhouse. I can't anymore. I won't see you again, Spiridon. The teenagers were the first to run away from the steam room. Weaklings! The grandfather shouted after them. The men sat there with difficulty. No one wanted to show weakness, but the temperature was rising and they began to leave.
I didn't linger either. I had nothing to prove. I just came to wash up and sweat well. Good. I feel great. I put on my underwear and quickly dried myself with a towel, grabbed my clothes, and went outside. The sun was shining in my eyes. It was daytime outside. Birds were chirping in the trees. The breeze was pleasantly blowing on my flushed skin. Sitting down on a bench, I watched the life of the good bees with lazy interest. The women were hanging the washing on the line and laughing loudly. They weren't working in the garden now, it was too hot. They had already weeded and watered it this morning. The garden had grown. The fruit trees were as tall as a man. The fruit was green. We were waiting for the harvest. The younger kids were playing on the wooden attractions. A slide, a maze, a sandbox. The swing was in great demand. The older ones were playing ball. The combat drones were in place and no one paid attention to them anymore. There were more of them. We moved forward and continued to arm ourselves. All the men carried a gun on their backs. The shooting range was not idle. There were 2 boats standing to the side, Bear and Boar. That's what we called the second repaired boat. It was bigger and stronger than Bear and had weapons. 3 onboard laser installations. Oko. Now pilots were training on it. Father kept his finger on the pulse, and for those who were not lazy and studied, not forgetting to turn on hypnosleep before going to bed, he bought outdated knowledge packages. Because of the price and the number of people wanting to learn something new, we had to save. They took grades 25 to 29. Despite this,
We already had our own technicians and pilots, even among the girls. Mom studied the textbook, lawyer, grade 27, and father dug up a textbook at the station, public administration, grade 26. We all grew above ourselves. I also did not stand still and ran far ahead. I also trained my psionic ability, bear-like.
It required my full dedication and concentration. I trained not here, but in the forest. Nobody knew about my abilities. What can I say? The ability is complex. It was hard to keep control over myself. That's what I trained in. The ability itself was activated at will. It was like moving a finger or turning your head in the right direction. I simply wished for it and entered the bear-like state. I became stronger, more robust, faster for 10 minutes, and then the payback came. The price for strength was weakness. I couldn't do hard work for several hours. I needed rest and food. I learned not to lose consciousness. I could use the ability again after 4 hours. With Psi, everything was complicated. There are no textbooks. Everything had to be learned by trial and error, and careful inquiries in the galactic network yielded nothing. Everyone's abilities are different, and not always combat-oriented. The abilities themselves are not magic, if you can call them that.
They are newly discovered capabilities of the brain. Those who have Psi have a different from ordinary people. This topic is also taboo. I didn't learn anything else. I just continued training. The thought jumped to another topic. We still haven't decided what to do with Gora's gang. Either they didn't know about us, or they were waiting, since there was no attack. It's strange. We didn't stop preparing for this meeting, but how so? I didn't like this lull. Dead silence. We can't fly to them ourselves, can we? They're no dumber than us, and they've fortified their settlement no worse. I don't even know. A dangerous, very dangerous lull. Having dried in the sun, I put on my overalls, boots, and went to the shed built especially for me. There I tinkered with the repair of equipment that regularly broke down. Fortunately, now I have assistants who have also learned several packages of knowledge. Nodding to Gina, Max and Olya, who were here and together trying to get the clothes dryer to work, I took my desk and also picked up a screwdriver. My father dropped by the workshop. After greeting the boys, he approached me with a proposal. What do you think about this? He wanted to know my opinion about his trading idea, which he had been toying with for several days. We can go for a ride. I shrugged. There's a lot of junk we've repaired. Why not trade it? I agreed, putting aside the now functional motion sensor and taking the next part for repair. We repaired not only our own things. For practice, I began to regularly buy technological garbage from the station, which we then put in order. It didn't always work out, but if you count, we were still in the black. So we accumulated drones, vacuum cleaners, washing machines, TVs, projectors, pocket computers, and other household trifles. I asked, "Who do you want to trade with?" With anyone who is interested. I contacted many settlements. Russia, Buryats, Cheryamushki, Petertsy, Pomors, USSR, Dagestan. He listed. They chose interesting names. I smiled. No worse than our good bees. I smiled again. And why only Russian settlements? It just happened that way. The father shrugged. The foreigners settled somewhere else. Fly on. Well, fine. If you want to trade, we'll trade. It's just a pity that the station doesn't need this obsolete junk. Then we could have sold it back to them, and we could have avoided unnecessary fuss. Don't be so sad. My father slapped me on the shoulder. We need to maintain good relations with our neighbors.
Today we are theirs, and tomorrow they are ours. Got it? Okay. Good idea. I waved my father off. From the box with broken things, I took out a new, unknown device sent from the station's dump. I began to study it. It was a rectangular box the size of a matchbox. This device did not communicate, but it was definitely working. The repair drone that was standing nearby illuminated it with an X-ray, and it responded by hiding and reducing the radiation of the electric field around itself. That's it, I'm leaving. I won't bother you. Father left. By the way, we fixed his limp. He was the only one of us who visited the station and the medical capsule there. It was too expensive a pleasure. Now he jumps like a goat. He's eager to hunt in the forest, but his mother won't let him. How can I take you apart? I turned the box in all directions, but nothing came to mind. My desk was overflowing with repair equipment. There were matter analyzers, 3D printers, microscopes, flaw detectors. I used them all, but the unknown device did not react to this in any way, keeping its secrets. In our technical shed there was a specialized calculator called Science, which answered to the name Doc. I assigned this task to it.
In the meantime, I was busy with other devices, which were repaired in no time at all for this incomprehensible thing. So the pile of high-tech parts on my desk turned into working mechanisms. All that was left was to find owners for them, and it seemed that my father would soon help with that. The speaker installed right in my desk turned on. The computer connected to it. Doc started talking. Unfortunately, my databases do not contain information about this device, Ivan. The computer imitated sadness in his voice well, and I even believed that he was sorry, although I knew that he was just a machine. Even in O.R.R.G, they did not invent a real artificial intelligence. Its purpose is unclear to me. I scratched my chin, lost in thought. Too bad. I was hoping Doc could handle it. Any other instructions for me? The computer asked. Yes, prepare a list of equipment we don't need for sale. Everything we've repaired. I'm getting started. He dealt with this quickly. So, what do we have here? I began to read the dry lines. 70 cleaning drones, 23 loading drones, 8 tractors, more than 100 pocket tablets and weak 28th 9th grade computers, televisions, washing machines, microwave ovens. We don't need all this in such quantities. I did the calculations, if you're interested. Yes, come on, speak up. According to my calculations, we will get for our goods no less than 50 sacks of potatoes, 10 sacks of flour, 30 jars of jam. I mumbled in surprise. Wait, did you short-circuit there? Doc, my functionality is in perfect order. Thank you. Didn't understand? I have conducted an analysis and have come to the conclusion that the settlements you are heading to for trade will not be able to pay you in the usual way. Having contacted the station, I found information in the open database about the repayment of debt to the O.R.R.G. by these settlements. And from the graph, it is clear that they are having difficulty coping with the supply of biological or other useful materials suitable for delivery as a tax as debt workers. In connection with this, I have come to the conclusion that they do not have any free nitrins. I came out of my stupor.
Got it. Good job. But he's right. On the other hand, what's it to us? They'll pay us back with whatever they pay us with. I didn't expect to earn much. Father talked about connections, so we'll establish them.
Okay. What do we have left to fix, Doc?
Nothing. The entire last batch of technological waste has been dismantled, defected, and repaired.
Really?
Yes, if you don't count that big piece of metal that didn't fit in the shed and was left lying behind it. You couldn't figure out what it was the first time and left it for later, complaining about the greedy traders from the station who were dragging here not technological garbage, but just garbage.
I forgot about it. Okay,
I'll check now. Taking a suitcase with tools and technical drones, I went outside. I walked around the shed and looked at the mechanism, which seemed to be rusted through. It was impossible to determine by sight what it was. That's why I left it for later. I didn't have time to proceed to a more detailed examination.
Data!
Alice jumped on my back, sneaking up from around the corner. Repairs have taken a back seat.
Ooh, it's heavy.
I started to pretend that I was going to fall and crush her.
You ate a lot of porridge today. Well done.
She clung to me like a tick, and all my attempts to jokingly throw her off failed.
Uh-huh.
She nodded seriously.
Everything down to the last spoon.
She bragged, sticking her tongue out at me. Clever girl. I smoothed her curls on her head.
Come on, get down and go back. Look, do you see how your teacher is looking at me? She's indignant.
Small children were always looked after. Nope. Alice whispered conspiratorially in my ear. She just has cross-eyed eyes. She giggled, jumped off me, and returned to the care of the teacher. And I nevertheless began the repair. Coming close to the unknown mechanism, I began to think out loud. So, you also do not respond to requests from the Corps? So what to do? Let's take this hatch off of you. I took a universal screwdriver from my toolbox, and after a minute of huffing and puffing, I pulled out a medium generator from the niche of a 12-meter iron colossus that looked like a rocket. Heavy, the bastard. Had to use technical drones. As I thought, it has completely exhausted its resource. Only for replacement. Doc, I contacted the computer. Send me a working medium generator. All ready. I love his efficiency. After cleaning the terminals, I connected the working generator to the unknown device with 4 hands and one of the drones. As soon as this happened, it buzzed, and I jumped away from it, just in case. Another attempt to contact him via the Corps was successful. Here's what I learned from the description. Drilling rig for mineral extraction, Nedra. Class 19. Technical condition 41%. Repairs required. So, I started to figure it out. The Nedra unit turned out to be a rather unruly thing. To operate it, I needed knowledge packages that I don't have. It's clear why the drill was thrown out and stood idle. Only a highly qualified specialist can start it up, and there are no such people at the Haag-Ra and in the surrounding area. I downloaded a list of necessary knowledge packages for controlling the drill to my core, and began preparing the installation itself for conservation. I do not intend to sell it.
I'll go and check on Bogdan then. How is he without me?
I started talking to myself more and more often, but it didn't bother me. There was simply no one to talk to. We don't have people my age. Only teenagers, grown men, old men, and women. I moved Bogdan to a new bot to the boar. I got used to him, and I put the old computer to the bear. All because of the weapons on the boar. Now it's my main bot, so I didn't want to get used to the new computer. I got attached to Bogdan. When I appeared, Bogdan issued a saying accepted in the Russian Navy. The captain is on the bridge. The boat was not empty. New pilots were training our annoying boys, and they were writing down the names of the levers and buttons in their notebooks. Yes, they can learn to control the bot this way. But without a mark on the core that appears after learning the necessary knowledge package, the computer will still not allow them to take direct control. It's almost lunchtime. Run and take the best seats at the table. I sent the boys away. Yes, sir, Uncle Ivan. They saluted me. Everyone is playing war. Grandfather Spiridon reminds them every single day that we are behind enemy lines, saboteurs.
Only the pilots who studied the knowledge packages remained here. 2 girls and a guy who didn't want to go hunting. Liza, Svetlana, and Evgeny. I still remembered their names because Natasha always laughs at me. How are you doing? Yeah, fine, Zhenya shrugged. I didn't like him. It seemed like nothing special. He didn't want to go hunting in the forest, and that was okay. But it was somehow unpleasant that everyone unanimously decided that it was my duty, and they could choose what to do and what not to do. I don't really want to risk my life either, and I do it because it's the right thing to do, and there's no one else to do it. We conducted several flights. We took our hunters to different points in the forest. He's talking about those hunters who get regular meat. I'm still the only one hunting the modified animals, so I'm the one who's working off everyone's debt. Understood. We started learning new packages of knowledge. In a few months, we will also become technicians on small spaceships, cheerfully bragged Lisa. Sunny girl, she manages to do everything and looks after the children. She has her own vegetable patch in the garden. And she does not shirk her studies, having been one of the first to receive the useful profession of a pilot. I had no complaints about her or the other girls.
Well done.
They also left, leaving me alone on the boat. I went into the wheelhouse.
So, what do we have here, Bogdan? Did they drive you today?
I settled into the captain's chair, removing Zhenya's forgotten glass of cold tea from the armrest. Slob. My dislike for him was showing, and I continued to look for his shortcomings. Bogdan responded.
The pilots made one long flight, Captain. There are no complaints about them.
And about my question?
I've done a full diagnostic. Engines, seals, weapons. Everything is in good working order.
Good. Tomorrow we will fly to distant lands. We will trade and master a new route. Show me the map. I will plot our course.
I am doing it.
The difficulty in plotting the course was that not all areas can be flown into, and simply plotting a straight line across the map will not work. The same acid anthill can shoot upward if it notices a low-flying target above it. There, in the depths of the anthill, sits a huge queen, capable of shooting down such small ships as a bot in flight. And flying higher is impossible for another reason. Even more terrible creatures hunt there, and I am not talking about strong magnetic and psi anomalies in the upper air layers. The atmospheric bot will simply short-circuit, and we will fall. Captain, Bogdan interrupted my work. I accidentally caught a message on an open channel calling for help from anyone who can hear them. What? Report. Unknown people, he said clearly, are right now destroying a village 200 kilometers from our current location. People are asking for help. Here comes the ton of shit I've been waiting for. My fingers on the steering wheel turned white from the force with which I squeezed the vertical lift levers. What else are they broadcasting? Many injured, some killed. The message ends here. I began to think out loud. There is no point in expecting help from the administration of the Haag-Ra. The planet is a cesspool. Let them at least kill each other. That's what they think. So we will have to come to the rescue. How long will it take us to fly to them, Bogdan? 10 minutes. I looked out the wheelhouse window. Grandfather Spiridon was already walking towards the bell, calling everyone to dinner. The children were sitting at the table, waiting for tasty pies. I noticed Natasha with Elisa, my sister. I could call Adar for help, and Spiridon himself wouldn't refuse to fly with me, but that would take extra time to get ready, and the Vepr is armed. It should cope without them. Take off, I ordered. I noticed through the window how people were looking at me in surprise.
They didn't know where I was flying to. Can you send a message to that settlement?
I'll try, Bogdan answered uncertainly. Then send them the following message. Help is coming. Hold on. 10 minutes. While Bogdan was flying the bot on autopilot, I went into the hold and unlocked the mounted weapons, which had been disabled to avoid injuries. The Oko laser installations will have to work today. The habit of carrying a personal weapon on me served me well, so I had both the rifle and the knife with me, as well as the backpack which contained a first aid kit and things needed in the forest. Bogdan warned me that we were approaching, and I returned to the wheelhouse. I sat down in the chair and fastened myself. Will you be able to operate the weapon while I maneuver and mark targets for attack? I asked. Yes, Captain. Then I'll switch to manual mode. Prepare the guns for battle. I took the steering wheel in my hands and turned off the autopilot. Eat! Smoke on the horizon again! Just like that time, in the village of Magdalena. I already knew what I would see as I flew up. Pain and destruction. The village was set on fire from different sides. The defenders, those who managed to survive, locked themselves in the very center of the village, in good solid houses, and shot back at the attackers from the windows. There were about 40 bandits. Half of them scattered around the village. They knocked down doors and houses and looked for valuables and survivors. The other half tried to storm the center of the village. Having flown over the settlement for the first time, I marked the targets for attacks. Turning around, I flew into the settlement again. The bandits began to scatter. Bogdan, fire on targets. All 3 lasers began firing. Red beams of high-temperature plasma hit unprotected targets, turning criminals into melted candles. I could hear their screams. I wasn't going to feel sorry for them. The corpses of civilians on the ground were enough for me to make the right decision. One bandit turned out to be smarter than the rest. He found a girl in one of the houses on the outskirts of the settlement and, using her as cover, went into the forest. I couldn't shoot at him. All intended targets have been destroyed, Bogdan reported. I landed right in the center of the village. Armed men ran out of the houses to meet me. No time, I raised my hand, stopping them. One of these, I kicked the bandit's corpse with my boot, took a girl hostage and went into the forest with her. I'll go after him. In the meantime, take care of the wounded, put out the fire, and wait for me. When I return, I'll take you with me. To our settlement. No one had time to object to me. I was already running into the forest. Chapter 12. The forest here was different from the one I was used to hunting in. The trees were taller, and their crowns completely blocked the sky. It immediately became dark, and I had to slow down. An unfamiliar forest means unfamiliar dangers. The tracks on the ground were clear. I was afraid that the bandit would kill the girl and go on alone, but he dragged her along with him. It was unusual. We had to walk in the twilight. The light from above came through small windows in the foliage and illuminated only patches of forest. I avoided such places. It was easy to set up an ambush. The bandit was dodging. It was as if he sensed that I was following him and was trying to cover his tracks, but he was doing it clumsily. I tried to keep up, but also not show myself to him. I needed to catch the moment when he was standing at least half a meter away from the girl. After 20 minutes, they began to slow down and walked more and more slowly. I got closer and heard their conversation. "Go faster, you fool. Do you want me to get shot because of you?" The tearful girl, dragging her leg, walked next to him. He held her hand and did not let her go far from him. I managed to examine him before he looked back, and I hid behind a tree. However, I didn't have to do that. It was dark. He would hardly have noticed me, but I did examine him. They shouldn't have entered the spot of light. So, unshaven, European appearance, overall an unremarkable guy. You'd pass by and not remember him. The girl began to cry again and tripped over a root. She pleaded, "Let me go.
Please. Shut up. Her captor shook her, causing her to bite her tongue. You need to watch your step, idiot. How am I supposed to drag you through the entire forest now if your leg is twisted? She cried even more than before. Shut up, I said. Damn it. Stop. Let's take a break. They stopped. He pushed the girl, and she, squealing, fell to the ground and remained lying there. She held her leg and cried, and he took off his shoulder a machine gun of a brand known to me, since I myself had bought several of them for the settlement, and stepped aside. He left the girl in a spot of light. His plan was clear. He apparently expected to be pursued and left the girl as bait, while he himself went into the darkness and lay down in a convenient place, keeping the path they were walking on in his sights. I was at their side and saw everything. I didn't go around it. No need. I'll get it anyway. Taking the gun off my shoulder, I knelt down, put the butt to my shoulder, and inhaled and exhaled several times, leveling my breathing. I aimed at the bandit's body, and as I exhaled, gently pulled the trigger. Shot. The butt hit my shoulder. I staggered. The barrel went up from the recoil, and the bandit, wounded in the back, howled and began to roll along the bottom of the ditch he had crawled into. Eh, he screamed incessantly, torn apart by the pain. The machine gun was thrown aside.
This was already agony. I stood up to my full height, walked past the girl sobbing on the ground, clutching her eyes with her palms, and shot the man again, interrupting his torment. The search and digging of the grave for him was later. How long are you going to cry? The girl decided to remove her palms from her face and looked at me. Quite young, I noticed. Are you okay? She nodded slowly. And who are you? She sniffled and wiped away her tears with her hand. I came to help you. Did you see the bot? No, she shook her head. I was hiding in the house. It doesn't matter. I'll bury this one now. I shook my head to the side. And we'll go back to your settlement. Will you be able to walk? I don't know. It hurts. She pointed to her leg, which was swollen below the ankle. Here. I threw the ointment to her. Rub it in slowly, and don't overdo it. The ointment is expensive. In the meantime, I'll bury your kidnapper like a human being. I have a folding and trenching tool in my backpack. Of course, you can't dig much with it, but I dug 1/2 meter into the ground. Having thrown the body into the hole, I began to fill it. I was in a hurry. I could hear the roar of animals. I hoped they wouldn't smell us. When I finished, I picked up the stick, cut it in half, shortening it, and returned to the light. The girl greeted me with joy. The tube of ointment was half squeezed out. I only winced in pain and took it. This is for you. I handed her a gnarled stick. Lean on it when you walk. Thank you, she thanked me. Get up already. I helped her get up from the ground and pointed her in the direction. You go ahead. We don't talk. I'll keep an eye on you and our backs. Now go ahead. I want to be back by evening. She limped and looked back at me often. I had to correct her when she made a wrong turn, but we left the forest without incident. The village looked miserable. All the buildings except those in the center were burned. The vegetable gardens next to the houses, too. The survivors gathered near the Vepr. They couldn't get inside. As soon as I left the plane, Bogdan closed the ramp behind me. Oh, everything burned down, the girl said, upset. While we were walking from the edge of the forest to the village, we managed to chat. Was this the first time you were attacked by bandits? Yes. She looked at me with surprise and confusion. Nobody told us that criminals lived here. How naive. Have you been living here for a long time? No. About 6 months, like everyone else. And who built the houses? You? No. They were already there. Clear.
We approached the people who greeted the girl with a hubbub, greeting her warmly. So from their conversations, I learned that her name was Victoria. I listened to their story. This settlement was formed by people from Northern Europe.
They settled down well, even established trade with the neighboring village.
They had never even heard of bandits, and therefore became easy prey. They were saved only by the presence of hunters who stayed home today and did not go into the forest. Having organized resistance, they settled in the central strongest houses, hiding women, old people, and children in the basements, and they themselves tried to fight back and call for help. A common story. I had to wait while they decided what to do next. Despite the fact that they managed to put up some resistance, the bandits managed to shoot more than half the population. Almost all the houses except 3 burned down. Nothing was left of the gardens either. As I thought, they asked to join us, and I spent the rest of the time helping them load their things. They didn't take the dead with them. They had a cemetery, and everyone who died today was buried there.
Having arrived in good bees, I handed over the rescued people to my father with a clear conscience and went to bed.
Peach was more talkative than usual today. He flew in to unload the goods we ordered and also to refill the Vepper's tank. I'm not the only one shopping. This time, everything that was brought was ordered by those responsible for our proper nutrition and gardens. Saplings, seedlings, goats for milk, dogs, puppies too, but they were taken faster than the others. Peach and I stood to the side, running a hose from his boat to mine and waited for the fuel to transfer. That's what I'm saying. Peach didn't stop talking for a second. There was a reason. His contract was ending and, as he said, he would soon get out of this hole and find a better job. These pure ones are only causing harm. How they haven't been recognized as a cult yet, I don't understand. Tell me more about them.
What's there to tell? He waved his hand, as if pushing away something extremely unpleasant.
They are a sect. Although the authorities of the O.R.R.G do not admit it, but in other worlds there are not fools, and in many systems the pure ones are forbidden. And what do? Why did you even mention them? Ah, Peach winced. They destroyed a settlement on the planet Rust. It's 7 systems away, a lousy planet. It's impossible to breathe, iron dust in the air. To survive, you have to build domes on the surface, one of those planets that has no permanent residents, only miners working under contract. They destroyed them, one of the small mining towns, by dropping a ship from orbit onto the protective dome. The poisoned air of Rust burst into the city, and those who did not wear coveralls with built-in seals and an air supply died. Isn't this murder? I didn't say they were caught red-handed, did I? They do their business quietly.
So how did the mining village bother them? By whom?
The Assalians lived and worked there, the lungfish. Do your race have tonsils? Peach asked me, pointing to my neck. Eat, they don't. Instead, they have gills there, so they can breathe both air and water. That's why the pure ones hate them. They think the Assalians have strayed too far from the human standard. How is that? I don't know. But they have some kind of a quirk about all this. They hate the Assalians for their gills, the Toffees for their third eye, the Quasits for their blue skin.
Racists.
Yes. And they are tolerated so they don't oppress everyone. You or I are recognized as a human being. We did not go into detail on this topic. Tell me, Ivan, where are you going next? What? What are you talking about? What will you do when you pay off your debt? I know how much loot you hand over to officials. You've already paid off half of the debt. So I'm asking, what will you do next?
I wanted to recommend a few places to move to, if you're interested.
I nodded. Interesting. So listen, there is nothing for you to do in the middle ring, in the central worlds. With your social utility index, you can't live there. You can't buy a house or find a job. There is no knowledge. Our lands remain. The outer ring, deep space, forgotten settlements. I complained. I wouldn't want to end up on a planet like Haag-Ra again. Peach nodded. This planet is special, Class X. You've heard of Psi, haven't you? That's it. And there are plenty of more decent cesspool planets in space than this one.
You don't think that the big head sitting in the O.R.R.G came up with the idea of punishing people with lifelong exile to such places just like that, do you? No, Ivan. That's how the O.R.R.G is expanding its domain. Criminals are people too. They reproduce. Time will pass and they will die. But their children will remain. Some will fly away, and some will continue to live on the cesspool planet. The cycle will close, and power will come to the planet. And from an exiled planet, it will turn into a decent world, and a new planet in deep space will be found for exile. This is how human expansion happens.
You tell an interesting story. I didn't know that. But I still don't want to live on a planet with criminals.
I don't advise you to do that. I'm just telling you how things are set up here. And as for planets suitable for normal life, he thought for a moment. I'll name 2 systems, also deep space. Not heaven, but it's much better to live there than here. So once you've paid off your debts, fly either to the Red Giant system or to the Xi asteroid belt. There's work there, planets suitable for life, and they treat newcomers well. Laborers are always needed. Thank you. I'll look up information about these systems in the Galactic Network. The bot was refueled. Peach bid me a warm farewell, wishing me luck and lamenting that he couldn't invite me to celebrate the end of my contract in a decent bar on the station. He left me his contact information and flew away. Next time, the bot pilot will be different. Do they want to distribute them among the settlements? Yes, they were going to. They had already started to deliver them to the villages, but they were met with weapons there and shot immediately. So now the officials at the Haag-Ra have stopped the landing and are thinking about what to do. How did you find out? I'm texting my friends at the station. Meow. And how did I forget about the cat? This pest disappeared from sight for a while, and now he jumped on my neck, holding a rat in his mouth. Apparently today he will try to steal a cutlet from my plate again. He likes you, Oksana noted. Your Murzik is a frostbitten cat who doesn't like anyone. I disgustedly threw the rat's corpse into the grass and showed the mustachioed man my fist, but he had already gone ahead of us and didn't see. So what do you think? About what? About that, the sister was indignant.
Before, I would have answered that I wanted revenge. But you know, after everything I saw, experienced here, on the Haag-Ra, the anger is gone. I just don't care about them. If they can survive here, let them live. What about Oleg? If it weren't for them, he would be alive and wouldn't have died in the accident. I began to forget about my brother. Oksana, without wanting to, opened up an old wound. You need to be able to forget, sister. You're about to give birth and worrying is harmful. She was offended. I know. I didn't know what to advise her, but I tried to find the right words. Do you think Oleg would want us to avenge him? Remember, the deputies didn't run away alone. They have families, children. Do you think it's their fault that their parents are scum? What will happen to them when we take revenge? The sister remained silent. Let it go. We have our own path now, and they have theirs. That's it, that's it. She stopped me.
Stop pretending to be smart. Sticking her tongue out at me like a girl, she turned around and ran off towards the kitchen. Murzik, his tail sticking up, trotted right behind her. They didn't let me get to the shed again. They intercepted me again right at the entrance. This time, my father. You gave us some work to do. When I brought new settlers from the ruined village to us, they looked at me unkindly. This is not the first time, but I answered. What was to be done? And once again, a rhetorical question was met with a shrug. Fortunately, he came to discuss not my prank, but the case. We're flying out tomorrow, later than planned, but they're already waiting for us. Trade in junk? Yes. Tomorrow, so tomorrow. Together? I think so. Does that mean I agree? I told you, Father, yes. I'll load the bot today, don't worry. I don't want to let people down. I promised them one thing, and we're already a week late. We don't keep our word. Having assured my father that I understood everything, I finally went into the barn, greeted the technicians, and began repairing the new batch of garbage. Father! Father! I slapped him on the cheeks, trying to bring him to his senses. It turns out he had studied the pilot's knowledge package and wanted to try his hand. But there was never enough time. So I entrusted him with the steering wheel. I stepped away for literally a minute, and he merged with the ship. Apparently, he wanted to get the full experience. A little more, and he would start drooling. Fortunately, slapping his cheeks helped, and he began to come to his senses. Bogdan took over the flight, and I tidied up my father. What were you thinking about? I asked, as his eyes lit up with meaning. Son? He asked. Damn! He grabbed his head. Does it hurt? I asked. Then your head is in place. I was angry. I don't remember anything. It even hurts to think, complained the father. I told you not to use it, but to control the Vepr in the normal mode. Despite my anger, I did everything I could to make him feel better. I laid out the pilot's seat so he could lie down. I found some headache pills. I soaked a rag in clean water and made a compress on his forehead. Rest for now, Dad. The pain will go away soon. It's still 40 minutes flight to the first village on the way. You'll have time to recover. He didn't answer. He fell asleep. It's okay. I can sell the junk that fills the entire hold myself. The first settlement was called USSR. Here, Doc was mistaken. People who were stolen from Russia in the early 90s lived here. Those who everyone considered missing. They should have money for shopping. I don't know why they don't want to pay nitrin, but offer goods for goods. As I approached the village, I was stopped by the air defense system, which was set to paranoid mode. They shot at me. I screamed. Evasive maneuver, Bogdan. It turned out the rocket was a flare. The shortwave radio started working. The airwaves came alive.
Who is it? I lost my temper.
What idiot shot? The question was repeated on the other end.
Who is it?
Having calmed down, I pulled myself together and answered normally. Ivan, from the Good Bees. My father negotiated with you about trade.
Hang in one place and don't move, wait!
A few minutes later, several unknown drone models flew up to me. Judging by their actions, they were irradiating the ship, shining through it. The radio came to life again.
Everything is fine. Come on over.
My father came to his senses and realized that he had missed everything. I briefly brought him up to speed. He felt better and was quite sensible. I was only too happy to hand over all authority to him to sell our goods. We landed at the place assigned to us, managed to examine the village from above. Large. Already approached the limit of 300 people. Lots of houses.
Roads between houses are filled with concrete. Lots of equipment. Sheds. Own 2 boats and a shuttle. I opened the ramp. We were already met outside. Good day, the old man, belted with a red sash, as in the old days, bowed to us from the waist. Deep wrinkles snaked across his face. He was very old. I don't even know how old he was. Sorry for this reception, he said to us when he straightened up. The bandits have been acting up lately because of the influx of new settlers. Maybe you've encountered them already? We understand and we don't hold a grudge, his father assured him. And yes, we have encountered it. I didn't want to get involved in the conversation. Well, it's good that you didn't hold a grudge. Let's go. I'll show you how we live. You'll rest from the road, and we'll discuss business. In the meantime, my guys will unload our purchases. These are the boxes, I pointed out to the old man's assistants. 24 marked boxes, set aside specifically for this settlement.
We took a walk. I didn't find any big differences between this village and ours. Children were also walking around playing on the playground. Teenagers were kicking a ball around. Women were gossiping, looking at us from afar. Drones were guarding the settlement. There were few men. Apparently everyone was in the forest. Along the way we got to know each other better, and the almost imperceptible chill in the conversation disappeared. After all, it's not every day that you get shot at. We were invited into a gazebo next to a pond, entwined with vines. Inside was a table already set for the guests. We sat down, I ate in silence. The conversations were mostly between old Gennady, the elder of the USSR, and my father. Well, I treated myself to a chicken baked on coals, stuffed with rice, a salad of tomatoes with sour cream and garlic, fish and hot tea. Having wiped my mouth with a napkin, I sat back in my chair, satisfied, and began to wait for the outcome of the trades.
We agreed on a natural exchange. It suits us.
Then, here it is. The list of goods that we offer you to take in exchange for the equipment that you brought us. The father glanced at the sheet of notes and nodded. It suits me. That's good. The old man clapped his hands. A girl sat down at the table next to him. I'm Anastasia, she introduced herself, looking at me. Ivan. Beautiful. Looks like an old man. Daughter or granddaughter? She decided to chat. Tell me, how did you get settled? Her eyes were shining with curiosity. She was really interested. So I told her. Gennady was also interested in the story. Bandits are the scourge of all the locals.
He praised us. We didn't stay in the USSR for long and said our goodbyes warmly. Then we flew to the next settlement, and so on from one to the other. Everything was exactly the same, only without the shooting. We got acquainted, they showed us how they lived, and then we flew on. We returned home in deep darkness.
Ivan, just don't tell your mother how I made a fool of myself with the bot, okay? Father sat in the co-pilot's seat, drank rose-hip tea and relaxed, lazily watching the trees flashing by below us. You have dark circles under your eyes and broken capillaries. She'll definitely guess that something happened on the flight. Damn it. In Goodbees, everyone was already asleep. I sent my father to sleep too, and I started unloading the boat. I'll need it tomorrow. Chapter 13. I woke up with difficulty. I was tired yesterday. Natasha was also sleeping, and I didn't wake her. I covered her with a blanket and tiptoed out of the room. Passing by the window, I noticed people bustling about in the warehouse. They were clearing out what my father and I had brought yesterday. I didn't wait for breakfast. I took a snack with me and went to the boat. I walked on the grass and got my boots wet. The morning dew was to blame. Bogdan, how are we doing with fuel? I asked as soon as I entered the wheelhouse. He took off his boots and began to dry them. Half a tank. Enough. Let's fly to the lake. Turn on the autopilot. I'm doing it. The Vepr rose into the air and flew. Peach's words sank into my soul. He was right. The time was not far off when we would pay off the O.R.R.G and stop being debt workers. I did not want to stay on the planet, and the question arose of where and on what to fly. And if there was still time to decide where, then on what, we had to decide now. I never forgot about the Raider. Drones are not people. They work without rest. A couple of months ago, I bought 2 sets of the same Geika 5. I lowered them underwater and left them on the Raider, setting the task of repair. Then I flew back. I checked how things were going, solved the problems, and flew away again, writing down the names of the spare parts that needed to be purchased and, most importantly, finding the funds for all this. Unfortunately, spare parts are expensive, and I had to choose what I needed right now and what I could do without. I understood what and how to repair. After all, I had just finished studying all the knowledge packages I had a few days ago. Now, by the standards of the outer ring, the outskirts of the developed space, I am a valuable worker. It is difficult to assimilate such a volume of knowledge. This is definitely not expected from a person my age. I wasn't thinking of stopping at the progress I'd made. Now I was deciding what to study next. Should I broaden my knowledge or deepen it? It's a difficult question. Both cost money. And now we're saving up for my wife Kostia's treatment and for the O.R.R.G debt. My father wants to pay off all the bills in 2 or 3 months. And then there's the Raider repair. Nitrino disappears, as if sucked into a black hole. Immersion. Bogdan notified me of his arrival and began to descend to the bottom of the lake. He turned on the light, and the lanterns tore the darkness to shreds. We flew around the Raider, and I once again assessed its dimensions, although I already knew every figure from the specification. 350 meters long, 40 meters high, 1.5 9-story buildings, and 80 meters wide. This is my long-range reconnaissance Raider, Nadezhda, built on the basis of a super-heavy battleship, Class 21, Gramada. Much has changed since my first appearance here. The solid holes in the hull, through which the interior spaces were flooded, have been welded shut. The life support system has been activated, and there is heat and air inside the seemingly dead giant. We docked at one of the gateways, the one that had been repaired. While I was collecting the things I wanted to drag onto the Nadezhda, giving commands to the drone loader, there was time to think. The Nadezhda Raider is made by the increased speed of the ship due to the change in the internal layout without additional refueling.
and visits to space stations to replenish water, fuel, and food supplies. Unfortunately, the raider was heavily damaged in an unknown skirmish, designated in the logbook as a war with aliens for the planet Haag-Ra. As a result of this war, much on the raider was broken or was taken away before the ship crashed to the ground, falling into a lake. Although I am inclined to believe that it fell into the forest, making a hole in the ground, and the lake appeared here later due to the rains. Honestly, I can't complain. I already got a repairable raider for free. It was just abandoned here, written off and forgotten, and I picked it up. I also had problems with the crew on the Nadezhda.
I couldn't keep track of everything on my own. And I've already talked to my father about it. He'll buy the knowledge packs I've indicated and hand them out to those of us who've shown the best performance. We need at least one more heavy ship pilot. A navigator. We need a team of technicians. We need weapons specialists. There are a lot of vacancies. A team of at least 40 people should operate such a large ship, and that's the minimum. The rest will take the passenger seats. There should be enough cabins. The raider, although it has become smaller due to changes in its internal layout, is still large, even enormous, despite the increased fuel tanks and expanded warehouses and cargo hold. There are about 500 people in the cabins. You can't cram more in, no matter how hard you try. The life support system won't cope. There will be an overconsumption of air and water. Our waste products will accumulate faster than they can be processed. And we will spend more energy and therefore fuel. Heavy load on the electrical network. The raider is not made of rubber. Overall, it will take us several months to prepare for the flight. There is time to sort everything out and carry out the necessary repairs. I didn't find any corpses on board. I think everyone managed to evacuate. That's for the best. I'm already scared walking alone through the endless corridors of the giant ship. What is the result? What have I come to? After my first inspection of the ship, I set myself the task of not restoring it completely. It is impossible with our forces. No, I wanted to return the ability of the Hope to fly into space. Let it be slow, let it be with problems on board, but to fly. To have the ability to leave Haag-Ra on my ship, without relying on a carrier. In the future, I plan to use such an asset as a raider for trade between distant planets. There was a demand for such services. I checked. Yes, no one is chasing us away from the Haag-Ra. I am in a hurry. The usual fear, apprehension. I have already seen 2 destroyed villages and heard about a dozen of the same. And I was rightly afraid that sooner or later we too could be attacked, and even if we fight back, there will be casualties. Well, the goals are set. Pay off the debts, repair the Nadezhda, fly away from here, settle in a new world, and start a new life. I was standing at the ramp when I heard a hissing sound in the air. It was Bogdan, who equalized the pressure between the Vepr and the Nadezhda's airlock, he reported. Pressure equalized, Captain, I ordered. Lower the ramp. She lowered herself and I walked forward into the airlock. 3 loader drones followed me, carrying boxes in their grips. The ramp began to close. I went directly to the inner airlock and began to open it manually. I still hadn't restored the automation. There weren't enough hands for everything. Having opened the hatch in the wall, I began to turn the iron wheel. The mechanism creaked, and the door slowly, with tension, began to open. I opened it halfway, just enough for me and the drones to pass through, and then did the opposite operation on the other side. This is a simple safety precaution. You can't leave the vestibule's internal airlock open. I looked around. Despite the constant rush, the rooms inside the raider continued to resemble a horror film. Bundles of wires, somehow soldered, hung from the ceiling. There were few and every other light bulb. They were either out or flickering. The clean sheathing, once beautiful, white, covering the iron sides of the ship, was twisted, melted, and falling off in pieces. Somewhere, there was a short circuit, and the crackling of electricity could be heard. Puddles and dried seaweed remained on the floor. Moss. These rooms were flooded. The fact that we were able to weld the holes in the sheathing and pump out the water was already a miracle. There was a connection with the drones that I left here. The Raider, like our settlement, has its own repeater, connecting people and equipment wirelessly. From here, I could reach not only the drones in other sections, but also the settlement or station in space. Luckily, the repeater survived. I couldn't buy it. It's very expensive. Having looked at the map to see what the repair drones were doing, I first went not to them but to the warehouse where I had put the purchased equipment. Having sent the loader drones back to wait for me at the gateway to the boat, I went to check the work done. As I meandered through the corridors, I noted in my head what had been done and what hadn't. It was all in the drone reports they sent me as soon as I contacted them, of course. But I like to see everything with my own eyes. It was somehow more familiar. I walked along the decks and realized that we shouldn't have sold so many vacuum cleaner drones. The next batch needs to be held back and transported here as soon as possible. Dirt. The smell of burnt wires. Small bugs. The crunch of larvae under the soles of my boots. It's like I'm walking on a deck. Other than one of the spaceships, I don't even know. Walking through a pigsty? Anyway, the cheapest spaceship repair drones I found, the Gaika 5, did a good job. I'll have to buy a few more of these 5 drone sets. One for each technician. That'll speed up the repairs considerably. The engines themselves were flooded with water, and now it is simply dangerous to start them up. The technical drones in the ship's computer, which I gave the same name as the ship, Nadezhda, dissuaded me from such a step. But I insisted on my own and was going to do it in the coming days, maybe even today. We need to drive the Raider to Goodby's. It's high time. Everyone has heard about it, but only I have seen it. But the point is not to be seen. No, I don't have many drones, it's hard to buy them, so I save as much as I can. That's why I want to transfer the Raider to us. Even children could help with the cleaning on board. The technicians I work with are able to lay cables, and soon they will improve their skills, and I will be able to give them the same technical drones, Gaika. This will save me a lot of time. While I will be repairing the most complex units and all the electronics, they will restore less important mechanisms. So I firmly insisted on starting the engines. While I was going to the engine compartment to see if everything was okay, I thought sadly about the price of fuel. The Raider is not a bot. The sizes are incomparable. Fully filling all the tanks will cost us 7 million nitrins. All that remains is to earn them. Okay. We will not completely fill the tanks. I checked the most profitable route to the systems that Peach recommended and calculated the fuel consumption. 1/4 of a tank will be enough for us. The closer I got to the engine room, the louder the noise. The drones were working. When I got there, I looked around. The engine room was 8 of the ship's 16 decks high, housing 3 main engines and 10 auxiliary ones, designed for maneuvering among asteroid fields and docking with stations in the void of space. In civilized places, the descent of ships, from destroyers to colossi to the surface of planets, is prohibited. Ecology. And having connected to the drones via the core, I looked through their work logs, displaying all the information in front of me. Unfortunately, they could not make independent decisions and did only what I assigned them. In the event that they cannot cope with the task assigned to them, I have to manually adjust the work. The drones are just a tool, with repair protocols built into them, and I am the brain. And now, they did not complete some of the tasks that I assigned them. In one place, access to the mechanism that needed to be disassembled was blocked by a collapsed metal beam, and the nuts simply did not do anything, having caught a critical error in the technical specifications. I had to give them a new assignment. Saw this beam and disassemble the separator, identify its malfunctions, repair, assemble, and put it back in place, connecting it to the general electrical network. I had to prescribe every step to the drones, and even so, there were problems.
If the breakdown was complex, the help of a technician was needed. It was because of such little things that I had to fly to the raider every day, controlling the drones step by step. Brekhet Munan liked the new secretary much more than the previous one. This one was not insolent. "The schedule has shifted," he reported, without stopping looking at the papers he was holding in his hands. "According to our estimates, 90% of Earthlings capable of awakening Psi have already done so." "Our steps?" Breck asked, focused on other problems. He had long forgotten about the Earthlings, having received his benefit, and this report was of little interest to him. There were other issues on the agenda now. The rebellion in the binary black star system, the Pure One's prank on the planet Rust, intrigues in the O.R.R.G Council, where his old enemy had once again tried to overthrow him. We offered them new contracts and accommodation in the middle ring for their families, favorable conditions.
Almost everyone agreed. Pupok, nevertheless, listened to the conversation. And those who refused? They were made new offers that they could no longer refuse. Got it. Good job. Thank you, Mr. Breck. What about further work with Earthlings? Is there any point in continuing? Their potential as Psi-gifted people is almost exhausted. We are recalling most of the team watching over Haag-Ra from the military station in orbit. The remaining group of our people will watch over the Earthlings for the next 6 months and identify those we have missed, and then they will also return. Excellent, and just in time. Breck nodded to the secretary. I have received military intelligence data. We have found 3 new planets with a population of over 1 billion people. We must hurry, since my opponents in the council have already sent their representatives there. It is necessary to establish contact with the wild aborigines. It is not for me to teach you. In 10 days, I want to see on my desk a report on the prospects of those planets, the systems closest to them, and the people living on them.
I will send an expedition there today.
Go. Pupok waved his hand at him. Work.
Ooh, what a pest.
I jerked my hand and pulled it out of the mechanism I had stuck it in. It almost tore it off at the shoulder. Rusty iron and useless drones, incapable of the simplest repairs. The mood was not so great. There was more work than I thought. Nadezhda, report. The raider's computer responded over the loudspeaker installed on all decks of the ship.
Connecting. Please wait.
I didn't wait. There was no less work. I had more to do without the generator that had broken down, so I moved the boat to the hangar for small ships. I had to flood the hangar itself, open the doors in emergency mode, then enter the hangar on the boat, put on a spacesuit with an air reserve. Fortunately, I had bought it in advance. Exit the boat, close the hangar and pump out the water. This entire operation took 4 hours of my time. It was already deep night. It would not be possible to return to Goodbees. I contacted them, said that I would spend the night here, and instead of sleeping I continued the repair, although my eyes were already closing. That's why I make mistakes. I accidentally supplied electricity to the mechanism I was tinkering with, and my hand got pinched. Fortunately, it was not fatal. There were no wounds, but mistakes accumulate. That's it. I'm going to bed. Hope reported to me when I was already going to bed, having taken the first cabin I came across, and simply collapsed on the bed. Captain,
The generator is operational in all operating modes. The main engine has begun to gain power. Okay, I'm going to bed. Make sure the drones keep working and wake me up if they stop working again. Accepted, Captain.
The morning greeted me with periodic warnings over the loudspeaker about the failure of yet another unit of the ship. This was Nadezhda trying to supply current to the de-energized equipment. One of the main engines reached full power, and there was an abundance of electricity. But she shouldn't have done it. Our wiring is crap. There was no point in scolding her. She was acting according to her protocols. So I simply overrode all her actions, prohibiting the supply of current to the currently unused compartments until I gave permission. I got out of bed and wanted to take a shower, but it was broken. I started to figure it out. It turned out that we had no water in the tanks. That's it. We were lying at the bottom of the lake, and the water tanks were empty. I'll have to do this today. Water, like fuel, also costs money, and we'd better save money. I'll run it through filters and fill the tanks to the neck. I had to dress without washing. The clothes were also dirty. Fuel oil, grease, fuel, and just dirt. It's disgusting. But I don't have a new suit, and I can't wash it for the same reason. No water. After grabbing a bite of what I took with me, I went to work. I had to finish today, no matter what. Evening. It was difficult. I stood in the cockpit and held the vertical takeoff controls with shaking hands. The raider slowly, convulsively, as if during an earthquake, emerged from the tens of meters of silt in which it had lain for many years. A wave of turbidity arose. Blue flames erupted from the main and auxiliary engines, evaporating tons of water and fish every second. With an effort, the Nadezhda began to rise from the depths. The computer reported malfunctions, leaks, short circuits, and fires every second. We had to get distracted, determine the degree of danger, and send drones there. Ooh, 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 the main engine began to strain, making unusual sounds. I cut off the fuel supply to it and continued the climb using only the auxiliary engines. Just a little more, I kept saying, monitoring dozens of load charts on the screens, no longer paying attention to the fact that most of the ship's systems were painted red. Yes, I did it! The raider had no windows or portholes, but there were hundreds of screens showing what was outside the ship. Some of them, as usual, were not working. The cameras were broken, but those that remained were enough for me to navigate in space. We surfaced and continued to rise, hovering 10 meters above the lake, 30, 40, 50. That's it. I switched the vertical takeoff levers to horizontal, and we slowly, much slower than the bot, flew toward the good bees. Despite the success, instead of celebrating, I ran to help the drones put out fires caused by short circuits. It took several hours to fix everything that had been damaged during takeoff. I was as shaky as yesterday, smelling of smoke, but the main engine was working again. After shutting off most of the auxiliaries, I applied power to it, and we began to pick up speed sharply. Suddenly, I was contacted from space. They are watching. Raider Hope, this is Haag-2. We remind you that if you leave the planet's atmosphere, you must shut down your engines and stop, awaiting inspection. Haag-Ra is a closed system. Attempts to leave by convicted criminals or indentured servants are punishable by death. Over. Do you understand? As expected, I smiled wryly and answered them briefly. Got it. Accepted. Chapter 14. When I appeared in the sky above the good bees in the middle of the day, everyone's eyes popped out of their heads. The size of the raider was known only from my words, and it was hard to imagine such a giant flying. I almost covered half the sky. Then there was the landing away from the houses, shaking the ground beneath me. I just plopped down on my belly,
It was already dented. Everyone felt the jolt.
And then all day long, I showed the ship to those who wanted to see it. I led them along the corridors. So we had to put guards at the entrances. Children were forbidden to walk alone in the raider. But teenagers will be teenagers. It's dangerous for adults, too. You'll grab onto a bare wire, and that's it. The following weeks flew by. Nadezhda gave people hope, no matter how strange it may sound. It was a pity to abandon their gardens and houses, but everyone understood that this was not ours. Someone else's land, every inch of which belonged to other people. And we won't be able to live here if even women have to carry weapons with them. And houses with deep basements resemble fortresses. So, with enthusiasm, we all started cleaning the raider from dirt. Everyone was running around with buckets, rags, and detergents. I bought another batch of technological waste with the technicians, from which we restored some of the equipment and installed it in the raider.
And so we continued working. Between hunting and delivering my duty to the O.R.R.G, I devoted all my time to restoring equipment suitable for a raider from the junk and repairing the Nadezhda itself, where our technicians, still learning the necessary knowledge packages, could not cope. I worked. The pilots also learned, retraining from small ships straight to heavy ones. Life was in full swing. These are grown-up puppies running after their little mistresses and masters. The boys and girls helped by carrying water from the pond in small toy watering cans to the raiders' sloughs. Usually they quickly got tired and ran off to play, but at the beginning of the day, they always tried to help the adults. You can't even shoo teenagers away from the ship with a broom. They were already working full-time. They dragged hoses, washed corridors, crawled into places where adults couldn't get through, and scooped out trash. The dump next to the Nadezhda grew. All the melted interior paneling, faulty and unrepairable mechanisms, rotten rags and kilometers of wires. All of it lay here.
Uncle Ivan, when will they tell us which cabin is ours?
My nephews ran up to me. The boys stood up straight. They had a hard time at the station. It wasn't the surface of a planet. Water and food consumption was limited. My brother and his wife had low salaries. They were half-starved. Fortunately, the boys had now fattened up and immediately gained a normal body weight for their age. I exhaled tiredly and asked, "Why do you need a cabin now?" Everyone was going crazy. They wanted to know which cabin they were going to get, as if it made any difference. All cabins are identical, differing only in the number of beds, and only the captain's is 3 times larger than the others. The conversion of the battleship into a raider required the engineers who worked on it to remove excesses, and the living decks, with cabins, shrank several times.
"It is necessary," they answered.
"You'll find out in a few days. We're already busy with it. Go where you were going." I pointed to the coils of cable that they were holding on their shoulders. "Hooray!" they exclaimed and ran to catch up with their friends who had gone ahead. The fruit in the garden was ripe. The women were just picking it, and I couldn't resist. I looked around furtively, went up to a bush and picked an orange fruit, running away from the scene of the crime. After peeling it, I ate the sour fruit with pleasure, full of cool, sweet water inside. It tasted like a mix of orange, lemon, chokeberry, and bitter viburnum. There was only one seed in the center. I didn't spit it out, but put it in my pocket. It will remain for planting, only not here, but in a new place, wherever it may be. This place, our new home. And I saw everything. I flinched. The voice sounded unexpected.
I didn't notice my sister, Oksana, sitting on a bench under the spreading branches of a tree, creating a cozy shade on this hot day. And I'll tell you everything if you don't share it with me. Extortionist. I gave her half of the fruit. Where is Murzik? The cat was nowhere to be seen, and I began to worry. He runs after the dogs. They barked at him disrespectfully, so he punishes them. Hey! The little sister pretended to be indignant. Stop pointing your finger at my stomach! And I didn't poke, but carefully touched. The belly turned into a balloon, and I was interested. Is it time to give birth soon? This week, sighed my sister. After eating my fruit, she began to look at the garden, with the intention of attacking it and stealing some fruits. Mom saw us and came over. Son, did you skip breakfast again? There's a lot of work. I got up before they started cooking breakfast. I went hunting and had a snack there. I fried some meat. Don't worry. Mom started scolding me.
You don't have to drive yourself so hard. We have hunters, and they catch altered animals too if you didn't know.
There was no point in arguing with her. She was Mom. I just agreed with everything and nodded. Oksana would look at me slyly at such moments and roll her eyes demonstratively.
I see everything. I raised him to my own detriment.
Now Oksana got it too. They remembered everything. And the cat that steals food right from the plates and the trips to the forest alone. You see, she wanted to breathe. And what if the beast jumped out at her? What then? While my mother was scolding my sister, I tried to run away, but...
Stop.
I'm standing, I answered obediently.
Today they will return Konstantin's wife to us. You remember that, right?
I saw that our account was pretty empty. 4 million nitrinos just licked up. So the operation was paid for? That's good. As soon as we promised Kostya that we would return his wife's body, transformed from a human into a tattered calculator, he transformed. He stopped drinking. He learned 2 sets of knowledge that were entrusted to him at once: pilot and technician. Now he runs around the raider looking for those who need help. He works like 3. Good man. He was able to pull himself together. Yes, my mother answered. We'll have to keep an eye on her. Mom, I drawled. I have enough to do already, and you want to hang this on me too? I just warned you to watch your back too. We were told that Rose will never be the same. She needs care. She may behave strangely. Be considerate and careful with her. And there will be someone to look after her. Got it. Should I go? Go ahead already. She waved her hand at me. While walking towards the raider, I looked through the missed messages in the core. Textbook. Officer. Unit command, squad, platoon, company, battalion. Grade 22. Studied at 19%. Before buying the knowledge packages, I already knew, but of a higher class. I bought those that I did not have, intending to study them first. Even on a station as remote from the mother worlds as the Haag-1, there was plenty to choose from, although all knowledge began with Class 20. It was necessary to look for something higher in more lively places and not on the outskirts of the galaxy. There were many knowledge packages. At the station, all knowledge was divided into civilian and military. They were also divided by secrecy level, secret and specialized. Such were available only to employees of state institutions, of the O.R.R.G, and scientists. I chose from the simpler ones, for us, ordinary people, and to be honest, I dug deep into our pockets. Only my father knew about this, because I spent 2.5 million nitrinos on knowledge packages for myself. I spent a month cutting out animals above the norm so that my expenses would not be noticed, against the background of what I earned. So I have the right. The money is mine. But I did not want to explain why I needed knowledge packages that, in the best case, I would study by the age of 30. In the end, I was forced to tell my father about Psi and deep hypnosleep. I needed to explain.
Together, we decided that the rest of us didn't need to know about it. Psi abilities were rarely talked about among us, but people still knew about them. They were interested. They also knew that such people were given offers that were hard to refuse, being a debt worker. We decided not to tease the geese and hide it from everyone. So, I bought no less knowledge packs than Zachary once gave me. I admit, only now have I fully realized what a great gift he gave me back then. Here is a complete list of what I will be studying for the next 6 months to a year. It was difficult to predict the exact time.
Textbook, Tactics of Single Combat Operations in the Void, Grade 24. Textbook, Ground Special Operations, Grade 21. Textbook, Boarding, Smuggling, Grade 25. Textbook, Pioneer, Methodology of Navigation and Exploration of Unknown Systems, Grade 24. Textbook, Pioneer, Protocols of First Contact, Grade 27. Textbook, Pioneer, Methods of Detection and Determination of Void Anomalies, Types and Classification, 20th grade. Textbook, Space, General Theory of Emptiness, without class. Textbook, Computers, Development, Repair, and Operation, Grade 23. Textbook, Engineering, Grade 26. Textbook, Design and Construction of Ships, Stations, Grade 28. Textbook, Advanced Theory of Engines, Shuttle, Main Cruise, Auxiliary, Grade 20. Textbook, Power Systems of Ships and Stations, Class 22. Textbook, Structure of Ship and Station Hulls, Class 25. Textbook, Life Support Systems for Ships and Stations, Class 26. Textbook, Methods of Conducting Diagnostics, Grade 21. Textbook, Shipborne Weapon Systems, Class 25. Textbook, Operator of a Processing Industrial Complex, Grade 19. Textbook, Mining and Mining Complex, Class 17. Textbook, Geology, no class. Textbook, Mineralogy, no class. Textbook, Psychological Stability, no class. Textbook, Memory Training, no class. Textbook, Trade, without class. Textbook, Aliens, Xenology, without class. Impressive, and I can't say that I bought something unnecessary. But since I no longer had headaches due to hypnosleep, I wasn't worried. I'll learn it, although I'd like to do it before we take off. It would help me a lot. As I passed through the security post at the entrance to the airlock, I was amazed at what motivated people could do in a little over a month, with only a rag in their hands. There was no dirt that had ingrained itself into the bulkheads. The floor was clean. The warped paneling had been stripped from the walls, exposing the metal sides. But for us, it was even better now. Behind it were those very rotten wires and pipes that needed to be patched. What pleased me most was the absence of dampness and, as a result, humidity. I had to turn on the heating at full power despite it being summer. The moisture evaporated reluctantly, but it was necessary. Too much had suffered because of it. Rotted and rusted. As I walked along the corridors, dirty teenagers ran past me, covered in oil, but with happy faces and smiles on their lips. I passed by the technicians who didn't notice me. They were busy replacing the pipes that couldn't be fixed anymore. There was no metal left. Just rot. Give me a new pipe, Sanich. Weld it, you iron block. Don't yell at the drone, idiot. Just give the command and that's it. Turning into the central corridor of the 16th lower deck, I went to the elevators, which I had recently repaired myself. On such a large ship, you can't do without elevators, and there were a lot of them. 10 elevator shafts throughout the ship. I went up to the 8th deck, the heart and main axis of the ship. Decks 4 through 12 were residential. There were workshops, cabins, kitchens, laundries, tool storage, and many other important rooms. The remaining decks were purely technical. The corridors there were narrow. During the flight, in the name of economy, heat was supplied there in a minimal amount, just to avoid freezing the mechanisms and liquids in the tanks. There was also a minimum of air. On the 8th deck, where I was now walking, besides the wheelhouse, hidden in the center of the ship, its most protected place, there was also my cabin, the captain's cabin. There, as I thought, I found Natasha. She was cleaning up. The door opened silently, and I crept up behind her and hugged her, causing her to flinch and scream in fear.
Oh!
She turned around.
You're a fool!
She hit me in the chest with her fist.
It's scary!
Well, sorry. I wanted to surprise you.
Don't do that again, she asked, not rushing to break away from my embrace.
We just stood there and enjoyed each other. The hugs were enough for us.
Are you going to the wheelhouse again? She asked.
I answered, someone has to manage all the chaos that's going on at Nadezhda. I shrugged and reluctantly released his embrace. And you'll come back dirty again, right? I'm running out of washing powder, you know, and the stains on your overalls have stopped coming out. I smiled, kissed her on the cheek, and ran away, leaving Natasha to continue struggling with dust and dirt. We ordered the upholstery for the cabins. It will arrive soon, but the regular corridors will remain without it. Too expensive. There are kilometers of corridors, and upholstery is not one of those things that are urgently needed. The cabins are an exception.
Our flight will last a long time, and during it, we would like to look not at the gray metal walls with pipes and wires snaking along them, but at cheerful wallpaper painted in green or yellow tones. Well, or panels made of reinforced plastic. My father also allocated a small amount for everyone to buy personal items, so that as soon as the repairs in the cabins are finished, everyone will decide for themselves how to furnish it. Nadezhda. Report. In the wheelhouse, I took the central seat. I was not alone. The pilots greeted me. Liza, cheerful Konstantin, Svetlana, and Zhenya. They were training. They were sitting around the navigator's table and plotting a course for the ship, building it so as to avoid dangers, save fuel, and earn some money by taking passengers at intermediate stations. I didn't distract them. Let them learn. That's their main task now, as well as the technicians, but they're busy anyway.
I kept an eye on them, and as soon as they solved one problem, I immediately sent them to solve a new one. The computer responded. Captain, repairs are behind schedule. What is the reason? On the 5th deck, an accident occurred when the pressure in the water pipes increased, and the deck is now flooded. All available technicians are there now, fixing the consequences of the accident. On the 1st deck, there was a chemical spill, fuel additives. On the 6th deck, one of the Geika drones failed. On the 11th deck, the doors between the bulkheads jammed. This is all? Work on the remaining decks is proceeding according to schedule. Okay, Nadezhda, they'll manage on deck without me. I'll just take a look at the broken drone, and then I'll get to work on the 3rd main engine. Parts for it have arrived, so it's time to revive it. Let me know if the situation changes and my help is needed. I'm gone. Yes, sir, Captain. Despite the fact that Nadezhda and other calculators are not real artificial personalities, the higher their class, the less external differences they have from a person. And talking to them, explaining in simple language is much more pleasant than talking to a dead, emotionless computer. Intonation. A female voice. Nadezhda communicated as if she were a person, and sometimes put people into a stupor, like Bogdan remembering Konstantin's wife, Rose. I checked every single one of our computers. I didn't find a single biological one, and I wasn't going to use them in the future. It's inhumane. Having delved deeper into the topic,
I learned that the production of computers from humans is effective only on underdeveloped barbaric planets, and the punishment that was applied to Rose, or Sinyushkin as I thought then, was simple intimidation. The Rogdans were afraid of a rebellion and kept us in fear.
By the way, Peach is also a Rogdanian, and a good guy too, whom I can call a friend. But his compatriots, those who transported us on the cruiser, are real scum. Having climbed from the 8th to the 6th deck, I went to look for the broken drone. This deck was less well lit than the 8th. The air was stale. I made a mental note to check the ventilation. Turning the corner of the corridor, I found our orange friend, Nut. This drone, instead of standing on its feet, was lying on the floor, broken. I took a closer look. It was all covered in some black substance, slowly, hissingly, corroding the metal. I was not allowed to come closer and begin a detailed examination. Something fell on me from the ceiling and pinned me to the floor. I started kicking and threw it off, when something jumped on me again, the same creature as the first one. There were several of them here, and they were all sitting on the ceiling. I cursed. Rubbish. They looked like big grasshoppers. Only these grasshoppers were the size of a dog. And our grasshoppers don't have evil black eyes and the same unpleasant scorpion tails, from the tips of which dripped the same black mucus that is now eating away at the drone. I didn't have time to dodge the new attack, and the grasshopper managed to jump on my back. Then I just ran and crashed my back right into the wall. Crunch! My body shot with pain. Looking down, I pulled the paw of the stinking creature that had ripped my stomach out of my side and threw it to the side. I swayed and almost fell. Blood flowed out of the hole in my stomach in a strong stream. The other creatures didn't like the way I treated their fellow. They screeched and jumped down from the ceiling and ran towards me. Wincing, I activated my psionic ability, bear-like, and roared as I rushed towards them. The whole fight turned into a chain of freeze frames for me. I dodged the blow of black acid from their tails.
And then I remember, badly. It seems I was hitting. They hit me. I hit again. The creatures squealed and ran at me from all sides. There were more of them than I thought. Then I remember grabbing one of the grasshoppers, the largest one, by the head, squeezing it so that it would not struggle, and began to tear off its legs while it squealed and poked me with its scorpion tail. And I laughed, because the wounds on me were healing faster than he inflicted them. And then I came to. I was lying there, on the floor of the 6th deck. Nearby lay a wave of torn bodies, and I was in the middle of this wave, splattered with blood and covered in burns from the acid. I looked at my stomach. The wound was gone, but the new scar was gone. Groaning like an old man, I stood up, leaned against the wall, and waited for the dizziness to pass. I shook my head and looked closely at the grasshoppers. I had seen them somewhere. My head was empty. I still couldn't remember.
My voice broke the silence of the corridor.
Nadezhda, can you hear me? Yes, Captain. Why didn't you warn me? That unknown creatures dangerous to people had appeared on the 6th deck. I almost died. I flared up. And who wouldn't flare up in my place? I didn't know about the biological threat you were facing. Some of the video cameras on that deck are out of order, and you're in my blind spot right now. There's only communication. And I'm only finding out about this now? Damn. Are there many other places on the ship that you don't control? Several corridors on the 1st and 2nd decks. Part of the holds and warehouse number 11. Is there anyone there now? No one was heading there? Can you check? Yes, it's done. No one entered those corridors. Then lock them. I'll inspect everything there myself and give the command to open them as soon as I check. Done. Captain, please describe the appearance of the biohazard. I need to know if a quarantine should be instituted.
I fulfilled her request. Nadezhda confidently determined what kind of creatures they were.
A species of space parasite. I think they settled here during my last flight in the void. And then when I crashed on the planet, they went into hibernation because they were underwater. Deck 6 was completely flooded.
Can you tell me anything else about them?
This type of parasite feeds on metal. They live on asteroids with a high metal content. Because of this, approaching unknown objects in space is prohibited. There are many parasites of all types.
Why did they attack me if they feed on metal?
A human being is 3% metal, Captain. Did I imagine it, or did I sense reproach in her voice? I'm lucky. I didn't even want to think about what would have happened if I hadn't appeared here at the right time.
Chapter 15. Are you back?
Yes, Matubai. Just from the forest, and straight to you. The one known to many as the Mountain rose from his chair and beckoned his brother closer to him.
Come here, Gamuka. Tell me what you learned. The best hunter among all the Matubai brigades knew his worth. Stopping in front of the leader of their gang, he looked fearlessly into the eyes of the Mountain, towering over him by two heads, and began his story. I tracked them for a long time. The Rats Brigade combed the entire forest to the north of us and managed to subdue 4 settlements before they disappeared. Where he flew off to, I didn't know. I had to repeat his route. I visited all the settlements he visited. The people there were scared. Our little rat had them well pinned down. So it wasn't them. But I didn't leave empty-handed either. The expedition from which neither he nor his brigade returned began precisely from the village he had raided last. They showed me the direction, and I followed him overland. Why didn't you use a bot? Not reliable. You know yourself. The old settlements of the locals are all under air defense protection. It could have happened that the rat came across a settlement that had grown too big, and they were forced to resettle some of the people, founding a new village. Then he's a fool for going after them, Matube said through his teeth. I thought so too, but I continued to pursue them. Knowing only the direction, it was difficult to find them. I was gone for a long time. Matube's eyes narrowed dangerously. You were absent for 3 months, Gamuka. The hunter was not afraid and continued to look firmly into the Mountain's eyes. It wasn't easy, but I found those who killed our brothers. Matube calmed down and asked with interest, Are you sure it's them? I've been watching them long enough to say yes. Gamuka started counting on his fingers. They have our bot. I found where it crashed and the mass grave where the guys were buried. I dug it up after all. It's them. Everyone except the rat. Matube's fists clenched until they cracked. Is he alive? Dead. Survived the fall when they were shot down and was captured. I think he was interrogated and then executed. I found his grave, too, in a different place. Had to act at night. Having penetrated their cemetery, I dug it up and checked it. Him. Signs of torture. Didn't they notice you? No. I buried everything back and got rid of the obvious traces. Turns out that old-timers who separated from a large village settled close to us. That's the point. No, Matubai. Grimacing as if from a toothache, Gamuka shook his head discontentedly. They are new. From the same batch of people from Earth as everyone else. Do you mean to say that Rat, not my most talented, but quite competent foreman, to whom I entrusted an armed bot, could not bring to his knees the ragged farmers who had just arrived on Haag-Ra and were looking around with calf-like eyes full of admiration? I'll tell you more. At the time when he attacked them, only one man went into the forest to hunt the beast. a young guy who had barely turned 20. The entire settlement was women, old people, and children. Matubai cursed in his native dialect. Hut, from his language to common language, hat can be translated as hole or ass. Tell me everything, Gamuka, and we will decide what to do and how to punish them. Women's screams were heard from the raiders' infirmary. My father, both nephews Misha and Sasha, and I were standing there behind the doors. The boys were white as chalk, and my father and I felt out of place. Maybe we should leave, Dad, I whispered in my father's ear. Mother said if we leave, we'll get it in the neck. Let's wait. It'll all be over soon. My sister was giving birth, and we had to support her. That's what my mom said. How can we support her, listening to her cries of pain, not knowing what's going on with my sister? Is the birth going well? Are there any complications? Damn, my hands are even shaking. Ah, 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 ah! Another scream was heard behind the door, and we shuddered. My father and I finally let the boys go. As soon as we allowed them to leave, they took off. They ran as if the devil himself was chasing them. It was long. My sister's screams made my hair stand on end. My father, who had already lived through his wife's birth 3 times, was also nervous. The last times, when my mother gave birth to my brother, me, and sister, he had not waited for her at the ward and had not heard her scream. So this was also his first experience. To our relief, 40 minutes later, the sudden silence was broken by the cry of a baby. We were only allowed into the infirmary after half an hour, while we were still standing by the door. Come in. Mom opened the door. My sister's birth was attended by women. There were also such knowledge packages as childbirth, free packages, 2 or 3 days, and it is studied. The nurse lay on a medical couch with many pillows propped up behind her back, holding a baby wrapped in a swaddling cloth in her arms. Mom pushed me in the back. Well, I mumbled, looking closely at the child, wrinkled like an old man. He's handsome, I squeezed out, to the laughter of the women. It's her! Oksana was indignant. A girl! You're an idiot! My mother scolded me. The sister looked lovingly at the bundle of life in her hands. I named her Julia. That's a great name, my dear, decided the father to butter up, having avoided the fate of being dealt a beating by his mother. We were required to stay with the young woman in labor for another 15 minutes until she fell asleep, and Yulia was taken from her arms, and we were escorted out of the hospital. The labor lasted 10 hours, from 11 in the morning until 9 in the evening. Having said goodbye to my dad, I went to my cabin. I wrote down the whole day as a minus. Is that all? Natasha was waiting for me in the cabin. Gave birth. A girl. We named her Julia. Thank God. She crossed herself. Beautiful? I kept quiet. I undressed and sat down on the bed. Lately, Natasha and I have been passing the evenings playing chess, which I cut out myself. Well, not really. I gave the order to the drones, and they cut it out exactly to size. And now, she has already laid out the board. It was a pleasant, quiet evening. Why are you rubbing your neck? She asked me, driving my elephant into a corner on the playing field. I've been on my feet all day like a soldier on Red Square. I feel broken now. My whole body is kind of stiff. Checkmate, Natasha grinned at me. Lie down, my miracle. You are not a player today. Where? On your stomach. I turned over. Natasha sat right on my legs, and I felt her fingers run along my spine. With soft, barely touching movements, she ran the pads of her fingers along my back. I relaxed, and she removed her hands. I heard her kneading something liquid in her palms. The sound was pleasant, relaxing. The smell of flowers spread through the cabin. Returning her hands to my back, Natasha began to rub the cream, warmed by her palms, into my back. These were not the same careful touches as at the beginning, but strong, confident movements. Sides, lower back, shoulder blades. She went all the way down my back and stopped at my neck. At first, gently, carefully. She massaged my shoulders. Then them, but more forcefully, until there were red spots on the skin, and again softly, like the touch of a butterfly. Waves of warmth spread throughout my body from her touches. Then her hands went down to my lower back. She started pinching me along my spine, fingering my skin. She went from below, scratching me with her claws from my bottom to my neck, again and again. I no longer felt like wood, no. I was warm and relaxed. I fell asleep like a baby. I woke up because someone was pushing me in the shoulder.
Not wanting to get up, I said,
"Leave me alone, Natasha. Let me sleep." Cough, they coughed in the room, and I opened one eye, lifting my head from the pillow. It was not Natasha, but Grandfather Spiridon. "Get up, Ivan. It's time to hunt." "Hunting?" I asked stupidly. "We're taking the young into the forest again. Have you forgotten?" I groaned into the pillow and answered, "Forgot. We'll wait outside. Drop in and have a bite to eat." "I understand. We'll wait." "I'll be there soon, Spiridon." He left and I stood up. I didn't feel like taking a shower, so I skipped that step. You can indulge yourself once. After getting dressed, I took the elevator down to the first deck. I went outside and ran into our community house. There, I filled my backpack with food, armed myself, and made myself a sandwich on the run. Approached my grandfather and the guys with bread in my mouth, and without chewing it properly, called everyone to follow me. The bear wasn't there. It had flown away somewhere. So I took the Vepr. It was in the small ship hangar inside the Raider. Technicians were bustling about nearby. They were installing new hoses for refueling small ships. "Where are we going today, Uncle Ivan?" This was asked by lop-eared Anatoly, a lanky, inquisitive boy, the same age as my nephews. It was hard to look him straight in the face without laughing. It was as if he was always amazed and expecting some kind of miracle. A cool guy. "You need to ask Grandfather Spiridon about this, Antoshka. He chose the flight route and the hunting place." The teenagers didn't want to ask anything of the sullen grandfather, who was always ready to dislocate an ear for pranks. "Everyone seated? Buckled up?" I asked from the wheelhouse, looking back through the open door into the hold. "Let's fly." I applied power to the engines, gently pulled the Vepr out onto the street, and with a jerk, took off higher. We began to pick up speed. The boys stuck their faces to the portholes.
"Did you miss me, Bogdan?"
I asked.
"Computers can't get bored, Captain,"
I drawled, suppressing a yawn.
"So, where are we flying to?"
I asked my grandfather, who was sitting next to me. "This point on the map is unfamiliar to me."
"I thought then you won't ask."
Spiridon chuckled like an old man.
"And we're flying off to hunt for jellyfish. It's a long way to the sea, and we're flying in the wrong direction. We don't need the sea. We need a lake. A salt lake."
My grandfather corrected me.
"The men found it when they were hunting, for guys."
He nodded behind himself.
"It's just right. Dive in, grab it, and put it in the bag. There are mussels and scallops there. Lots of edible creatures, a delicacy. A good place, if that's the case. That's right, the guys in the hold
were having their own conversations. They were talking loudly enough for me to hear everything.
Yes, A-Dot is just bragging.
He is not the best hunter of good bees.
And everyone says he's the best. Have you seen the huge animal heads he brings? They're hanging in his cabin now.
Our uncle is better. My nephews frowned. The boys lowered their voices, and I had to strain my ears to hear what they were saying next.
Well, your uncle is of course a good hunter too.
Nope.
Antoshka replied simply.
I heard the cooks complaining about Uncle Ivan. He stopped bringing regular meat for the kitchen and now only kills modified animals that go straight to sale. And no one even knows the volume of his catch. They say he lost his grip after he was wounded and lay unconscious for 2 days.
My nephew Sashka stood up for me.
The raider and the bots belong to Uncle.
The teenagers started making noise, and the grandfather, who had blissfully closed his eyes, resting, woke up.
Shut up! You're all clucking here!
As soon as we get there, I'll run you in so hard that you won't be able to lift your arms, you young roosters, eh? The kids fell silent, and I chuckled. Passions are running high there. We arrived at the Salt Lake 3 hours later. It was a bit far. Having chosen a convenient landing spot near a sandy beach, I landed softly, and the bot sank 2 palms into the ground. The exhaust raised a cloud of sand into the air, which is why we had to wait for it to settle before getting out. Good day. Grandfather Spiridon was the first to come outside, and was now looking at the blue sky, without a single cloud in it. The water is like a baby's tear, transparent. You guys are lucky. What are we waiting for? Like it's the first time. Let's go out. Let's set up camp. The guys were running around. They built a fire pit, dragging stones. They set up tents, as if we were going to spend the night here. They brought brushwood from the forest. I walked with them and covered them. They appointed a cook who had already filled a pot with water and was starting a fire under it. The grandfather commanded all their movements. Well, what? The first test was passed with a satisfactory grade. The teenagers began to whisper discontentedly. Quiet, Spiridon shouted at them. The privates will still question my orders. I turned away and smiled. I liked my grandfather's behavior, although he speaks quite seriously, with a sullen face. But in his eyes you can see a glint of laughter every now and then. And the guys don't notice it. I wouldn't mind being in their place a few years ago. It's interesting, like a children's camp. I've only read about those that existed during the Soviet Union. Pioneers, Octobrists. I don't know how everything was organized there, but if it's like ours, then you couldn't come up with a better one for the guys. Our girls also went on hikes, but not so far, and were supervised by women. They collected mushrooms, mostly toadstools, looked for flowers for herbariums, sketched birds, and fed goats. Also an interesting program. And the military did not pass them by. Everyone was taught how to hide in the forest, make a fire, and shoot.
Now a lake awaits you. Don't swim too far. Your feet should touch the bottom. Your main prey is jellyfish. These are modified creatures. You see a fist-sized jelly floating under your feet. Grab it and put it in an unsinkable bag.
Grandfather explained to me about jellyfish. They are of low value. The station buys them for pennies, but they are real catch.
Do they sting?
Antoshka asked naively. Even the grandfather could not keep the sullen expression on his face and twitched the corner of his mouth, almost smiling.
Yes, jellyfish sting. So do everything quickly. In another bag, if you come across any, collect shells, mussels, scallops, shrimps, and sea urchins. It's very tasty. and it depends on you what our village will eat tonight.
The boys set to work with enthusiasm. Stripping down to their shorts, they jumped into the water, and with bags tied to them with a rope, began to look for seafood and jellyfish in the water. They bent down, stirred up the bottom, and moved stones. "Found it!" shouted the nephew Misha, showing his friends a comb larger than his palm. He refused to let them hold it in their hands and put it in a bag. "I bet I can find more than you." "We bet!" The guys shook hands. "Ow!" This was the cry of Antoshka, who had caught a jellyfish. He took it in his hand and began to examine it. It spread over his palm and stung. Unable to bear the pain, he dropped it back into the water. "Gap!" the grandfather shouted at him. "I told you, straight into the bag. What were you listening to?" I also wanted to join the guys at the lake, but I couldn't. I was guarding the camp. Instead of a gun, I had an automatic rifle in my hands. A regular one. Not a heavy laser one, but a standard one for us, with cartridges. True, instead of gunpowder, there was a flammable, instantly evaporating liquid inside the cartridge, which pushed the bullet out of the barrel. And the bullet wasn't lead. I don't know what kind of metal it was, but it was much stronger than steel. It pierced trees right through. In general, the characteristics of the Vust machine gun, as it was called if you translate its name into Russian, were twice as good as those of the Kalashnikov. This didn't come as a surprise. The model was outdated. There are more dangerous weapons in the O.R.R.G. Something moved in the bushes I was looking at. I didn't raise the alarm. Getting up from the rock I was sitting on, I walked around the fire, and Maksimka, who was cooking a dinner of scallops and oysters in a pot, which the boys had brought for him. I moved cautiously towards the forest. A branch on a bush twitched again. I stopped and looked around. I didn't notice any more movements. I looked back. Grandfather Spiridon saw that I had stood up and gone somewhere and moved. He came out of the lake and took my place, nodding to me. He held his weapon close to his hand. Making sure he was watching, I went forward. One step, another, and I was standing by the bushes. No human legs were sticking out of them, and no large animals were visible nearby. I bent down and pushed the branches aside. This is how the emaciated cat commented on my intrusion. She was as black as Murzik, with two tails and sparks of lightning emerging between them.
Paths. I think if someone from the outside looked, they would confuse my smile with a grin. "Who do we have here? Come here."
I took the cat in my arms and looked into her eyes. "Let's be friends?" She carefully licked my palm, in which I had recently held a mussel, and meowed. I determined that it was a girl by her face.
Murzik's is dumb and aggressive, but hers is narrow and heart-shaped.
I'll call you Kara Murzika. Just to no one. We'll shorten your name to Kara. Only you and I will know.
Returning to the fire, I showed the cat to my grandfather. He grinned, immediately understanding my plan, and went into the water to continue looking after the children. And I, taking a few oysters from the pot, began to feed the emaciated girl from my hands. Soon Kara fell asleep, and I carried her to the Vepr's wheelhouse, putting her to sleep in the captain's chair. The day came to an end. We were heading back. There was a lot of catch. The guys collected dozens of bags of seafood and jellyfish. They got burned more than once, but the excitement took over. They flew as winners, measuring their catch among themselves. Who had more bags? Whose scallop was bigger? A good day. A good mood. Chapter 16. The silence of the forest, was broken by the roar of many engines. A whole fleet of bots, shuttles, and shuttles flew right above the treetops. Under cover of night, they stopped their flight and began to disembark passengers. There were still 100 kilometers left to fly to the village of Goodbees. We didn't land far, Gamyuka. Just right, boss. The speed of a pedestrian in the forest is 5 kilometers per hour. We'll get there in 2 days. And we'll be sure that they won't notice us. This is more important than comfort right now. Matubai sighed and waved his huge hand to the guards. Let's set up camp. We'll spend the night and set out at dawn. Post sentries. The people began to stir. Matubai took 7 brigades with him, 20 men in each. 1 brigade remained at home in case of a revolt of slaves and controlled villages. The ships, having landed the gang, flew away. Gamyuka was wary of advanced scanners. Such a quantity of metal could alert the villagers. Matubai listened to him and sent them away. The gang was getting ready to rest. They dug holes in the ground and lit smokeless fires, cooking the stew on them. The gang was not homogeneous. It was mostly black. Matubai welcomed them more than the others, but there were also whites and Chinese. They all had one thing in common. Having arrived at the Haag-Ra, they crossed the line between civilized man and savage living for the sake of momentary desires. They did not want to plow the land or bake bread. This was their common feature, and they joined Matubai's gang. They began to rob and rape, to kill. Those who did not know how learned to close their eyes. Sitting by the fires, they had conversations. The rat really messed us up, guys. This fool thought to curry favor with Matubai. Ugh, spat one of the speakers with contempt in his voice. He was supported by a roar of approval and new remarks. Now we'll feed the mosquitoes for 2 days, and it's still unknown whether everyone will return home alive. He did us a favor, the bastard. I heard these guys are tough guys. Rat and his whole team worked hard together with the bot. Wasn't it for nothing that we started this? Do you doubt us? This line was meant for someone who doubted their strength. Everyone around knew how strong the Mountains gang was, and how loyal the foremen were to him. What are you talking about, Chimeka? The doubter raised his hand, backtracking and making excuses. I meant that we need to be more careful and keep an eye on each other. It turns out I misunderstood you, Chimeka smiled, stirring the coals in the fire with a stick, causing them to crackle. Ow! Damn it! What's wrong with you, Edgar? It was said with a bit of contempt and arrogance in his voice. There had long been a rift between the blacks and whites in the gang. Some creature bit my leg, right through the boot, in the heel. With a hiss and pain audible in his voice, he began to unlace his boot to take it off. This is not our forest. Look around. Who knows what kind of animals live here? As soon as it was completely dark, everyone went to bed. An hour later, the night silence was broken only by occasional snoring and grinding of teeth. Not everyone slept silently. Some mumbled in their sleep, and those lying next to them simply kicked them and told them to shut up. About once every hour or two, muffled shots were heard. The gang used silencers and chased away the sniffing predators from the parking lot. At dawn, they set out on their journey. The curses on the rat's head increased. I hate carnivorous plants. Stop whining. Get up. From under a mangled flower chopped into pieces by people, a man crawled out, covered in mucus and blood. He was distracted, came too close to the damned flower, and was eaten alive. If it weren't for help, he would already be dead. Thanks, guys. Will you be able to walk? Yes. I'll take a rest now and then go. Come on, hurry up. The others have gone ahead. The gang hadn't gone on a proper hunt for a long time. They earned nitrin from metal from the mines that slaves worked, and hunting for them was going into the forest for an ordinary animal. Another brigade, which was 40 meters to the right, also suffered injuries.
Bitch, get me out of here! They're eating me by the legs!
The man fell into a hole. He managed to react and spread his arms to the sides, clinging to the edges of the hole, and only because of this was he still alive. Below him were worm larvae and their mother, tearing off pieces of meat from the man's legs with her mouth, carefully feeding it to her children. Grabbing the screaming man by the arms, the team pulled him out of the trap and moved away from it 10 meters. Looking at Natanda's legs, they only shook their heads and looked at each other. Having laid the team member, who was groaning in pain, under a tree, the team began to confer while he tried to bandage himself. Feet, shins, thighs. Everything was covered in bloody tears and bleeding profusely. Here, the foreman handed him the ointment. We'll help you bandage yourself and leave you here. We can't carry you. Otherwise, we won't be able to keep up with the other teams. I talked to Matubai, the foreman lied. He promised me that we'd come back for you. You need to hold out for a day, 2 at most. Can you handle it, Natanda? Yes, he answered, his lips trembling with fear. Just come back, guys. There was a sea of hope in his request. Of course, the foreman slapped him on the shoulder, taking all his weapons except the pistol. This will be enough to drive away the animals, he reassured him, sharing his stale rations and water. The brigade moved on. By evening, they had lost 2 more killed, and 3 people had to be left behind, like Natanda. Serious wounds, dead, like him. The foreman understood the changed beasts better than others, and knew that the same Natanda was already dead. The ointment would not help him. Those worms from the pit infect the blood with their bite, injecting their eggs into it, which hatch right inside the person. A medical capsule or special drugs would help him, but the brigade did not have the latter, and they had to live to get the capsule. The evening of the first day arrived, and the already gloomy mood among the teams fell even lower. The lousy start to the campaign showed no sign of ending. They lit fires. They killed a lot of meat along the way and ate to their heart's content. But that didn't improve the mood. Whispers began to circulate among the teams. Everyone wanted to get back to their usual work, supervising slaves or cheerful campaigns to defenseless villages. The only oracle of voodoo added fuel to the fire, or as they say in the West, voodoo. He built his own fire away from the others. He sat down next to it, and to the sound of singing and drumming, threw pieces of leather, roots, and mushrooms into the flames, gazing into the fire. The white members of the gang looked at this with skepticism and did not approach. But the blacks, immigrants from the African continent and their comrades from Europe, who had never seen their historical homeland, sat down next to the oracle, waiting for what he would say. Lapa! Gede! Dumara! The oracle repeated over and over, peering into the fire as if he could see something there. The names she called, according to the voodoo faith, belonged to the most powerful, most revered Loa spirits. He asked them to show him the right path and reveal their future to the insignificant oracle. Lepa! Gede! Dumara! The fire cracked loudly and sank under its own weight, causing everyone sitting around to perk up and look at the oracle with anticipation. Was this not a sign? He closed his eyes and grabbed the talismans around his neck with both hands. Everything was there. A rifle cartridge with notches, a dried human finger, ordinary, unsightly wooden crafts on a string, and bunches of herbs in the form of a caricature of a person. The oracle leaned toward the fire, taking a deep breath of smoke. He held his breath and exhaled slowly, with satisfaction. Having inhaled the smoke from the burnt mushrooms and herbs, he began to speak. The 2-headed goddess Mavu responded to my call. The ancestors are looking at us. They say that trials await us ahead, and only the strong in spirit will survive, while cowards and traitors will die, devoured by snakes. That night, the gang slept with one eye open. Everyone was overcome by gloomy forebodings. The second day of their march did not bring the relief that people desired. They did not get enough sleep, and the commanders drove them forward, as if not noticing how they were losing one person after another.
They reached the settlement of the blood feudal lords after lunch. The best trackers and hunters went out to scout, and now they have started to return.
What did you find out? Matubai was gloomy. This expedition showed that they had relaxed too much, accustomed to hunting for weak prey. People forgot what a real forest of Haag-Ra is. Of 7 brigades and 140 people, only 97 remained in the ranks. If it had not been for the last encounter with a flock of flying creatures that carried off more than 36 people in their clutches. The hunters began to tell what they had seen. Gamyuka did not interrupt them, but he was gloomy, as was Matubai. He did not like all this. Smoke from the stoves. People are armed, but they walk without fear. They don't look back at the forest. There are few combat drones, only 10. We can easily destroy them with rockets from rocket launchers. After listening to the scouts, Matubai turned to his best man.
And what do you say, Gamyuka?
I don't like this. Last time there were more drones here than there are now, and more people. Where are the people? Where are the children? Something's wrong, Matubai. I think they're waiting for us. A tense silence hung in the air. Gora thought. The silence was broken by one of the hunters. Nonsense, he objected to Gamyuka. We would have noticed the ambush. I don't know what you were doing here for 3 months while you were gone, but you've lost your grip, old friend. Are you afraid of old people and children already? Where's your pride? Shut up, everyone, Matubai ordered in an angry voice. He trusted Gamyuk and believed his premonitions. Here it seemed the village whose people dared to spit in his face. One more step and it would be in his hands. But Matubai's instinct told him that he had to leave, that this was a trap and he had made his choice. Let's leave. Gamyuka looked at the sky and said calmly, Late.
When I was stopped at the exit from the engine room and asked to answer an important question, I just shrugged my shoulders and listened to the unfamiliar girl, wondering who she was. Her question sounded like this. You don't know what will happen if we subtract the square root of the cloud. Will Darwin's theory be effective in this case? And will milk-based products become cheaper as a result of our actions? Trying to comprehend what she had told me, I suddenly realized who she was. This young woman was Rosa, Constantine's wife, who had been brought back to life by turning the calculator back into a human. When my mother told me she would be weird and needed to be watched, she downplayed the problem. A young girl of about 25 or 7 years old, having lost interest in me and not having waited for a clear answer from me, began to examine the pattern left by the rust on the bulkhead behind her. I began to examine Rose more closely. Barefoot, no shoes on her feet. Frivolous shorts. Hands with crookedly painted nails of different colors, a bright blouse, and a tangle of hair on her head, which they tried to tidy up, but they did a poor job of it, and the problem was solved with a multitude of hairpins that didn't match each other in appearance. I won't be mistaken if I say that Kostya dressed his wife and helped her tidy herself up.
There you are! Alice ran out of breath into the corridor, followed closely by 2 more girls. One was a little older and the other was the same age as my adopted daughter. They were all covered in something. Alice smiled happily at me and waved her hand, saying hello. Hello, Dad! Uncle! Ivan! Hello to you too, Fidget. Girls. They smiled at me timidly. Where did you go? Natasha's daughter began to scold Rose, taking her by the palm and quickly leading her away from the wall she was looking at. I just turned away, and you were gone. Do you know how scared I was? Mom would have been upset if I had lost you. And Uncle Kostya, who asked me to look after you, would have been offended too.
But he promised to teach me how to make lollipops in the shape of cockerels on a stick, and you behave like this.
Alice communicated with Rose as if she were a little girl or a peer. I followed them. Having climbed 2 decks higher, the girls led me to the kitchen, where our cooks were working. The dishes were rattling, something was being fried, someone was being scolded for forgetfulness and the lack of peeled potatoes. "Thank God!" One of the female cooks crossed herself when she saw us enter. Others shook their heads in sympathy.
Let's go, Rose, don't stand there.
Rose was initially stubborn, gazing at a girl at one of the tables opening scallop shells and throwing them into boiling broth, but then she allowed Alice to lead her to a distant table.
So that's why she and her friends were covered in flour, I realized. Look what I got while you were gone.
Alice showed Rose a rolled-up piece of dough in the shape of a crooked heart and, it seemed, a deer. Wait. She stopped Rosa, who wanted to take a piece. First, let's wipe your hands. Where did you manage to get dirty? The little one grumbled cutely at the adult woman, diligently wiping the dirt off her hands. It's ready. Here. She put a whole handful of dough in her palm. Rose began to sculpt. She did much better than the girls. Beautiful Easter cakes, with curls. The girls and Alice looked at Rose with envy and tried to do better. Rose, sticking the tip of her tongue out of her mouth, began to hum to herself with zeal. Ooh la la la, 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 ooh la la. And she did it quite well. Her voice was pleasant and deep. I was about to turn around and leave when Rose started muttering some incoherent words. That's what I thought at first when I listened. The mountain is coming to us, Tulula. They are coming here, Tulula. And his horde is with him, Tulula.
The girls looking after Rose laughed.
Alice said,
Mountains don't move, Rose. It doesn't happen that way.
I froze in stupor. What was this? A coincidence? Just crazy? I was about to open my mouth and ask Rosa, but then I looked into her empty eyes and decided not to. She wouldn't answer. I left the kitchen with a heavy head. Could it be that Rose has psi abilities? Could they have awakened in her during the operation?
Why not?
What do I really know about psi? Nothing. I didn't brush off her words. Maybe it was nonsense, and I was just wasting my time. But I needed to talk to my father and the others. We assembled in the wheelhouse in 15 minutes. Mom, Dad, Grandpa Spiridon, Magdalena, Kostya, and Adar. Despite the situation, I couldn't help but smile. Murzik was driven here by Kara. The cat looked exhausted. What a good girl she is. I'll have to ask the kitchen for a treat for her. Those who had at least some authority in our village and who were listened to gathered in the wheelhouse. Except Kostya. I called him because of my wife. Did something happen? Mom asked me as soon as everyone gathered. I told them what I heard from Rosa. Adar spoke first. Sounds like nonsense. I don't argue. I nodded. But I couldn't help but warn you. Besides, there are people with psionic abilities. And what if our Rose is one of them? What will happen if we ignore her warning? Kostya, what do you say? His father asked. He hesitated, stroked his mustache, nodded to us and began to answer slowly and hesitantly. Listening to his story, we seemed to experience his last memories with him. My Rose is back. What else could I want? He shrugged. Yes, I hoped that her condition would be, he began to choose the words, more familiar, but I love her, in joy and in sorrow. So the first days I did not pay attention to the oddities. I helped her get dressed. I chose dresses with her. I did her hair to the sound of her laughter. I played hide and seek with her and the girls. He smiled warmly. It was difficult. But you know, sometimes she comes to her senses and understands everything. Constantine exclaimed passionately. And everything becomes the same again. And then she seems to fade away and her mind is somewhere else. He lowered his head and looked sadly at the floor. At such moments, she begins to behave strangely, muttering. I also often ignored her words, but then I began to listen. It turned out that she helps me, allegorically, in riddles, but she helps. You didn't know, but on the third deck, a pipe with hot steam almost burst. No one noticed the problem, but she knew and led me there, with the help of a riddle that I solved. Excuse me, he asked us for forgiveness. I didn't want to tell you about it, since they already look at her as crazy, with sympathy. But she's normal, just different. Kostya had spoken. There was pain and joy in his words, and great hope. I noticed how he was clutching a good luck charm in his hands. A simple string with a button tied to it, Rose's handiwork. I had seen several of these charms tied to her blouse. Still, he hoped that with time, his wife would come to her senses completely. Dad cleared his throat. What we heard was too personal. I believe, Rose, Grandfather Spiridon said sternly. We've all read about these demonic psionic abilities, and we know that people like that are sought after to be taken into service because of features like Rose's. And I believe Ivan, Grandfather looked at me. If he thinks the danger is real, then it is. His instincts have never let him down. Magdalena also spoke out, frowning sternly and placing her hand on the pistol in her holster. The gang decided to take revenge. We've been waiting for this for a long time and preparing. I trust Rose. Everyone looked at Adar. I admit, perhaps I was hasty and made a mistake, he apologized, nodding to us. It sounds fantastic, but it's close to reality. I have also had my say. I don't like that they came to us unnoticed. Hunters are checking all the trails for tracks, including me, but we haven't found any. So the scout who followed the rat's tracks managed to hide from us. Having found out everything, he left. And now he's leading the gang straight here. What are we going to do? I answered again. If the spy was here and watching us, then most of the options we had worked out for such a case won't work now. My father guessed what I was suggesting. Explosion? I shrugged. What other options do we have? We need to make sure they don't figure it out ahead of time, Grandfather put in. An empty village will put them on their guard. They're not fools. I nodded. Someone will have to pretend to be active, walk the streets, light fires in stoves. Mom was unhappy. They will suffer. We'll give them time to hide. Before the drop, we'll tell them by radio, and they'll take cover in the basements. What are we waiting for? We need to hurry. The good bees resembled a disturbed anthill. The entire population urgently moved into the cabins on the raider. They dragged cattle and utensils along with them, personal belongings that had not yet been transferred to the Nadezhda. The reshuffle lasted 2 hours. We chose from the volunteers who would portray the idle-looking villagers strolling around the village. We also had to sacrifice a dozen combat drones. I don't know if there'll be anything left after all this is over. An anxious wait began. Grandfather Spiridon and I were sitting in the cockpit of the Vepr, having flown to a great height and hovered right above the good bees. From the ground, we looked like a bird, a dot in the sky. There's movement, Bogdan reported. 1-7-43, 97 men, heavy-hand weapons. Bogdan, give a signal to the people in the village and to the raider. Let's get out of there. I am doing it. They weren't mistaken after all, whispered the grandfather, peering into the cockpit screens. Bogdan, descend to the required altitude and open the ramp, I ordered, leaving the wheelhouse. He began a sharp descent, and I was thrown sideways, hitting the bulkhead between the wheelhouse and the hold. With difficulty staying on my feet, I tied myself to the side with a long safety belt and walked over to the high stack of Solnishko-class incendiary shells. The ramp began to open. These noticed something, Spiridon shouted after me. They're running into the forest. Hurry. They won't make it, I hissed, releasing the brake on the platform, on which stood a stack of 5-ton shells. Straining, I pushed him out of the hold straight through the open ramp. Due to the loss of cargo, we were thrown up, as if in an air pocket, and I did not fly overboard only thanks to the safety belt. Here's a present for you, I whispered angrily, holding onto the edge of the casing and looking down where the shells were flying. The raider was no longer in his place. Having received a signal from us, he took off sharply and went several kilometers to the side. A thunderous explosion sounded. A mushroom of fire rose into the sky. The village and all the surrounding areas were drowned in flames and dust. My grandfather came up to me from behind. I hope the basements will hold up. I was worried about that too. The explosion was bigger than I expected. The Sunny lived up to its name, releasing the power of a star on Earth for a moment. Chapter 17. We walked through the ashes. To put out the forest, we had to call for help from the Haag-Ra. It wasn't free, but they helped us. The village was gone. All the buildings, the vegetable gardens, our garden, all of it was gone. The women were crying, the air smelled of burning and tears. Turning away, I shoveled even harder. Even though I knew it was necessary, it was painful for me to watch. I wanted to lose myself in my work. Seems to be here. The shovel hit concrete. When we dug out the entrance to the basement, we expected the worst. Having unlocked the iron door, which was sagging on its hinges, we barely managed to stay on our feet when the surviving volunteers, black with soot and dirt, who had taken refuge here, rushed at us. They were crying too. They couldn't hold back their tears. It's scary to sit underground when the concrete ceiling above you is cracking, the air is evaporating, and only smoke remains. And all hope is only in your comrades, that they won't abandon you and will pull you out. They will save you. They will dig you out. Thank you, they repeated, standing on their feet with the last of their strength. Sorry, guys, we were in as much of a hurry as we could, I thought. Rescue operations continued. None of the bandits survived. They burned in the flash, as did everyone for hundreds of meters around. A significant part of the forest was destroyed. Many animals and birds died. Having finished our work, we all returned aboard the Nadezhda. There was nothing more to do here. I lifted the raider into the air, and we flew off towards the Salt Lake. We will live in those surroundings for the near future. And then we will see. There was an oppressive silence in the cockpit. Apart from me, all our pilots were gathered there. So much work down the drain. Zhenya said this, glancing sideways at me. I remained silent. You've done a great job, Zhenya. Remind us how many times you went to the forest for meat, or how many trees you planted, Lisa, with a sharp tongue, asked him mockingly.
I wasn't the only one who didn't like Yevgeny. The other pilots, Kostya and Svetlana, smiled. I was against this idea, he said through gritted teeth. Yes, Lisa rolled her eyes. Thanks for letting me know. Kostya supported her. Lisa is right, Zhenya. Stop looking for someone to blame. It's enough. What should we look for them for? Svetlana raised an eyebrow questioningly. The bandits are to blame. If it weren't for them, Zhenya did not find support and became even more gloomy and embittered. I myself tried to keep my distance from everyone and not get into conflicts. The same Zhenya. I had something to say to him, but why? To quarrel? And for what purpose? What would I get from this? Satisfaction? No. I would only ruin my mood even more. We're approaching, he muttered, fulfilling his direct duties as second pilot. I responded kindly. Thank you. Kostya, Svetlana, and Lisa glanced at me with interest. They were surprised by my serenity. You don't know how to be angry, Ivan, Lisa told me. Why can't I? I can.
Having removed 90% of the power from the engines, I moved the auxiliary engines to the vertical position and began the descent. Near a convenient bay and a sandy beach, I continued my thought. I only get angry at those who really deserve it. Words don't hurt me. Contact, Kostya repeated as soon as we touched the surface of the Earth. I shut down the engines and started checking the systems. The others helped me. What will happen next? Will we fly into space as we wanted? This was asked by the blonde Svetlana, an inquisitive woman with a clear look and a good-natured character, in contrast to Lisa, who loved to joke. We'll fly, I answered. But it's too early to talk about it. Unfortunately, we haven't managed to do everything yet. What's left? I shrugged my shoulders as if doubting the answer. We have practically closed the contracts.
We just need to finish off some small change, and that's it. We are free people, not debt workers. The Raider creates much more problems. To prepare him for space flights, we need another month of work. By that time, I hope, everyone will have improved their knowledge. We can't fly away any earlier. There are not enough people with the necessary specialties.
Is that all?
Lisa asked in surprise.
I expected much bigger problems.
Everything, I confirmed, except for Gora's gang, which we destroyed. I, along with the volunteers, Idar, father, and grandfather Spiridon, are going to fly around the villages that paid them tribute. We need to help the people. I doubt they were left unattended. We'll have to fight some more. Zhenya grimaced at my words and said,
Why should we help them? Don't they have hands? We've already lost the village because of them, which took us 8 months to build. All the buildings, the bathhouse, and the vegetable garden.
It was me, with these hands, who carried stones for the foundation, rubbing my palms raw. But he still won't calm down. What were you dragging? Lisa asked him again, as if she hadn't heard. She also turned sideways to him, sticking out one ear with her fingers. Repeat it, please. I didn't want to get into another argument. I waved my hand at the guys and left the wheelhouse. Time flew by until evening, solving many issues. 1 pen for goats, how much blood it drank. It was not possible to leave the animals in the hold. They need sun and grass. The inevitable arguments between people began. Everyone had their own opinion about what happened in the good bees. It even got to the point of pulling people's braids. I didn't see it myself. They told me. I suggested to my father that they load people up more, since they have enough time to do stupid things. So, at work, the day came to an end. Exhausted and tired, I headed to my cabin to rest. But there was no peace for me there either. Natasha and Elisa invited Kostya and Rosa to visit us.
Just like that. From roots to tips. Natasha helped Kostya, showing him how to properly comb his wife's long hair. The tangle on her head had disappeared, and now strands of her light brown hair flowed down her back in waves. Judging by the smile on Rosa's face and her closed eyes, she liked being looked after. Alice also did not sit idle and painted her fingernails. She, like Kostya, preferred bright colours, so Rosa's hands did not change. One nail is red, the other is green. I said hello, even though we only saw each other today. Hello, Kostya. He nodded, a little embarrassed. Natasha decided to shake him up.
Play chess with Ivan and we'll finish up here.
She gently nudged Konstantin with her shoulder, pointing at me with her head.
He always loses to me, so he'll be easy prey.
The traitor smiled at me with a sly smile.
All I had to do was get the board and the pieces from the closet, sitting down on the bed.
Sit down, don't be embarrassed.
I said, calling Kostya over.
Are you playing?
A little.
Fine.
Having set up the chess pieces, we began to lazily move them, not trying to win, but simply passing the time. I wanted to sleep, and I was constantly holding back yawns. My eyes were closing. The day was too eventful.
What are you thinking about?
I asked Kostya to break the awkward silence between us. He looked at his wife and then at me.
It's clear.
We must hope, I said. I didn't know how else to console him.
I believe. What else is left?
He smiled sadly through his mustache.
I want to fly with you tomorrow. To help people. Is that possible?
Of course. You learned to shoot, didn't you? You learned the shooting knowledge packages?
Yes.
Then there are no objections. We could use some help.
He reminded me of something, and I checked what was going on with my colonel messages.
Textbook, officer. Unit command, squad, platoon, company, battalion. Grade 22. Studied 100%. Textbook. Advanced Theory of Engines, Shuttle, Main Cruise, Auxiliary. Grade 20. Studied 100%. Textbook. Pioneer. Methodology of Navigation and Exploration of Unknown Systems. Grade 24. Studied by 9%. Restructuring of the cerebral cortex has begun. Progress 0.1%. That last thing scared me. The changes with the brain continued. 20 minutes later, Natasha finished tidying up Rosa's braids, and she and Kostya left. Elisa was stubborn, but she too was put to bed in the girls' cabin. 5 little girls were sleeping there, playing fortune-telling instead of lying in their beds. We caught them red-handed. They turned off the light and lit a candle, sitting around it in a semicircle, legs crossed, surrounded by pillows. They missed our arrival, being carried away by the work. The flame is flickering, Tanya explained the omens mysteriously to the other girls.
She was a year older than the other girls, so they listened to her as if she were an adult.
It means that you are in for an exciting adventure and good news that will lift your spirits and make you happy.
Wow.
Now it's your turn, Nayura. Touch the candle, Tanyusha commanded. Another girl touched her, and they all began to watch the flame intently. The flame is agitated. Tanya lowered her voice to a whisper. You have enemies. Dangerous enemies.
Who?
Nayura answered her in a whisper. There was fear in her voice. We didn't watch the show to the end. Natasha turned on the light, and all the mystery disappeared. Enough. Go to bed, girls. And who put you up to this nonsense? We put out the candle and took it away. It's not nonsense, the disgruntled girls muttered as they went to bed. That's how they used to tell fortunes in the old days. Our grandmothers told us. I said sleep. Natasha was strict and walked from bed to bed, tucking the blanket under the girls. I put Alice to bed. A bear, she asked. And I picked up a stuffed bear from the floor, shook it off, and handed it to her. She fell asleep hugging it. Natasha didn't leave until she was sure that the girls weren't planning to start telling fortunes again. She read the story. I sat next to her, hugged her, and nodded off. We found ourselves in our cabin late at night, and I fell asleep right away. They woke me up in the most pleasant way. What are you doing? I asked, opening one eye and smiling sleepily. What do you think? I hugged her. Are you seducing me? Yes, Natasha purred. Am I doing it? She crawled completely over me, pressing me down onto the bed. She was naked. Kara is watching, I complained. The cat that was sleeping in its place in our cabin woke up and washed itself, occasionally looking at us. She can. She's a woman. Asterisk. Dasterisk. We went on a hike on 2 boats. It's safer that way. We flew side by side, not overtaking each other. We discussed everything in the morning, but the men were worried, and my father decided to voice our plan once again. I turned on the speakerphone with the bear bot. We'll land a couple of kilometers from the first village under the control of the gang. We'll go on foot. If necessary, we'll call the Vepr for air support. We don't know what's going on inside the settlement. Maybe there's no one there and no help is needed. Or maybe there are 2 or 3 bandits holding some of the residents hostage. We'll act carefully. Ideally, we'll wait for any villager on the edge of their forest, stop him and ask him questions. We don't need any more victims. We're flying to help them, not to create more corpses. Is that clear?
Okay, Peter.
Fine.
We'll be there soon. Check the weapons, I said.
We landed. If the late rat had told the truth before his death, we should not have been detected. The mountain forbade the villages under its control to have good weapons and defense systems.
Those who didn't know the forest well went with us. Not hunters, but technicians or, like Kostya, pilots and handymen who had never walked through the Haag-Ra forest. We had to teach them everything from scratch. We keep a close eye on things, I reminded everyone. We warn about oddities, but we try to keep quiet. Less noise. It's only a couple of kilometers to the village, Idar objected. What's there to be afraid of, Ivan? We'll get there somehow. I calmly explained to him everything I thought, trying to suppress my outbursts of anger at his stupid bickering. I found time to argue. Our neighborhood is cleared of all horror, but we don't know what they have. It's dangerous here. Do you understand? I looked around at everyone. He and everyone else nodded, accepting that I was right. I waved my hand and went forward first. Idar followed me with our hunters. The rest closed the line and looked around, weapons in hand. Combat drones were walking nearby.
We lost 10 of them in the fire, but we have an excess of them, so to speak. We have already bought more than 50 of these excellent guards, who are not a pity if anything happens. My ominous prediction came true. One of the inexperienced hunters fell into a trap. He stepped aside and no one called him back. They themselves were gaping, looking at the strange flowers and trees. Ouch! He screamed, and fell into a hole, masked from above by branches. I stopped the formation and ran to the scene of the incident, starting to examine the suspicious place. This is not the work of humans, Idar, who was the first to get here, told me. I see. The animals tried. Smart. Camouflaged. So not just animals, but modified ones. Damn, things were bad. How are you? Grandfather Spiridon shouted into the dark hole. The tunnel dug into the ground, curved at an angle, and we couldn't see where it went. There was no bottom as such. Gina, Grandfather shouted again. We didn't wait for an answer.
He died. Don't croak. I'll go down. Tie me with a rope. If anything, drag me up.
My father didn't like my decision.
Son, I can handle it, Dad.
He just clenched his jaw and nodded curtly. They tied a rope around me and started to slowly lower me into the hole, or rather, I climbed into it myself, head first. They held the rope taut, and it was more comfortable for me that way. The hole was wide enough for a person only at the surface. The lower I went, the narrower it became. Damp and dirty, the smell of wet earth and decay. The hole was not dead. Everything was moving. Caterpillars, beetles, ants, 2 of each creature. Something had already fallen down my collar. It was moving. Fortunately, it did not bite, but only slid disgustingly along my back with its paws. Now I could do nothing about it anyway, so I endured it. You can't turn around. You can't put your hand back. At a depth of 7 meters, the hole made a sharp turn. A trace of the blow remained in the clay. Jenna was not the first to fall into this trap. Old streaks of blood are visible. The essence of the trap is clear. A vertical fall, a blow to the sloping bottom, fractures or death and a fall to the side along a slippery slope that goes down again even deeper underground. Even if you survive, you won't be able to get out of the hole on your own. I crawled there. The light from the surface didn't reach here, so I turned on the flashlight attached to my head. I wish I hadn't. In the light, all that mass of worms and bugs crawling along the earthen walls looked even more disgusting. They fell on my head, covered my hands, tried to crawl into my ears, but I, shuddering with disgust, continued to crawl. Somewhere at a depth of 15 meters,
The passage turned into a horizontal tunnel, diverging in all directions. At the foot of this intersection lay Jenna. He was unconscious, his chest was heaving. No time to examine him.
Having tied him to myself, I pulled the rope and began to wait for them to pull us out. The creature that built this tunnel was not nearby. At least in this I was lucky. I would not like to meet it. It must be the size of a train. The father's voice came from above.
The men pressed on. 1, 2, again. 1, 2. They pulled us out.
What's wrong with him? I don't know.
I shook my head.
We need to examine him and drag him back to the boat. Let him lie down and rest. He's not going to sail today.
Having cut off his clothes, we found no visible wounds or fractures, only bruises and a scratch on his head. Having smeared his wounds with a miracle ointment, we assigned 2 people to carry him back to the boots, and we ourselves stayed, waiting for them to return. A smoke break.
We don't have such crap. Idar and Grandfather Spiridon walked around the pit.
Something new.
How well camouflaged.
Idar clicked his tongue in admiration.
Anyone could have failed. Even an experienced hunter. Even though the pit's camouflage has now been removed, we appreciated the overall idea. In the shade of a tree, where old, last year's leaves always lie, no loose soil around. A good trap. Easy to miss. The men returned, saying that Genna had come to his senses and was feeling well. But they still left him in the boat to rest until evening. Everyone was happy about this news. And we went on, trying to be very careful. No one left the line anymore. We reached the edge of the forest without any new incidents. We stopped, hid in the thorny bushes, and began to examine the village through binoculars. The grandfather was the first to express his thoughts. A shabby village, no bathhouse, very few houses. The vegetable garden is not bad. And there is a pen for animals. There are geese walking around, swimming in the pond. You're looking in the wrong direction, Grandpa. Look to the left. The house on the edge. See it? Where are the polka dot curtains on the windows? I see. Something flashed in the window. Not just anything, but a man with a machine gun in his hands. Why hold it in your hands? And there he is, leaving the house. And, indeed, the man whom the sharp-eyed Kostya had noticed came out onto the porch and, yawning, looked around. He had a weapon in his hands. I won't tell Mark, but it looked like an automatic rifle. He lit a cigarette. The village woke up. People started coming out of their houses. They tried to pass by the house that this man came out of as quickly as possible. They hurried to the vegetable gardens and wells. An axe began to knock. They were chopping wood. Men from other houses also appeared. They also had guns in their hands. I recognized this model. Guns that shoot once with a reload of 30 seconds. The bandit, and it was he, although he was looking at them out of the corner of his eye, was clearly not afraid. Meanwhile, the men gathered in a group, talked, and went hunting in a different direction from us. No one went through the thorny bushes where we were sitting. We did not catch up with them in the forest. We continued to watch. The idea that there might be hostages in the house was confirmed. The bandits, who turned out to be 3 in number, forcibly took children and a couple of women to spend the night with them. In the morning, they released them and exchanged them for other hostages. We had to wait until the evening to understand how they acted. Idar, my grandfather, my father, and I walked away from everyone a couple dozen meters deep into the forest to discuss everything without lowering our voices. What are your thoughts? Everything is bad.
Idar chopped his hand down. The doors are locked at night. There are bars on the windows. Even if we get inside, we don't know what the situation is like there. There is a high probability of injuring the children.
You can't attack at night. Another observer, the grandfather prompted. One of them always sits by the window and looks out. It's hard to get there unnoticed during the day, but at night, they'll hear us when we break the bars on the windows. The roofs of other houses are far away. We can't jump over them, put a ladder up, they'll hear us too. They've arranged things wisely, the bastards. This is what the father said. Decide what we will do? Adar asked. I didn't know what to do either. So we racked our brains, argued, but came to a common denominator. We will attack in the morning. We will have to get close to the house at night, in the dark. And then, several people will sit under the windows. Adar and I will wait by the door. If everything repeats itself like today, the first bandit will come out of the house and open the door for us. We will take him with knives, trying not to make noise. Then we will use flashbang grenades, which will be thrown into the house by those sitting under the windows, out of sight of the observer. They will break the glass and those who threw them. After, Idar and I will break into the house, and then we will act according to the situation. The risk of injuring children and women is still high, but we have not come up with a better plan. Nobody wanted to admit their powerlessness and abandon people to their fate. The first stage went without problems. At 4 a.m, when it was still quite dark, we crawled to the house and took our places. The men were at the windows, and Idar and I were at the front doors. We didn't warn the villagers. Who knows how they would react to our offer? At least the veranda at the house is large, covered with wooden bars, through which you can't see who's there on the porch, bandits or strangers. The closer the dawn came, the more anxious my soul became. The chickens began to cluck. The animals woke up first. There were more sounds and smells in the streets. Someone set fire to the stove in the house. Somewhere on the other side of the village, a door slammed. My nerves were on edge. Through the wall, we heard the bandits move.
Make breakfast, you scum!
A man's voice sounded, followed by a blow. Someone got a slap in the face. Nazar, how is it outside? Everything okay? Not a movement. Oh. The one they called Nazar yawned infectiously.
Why do you sound sleepy? Were you sleeping on duty again, idiot?
What's wrong with you, Otto? I'm just tired. I've been staring into the darkness all night.
Don't be a star. Wake up, said. Let him sit in your place, and you go to bed. I'll just have breakfast.
This woman will cook now. I'm gonna smoke. The locks on the door clanged. Idar and I stood up from our crouching positions and got ready. The door opened. We were standing on the side where we couldn't be seen. Otto took a few steps forward and put a cigarette to his mouth. I closed the door so that we couldn't be seen from the house, and Idar took a half-step, half-jump behind him, holding the bandit's mouth with one hand and plunging a knife into his back with the other. It all happened quickly. Blood covered the entire porch. There was no alarm, and we pulled this Otto a little to the side, under a bench. People had already started coming out of their houses. It would be better if they noticed what was happening as late as possible. I signaled my father. He was supposed to watch us through binoculars. After that, not a second passed as the radios on our belts hissed twice with static. Immediately after that, there was the sound of breaking glass. A crash. Flashes of light, and we burst into the house. I immediately ran to the man who was sitting at the dinner table. Now he was lying on the floor, stunned and blinking blindly. A blow to the head with a rifle butt, and it cracked. He overdid it. He was dead. Adar didn't fail either. He captured the third member of the gang and remained alive. We caused quite a stir. The children in the house were screaming and crying, clinging to the woman who was preparing breakfast. My father and our people were already running from the forest in our direction.
The village also woke up and ran out into the street. After that, there were long investigations and conversations. The bandit who came to his senses was interrogated and then handed over to the locals. They shot him. They wanted to feed him to the pigs, but I didn't let them. I had to dig the grave myself. They were too angry at the bandits, and I don't blame them. Everything turned out to be much more complicated than we thought. And this is only the first village. We have 3 more of these ahead of us in the main gang base. We won't be returning home to the raider anytime soon. 5 days have passed.
There is nothing to say about how we liberated the other 3 villages.
The bandits acted according to the same scheme. It was clear from the interrogation that this was their standard practice in conquered settlements. All the people we freed were from Earth. They asked a lot, wanted to know how things were with us. What? My father gave them the answers. After each such operation I was nothing, and all I wanted was peace. It became clear that they did not want to stay here. They all wanted to fly away with us.
Dad, you remember that we've almost paid off our debt, right? If we take on new people, we'll have to push back the deadline. I'm not sure we'll have time to fill enough modified beasts to take these people with us in a month.
My father asked me a counter-question. Why did you save them then? To throw them out to their fate again? I sighed and ran my hand over my face, shaking off the fatigue. My father was categorical. Okay, we'll stay.
In a month or 2, we'll fly away anyway. My father also had his heart aching, but he made his choice. I didn't want to make him even more nervous or argue. Ahead of us was the bandits' main base, the village of Past. Partially surrounded by sharp hills, an outcrop of valuable metal from the ground, it was the mountain's most valuable asset. We sent the liberated people in boats to the Nadezhda, and by the time it was time to visit Past, they were already settling in at the new place. And we were walking through the forest.
Past is not a small village. Like ours, everything is serious there. Air defense, combat drones, defense systems. Here, we had to land not a couple of kilometers from the village, but 30. The route is difficult. There were no more giggles or sloppiness. We had to walk with great caution. I walked first. Everyone else followed me. Stop. I raised my hand, stopping everyone. Let's go around this place, I said, and made a circle.
Why?
Kostya, who was walking behind me, whispered into my back. Do you see the wave-like marks on the ground? Yes. And the tall grass ahead? I see. This is a lair of giant snakes, very poisonous. I've already met them. He swallowed and walked on in silence. We made halts periodically. We did not make a fire. Ate dried meat and dried fish, washed down with water. My shoulders hurt. It's a heavy thing. We had to beat the stretcher that held the equipment for capturing the maw. A powerful electromagnetic pulse generator, weighing half a ton. Combat drones are not designed to carry cargo, and it was our lot to drag this behemoth. How much longer do we have to go? About 7 to 8 kilometers. My hands ache. Do push-ups in the morning and they won't happen. You're such a joker. While I was calmly sitting on a stone, warmed by the sun, and drinking warm water from a flask, people were releasing tension by teasing each other.
Everyone had long since gotten tired of being silent.
The wild forest is not a country road. There is no direct path here. We meandered, avoided suspicious ravines and streams with predatory fish. 30 kilometers turned into 50. An hour later, I stopped everyone again. That's it. Stop. Have you arrived? A kilometer to the village. Do you smell a fire in the air? We won't go any closer. First, Idar and I will go ahead and see what's there. We'll wait. My father nodded to me, kneading his shoulders with his fingers. They took turns carrying the awkward load, taking turns. Idar and I went ahead. He walked through the forest worse than me, but here I need to remind you how many packages of knowledge on survival I have studied. It was not possible to get close. The strip of forest near the village was uprooted and plowed. Ada and I silently looked at the village and the hills, noticing everything we saw.
The small mountains that surrounded the village from the north and east resembled the teeth of a giant. It is not surprising that the village was called Maw. At the foot of the teeth, reinforced with wooden struts, there were adits. It was daytime and now work was in full swing there. Exhausted people, with faces gray from fatigue, dragged metal from the depths of the mine, in the form of stones with a very high metal content. They did not carry it in their hands, but on one-wheeled wheelbarrows. The houses in which they lived were more like barracks or a barn. It seems that these people were kept together with animals. In another part of the village lived the bandits. There were normal, strong houses and a road filled with concrete, and a garden, now blooming. It was also looked after by slaves, but not men, but women, who looked around warily and tried not to catch the eye of the bandits. Not to attract attention. There were now more than 10 bots and shuttles huddled in the parking lot, with a few human heads occasionally flashing among them. The entire village was surrounded by towers with bandits on duty. 1, yes, 3, 7 towers, 2 people on top. I counted more than 30 combat drones, the same model as ours, and there were a couple of places that Rat mentioned reluctantly. The pit, a bandit pastime. Once a month, they would pick 2 of the weakest slaves and throw them down, asking them to decide for themselves who would live and who would die. Only one could climb out of the pit. They would fight without weapons, with fists. You couldn't refuse. In that case, they would kill both slaves, exchanging them for others. The second place worth mentioning is the Temple of Bones. Horace was crazy to come up with this. The bones of the people, all those who died in this village, were not buried in the ground or burned. Everyone. All the dead were brought to one pile, where they did not have time to rot. Since in that place, a colony of carnivorous beetles formed, quickly cleaning human bones from meat. Now there was a hill of white bones, still fresh and old, yellowed by time. Crazy. They even tried to give shape to this place, building something similar to a savage temple. Adar nudged me with his elbow and pointed where to look. The sounds from afar were poorly heard, but if you strained your ears, you could make out the screams. This is the 3rd time you've dropped the wheelbarrow at the exit of the Adit slave. One of the bandits supervising the mines shouted, "Why are you lying down? Get up." His words were at odds with his actions, and he himself did not allow the man to get up, kicking him in the head and body. He never got up, remaining lying on the ground. From our observation point, it was unclear whether he was alive or not. The bandit, having vented his anger, walked away from him. On his orders, other slaves dragged the beaten man towards the barracks. So he was still alive. We counted 36 members of the gang. They behaved relaxedly. The news that the entire gang had been destroyed never reached them. They decided to attack in the morning. And today they spent the night in the forest. The plan was simple. We activate the pulse generator and blind the air defense for 5 minutes, and disable all automatic defense systems and drones. The pulse is directed, and our own drones will not be disabled. Then, according to the plan, we send them forward. They will hold back the people on the towers and will not allow the bandits to unite into one whole. They will distract attention. At this time, the Vepr is rushing here. The distance for it is minimal. The air defense will not work. I'll lead the bot. No need for extra people there. Kostya will activate the generator. We start at exactly 8 in the morning. not a second earlier or later. In order to get back to the bot left in the wilds, I had to walk through the night forest, alone. But I made it. I even slept for a couple of hours before the flight.
Bogdan, are you ready?
The systems are fine, Ivan. We can fly.
Time?
1 minute before departure.
We're waiting.
It was impossible to communicate by radio. The distance was too great. So I had to navigate by the watch, hoping that Kostya and the others wouldn't screw anything up and would activate the pulse, turning off all the electronics. Otherwise, the bot would be shot down, along with me when it approached. The seconds dragged on for a very long time. And then, finally, Bogdan gave the go-ahead.
Time.
I pulled the vertical takeoff levers, a little sharper than necessary, and we soared upward and immediately rushed forward. The treetops almost touched the bottom of the boat and flew under us unnoticed. The wind howled in our ears. 2 minutes and I'm hovering over the maw.
The war was already in full swing here.
Our drones were shooting at the towers. The people on them were cursing and shooting back. I started marking targets for attack.
Bogdan, fire!
I howled in fear, noticing how handheld multiple rocket launchers were being aimed at me from the windows of the houses.
Bogdan!
Before Bogdan destroyed them with shots from the onboard laser installations, melting the people like wax, they managed to launch a swarm of mini-missiles at me. They aimed for the nose, leaving a trail of smoke. I was able to adjust my flight and avoid most of the missiles, but not all. Impact! An alarm shrieked, and the computer's calm voice over the speakers. Hit in the starboard engine, hit in the hold, fire in the hold, starboard engine out of order. Crash, crash, crash. Bitch! Our hands were shaking. We were still in the sky. One of the engines was belching black smoke astern, and the fire in the hold was consuming everything.
The fire extinguishing system was also out of order.
I couldn't land. I had to finish what I started. Otherwise all the work would go down the drain, and we would have problems. Bogdan, continue firing at the targets. The first and second laser fire installations, OCO, are out of action. For effective shooting at targets, I recommend turning to the enemy with the left side. I cursed. Shit. I pulled the steering wheel towards me, and we began to turn slowly, clumsily, falling to one side and slowly, against my will, falling. Red streaks of laser shots tore through the air. Bogdan came to life and reported, "All marked targets have been destroyed." And thank God, Bogdan, we are falling. He didn't answer. The dashboard went dark. The impact with the ground was hard. The wiring in the hold burned out, and the boat simply lost control. We fell from a height of 30 meters. I passed out for a while. I came to when it was all over. I was lying on the ground and they were bandaging me. How? I squeezed out, feeling my whole body ache, especially my legs. I coughed and repeated the question. How are we doing? Good luck, Kostya, who had given me first aid, answered. We're finishing checking the houses. All the bandits are dead. You were the only one hurt. I breathed a sigh of relief. And indeed, it was a good one. What about me? Both legs are broken. I made splints, but I am not a professional doctor. So I only studied the knowledge package. First aid. I could have come to my senses and regenerated quite quickly. But to do so, I would have had to show everyone the unusual abilities of my psi talent, bear-like. Of course, I didn't do that. Everything ended well, and I allowed myself to weaken and either fell asleep or fainted. Mrzik was angry. He called this strange, upright creature that smelled so deliciously to help him, to guard him, because he trusted it. But it waved him off and did not want to go with him. But they were from the same pack and shared food from the same bowl.
The creature made several hissing sounds.
I won't go and watch you wear a uniform. I'm sick. See? My legs are in plaster.
Mrzik continued to get angry and scratched the lazy creature until it stopped pretending to be asleep and stood up, leaning on some sticks. Usually, he invites his kind owner to come with him, but she had a kitten and it's hard for her now, and he didn't want to invite Kara. Having made sure that the sick creature was standing nearby and keeping watch, he sat down. Before treating myself in a proven way, I diligently lay in bed for 2 weeks. My nerves could not stand it any longer, and I used the ability of the bear-like and tore this damn plaster.
Partly my desire to stand on both legs was influenced by Mrzik, who took to waking me up in the middle of the night, biting my ears. I spent these 2 weeks with my eyes glued together from sleep next to him, standing by the mold while he did his business. Well, that's it now. Both legs are fine. Now, as soon as he shows up, he'll get a kick in the ass. While I was sick, things went on as usual. And I didn't lie in my cabin all the time. I walked around the raider, leaning on crutches, supervised the work, and talked to new people. The Vepr bot unfortunately burned out completely. I was pulled out of it just in time. The computer also burned out, and Bogdan, whom I had gotten used to and talked to as a person, died. I didn't plan to restore the bot again. We already have an overabundance of small ships. They took everything the gang owned. On the bright side, no one except me suffered. I'm talking about the people who were reduced to bestiality by Gora and his gang. They all survived. There were many tears and cries. They fell on our knees and hugged our legs, sobbing and howling. Magdalena found her lost sister, taken into slavery along with the rest of her village. Many of those we had saved earlier found their acquaintances, friends, or relatives. To my surprise, instead of falling behind schedule because of the new people who wanted to escape this damned planet with us, we were ahead of schedule. The Maw's warehouses were full. They sold ore only at a certain time of year, after the purchase prices had risen, and that time was approaching. Father was already busy selling. The tax would be paid in full for years to come. We had already paid off our debt, and the ore that the former slaves had mined would go right to paying off their debt. Now everyone was waiting for me to recover. Our pilots were still not ready to operate the raider in space without my supervision. Well, I was waiting for the last technicians to finish learning the knowledge packages. The time of our departure was getting closer. Having gotten rid of the plaster, I decided to take a walk, stretch my legs, and I liked what I saw while walking along the decks. There were no sad faces. Everyone was cheerful and happy. Children were playing tag. Teenagers were running errands. Adults were busy. As I said, we were actively preparing for departure. The refrigerators were filled with meat and gifts from the Salt Lake. Hunters killed animals in the forest, day and night, dragging them in for butchering. Some of the meat was smoked, some was dried. The technicians on my list were finishing their work on the raider. Everyone was in a hurry, wanting to leave Haag-Ra as soon as possible. This desire was born after talking with former slaves. Their stories about life in the Maw, about all the horrors they had experienced, motivated people better than other methods. We said goodbye to the prison planet.
"Oh, Ivan, are you without the cast yet?"
On the 9th deck, I met my sister, with Yulia in her arms. "Here, hold it. Try it." Hey, don't." Despite my protests, she let me hold the baby. Looking at her face, I saw a resemblance to her sister. Green eyes like my sister and me. So small, fragile. She was tossing and turning, wrapped in swaddling clothes. She had a pacifier in her mouth. "Agu agu." "Beautiful, huh?" my sister asked me, taking Yulia back. "Beautiful."
I walked my sister to the dining room and did not linger there. My father was due to fly in from the station soon, and I wanted to hear the news from him first. Having gone down in the elevator, I walked through the open-air locks onto the street. The sunlight hit my eyes. I closed my eyes and walked forward, on the sand that pleasantly crunched under my feet. The beach next to the Raider was crowded with people. Old people, women, children were all splashing in the blue tear-shaped lake, simultaneously collecting edible snails, woodlice, and jellyfish from the bottom. Next to the goat pen in the shade of the trees, I noticed Alice and her friends. I approached them. "What are you doing?" They flinched and turned to face me. "We want to feed the little guy, but we're afraid. He bites." The goat they wanted to feed, the yellow root vegetable too, looked angry and beat its horns against the wooden fence, shaking its head. Tanya, Alice's friend, held out this strange animal treat to me in her palms and asked, "Uncle Ivan, maybe you should try? Feed him?" I didn't take the vegetable in my hands, noticing that Tanya was a real sly one. She didn't forgive me for Natasha and I taking the candle away from her and forbidding her to do fortune-telling without adult supervision. "I'll try, but later. See?" I pointed with my finger where to look. "The goat's water trough is empty."
That's why the little bastard is angry with you. I'll be right back. I grabbed the buckets and went into the forest, to the stream. Animals and people shouldn't drink the salt water from the lake. The stream was also crowded. Couples gathered here. We cleared the area, and here you could rest without fear. The girls sat on the bank, lowering their bare legs into the water, and watched as harmless fish swam past, touching their legs. Kostya noticed me. He was here with his wife. "Ivan," he nodded to me. "Sorry, did I disturb you?" I jerked the empty buckets I was holding in my hands. "Someone forgot to water the animals. That's why." "It's nothing," he reassured me. "Collect here. The shore is occupied. You can see for yourself how many couples have gathered here." He smiled. "Fine." Stepping carefully along the narrow wooden bridge, I walked around Rosa and scooped up the full buckets. The greatest skill of people is the ability to forget. Rose said this out of turn, flippantly swinging her legs in the water and looking at her reflection in it. She didn't finish there and continued speaking, as if addressing me. "Don't blame yourself. He chose his own fate." I couldn't resist and asked, "Who is he?" She didn't answer. Kostya shrugged guiltily. I nodded to him, picked up the buckets and carried them back, trying not to spill water over the edges. I immediately forgot about this strange conversation. "What took you so long?" The girls greeted me with complaints. I'm coming. I just smiled at their indignation. I opened the pen, went inside and poured water into the water trough, causing a chain reaction. Animals came running from all over the pen. "See?" I asked. Zluka and the others just wanted a drink. But otherwise he's good. Yes. Having lapped up the water, the goat happily ate everything the girls offered him and asked for more, licking their palms. Noticing a shadow running across the sand, I looked up at the sky. It was the boat with my father coming in for a landing. I went to meet him. Mom was there too, on the beach. She saw me and came out of the water, carrying a bag full of scallops. I grabbed her and took the weight on myself. "When did you take off the cast?" "Today." She frowned. "Everything is fine," I stamped my foot. Meanwhile, the bot dropped off my father and flew away, and he came up to us. "That's it. We are free people and can fly wherever we want." "There were no problems?" "Officials," he winced. "They offered to stay in Haag-Ra and sign new contracts, better conditions and a higher price for the ransom of animals and metal. Mom looked at Dad with suspicion. You refused, I hope? Of course. People don't want to stay here for another day. They've suffered enough. My father and mother looked at my legs. Having assured them that I was on the mend, I stamped my foot again and said,
We can fly away even tomorrow. We'll spend a day in space, check all the systems, go through customs, refuel, and if everything goes well, we'll head off to the stars. So, have we decided? Are we flying to the Xi asteroid belt? Father asked. The majority voted for this system. Judging by the reviews on the Galactic Network, it really is not bad there. I shrugged. 3 habitable planets, several dozen large stations. Its own fleet to protect against pirates. The system is owned by a conglomerate of a dozen corporations whose assets are concentrated there. There is a lot of work. We will find something to do. And we have more than enough free funds left. We will have enough to settle there. We didn't discuss this topic any further. It's decided, so it's decided. Fate will show whether we've chosen the right path, and whether we'll find our quiet corner there. We spent the rest of the day relaxing, a general celebration. We had a farewell party for the Haag-Ra. I had fun with my family, with my nephews, Alyssa and Natasha, Mom, Dad, and sister. We played ball, baked potatoes on the fire, and fried meat. The next day, we made our first flight into space. The control room was packed with more people than usual. In addition to the pilots, there were Father, Mother, Grandfather Spiridon, Magdalena, Adar, Rosa, I don't know why Kostya brought her, and several handy technicians whom I had already invited. We passed through the atmosphere with caution. The shaking was considerable. Many were frightened. In advance, everyone on the ship received new suits for personal use, specially for space. In case of an accident, they are automatically sealed. Air capsules are sewn into the belts. Enough for 2 hours. Radiation protection is also built in. We're in space, said our computer. Nadezhda. I don't see any threats. Everyone in the wheelhouse breathed a sigh of relief. The illuminated screens adjusted after passing through the atmosphere and displayed an image of the nearest space and the planet behind us. The connection started working. Raider, Hope, we order you to stop and shut down engines. Take a team on board for inspection. The signal came from the military station Haag-2. I answered. Received. We are waiting for you. The inspection lasted several hours. The military from the Haag-2 station searched the entire ship. They illuminated all the niches and only then gave us permission to fly through the system, wishing us a short and safe journey. After checking everything again, I and the other pilots set a course for Xi. I gave the command. Full power to the main engines. Done, Konstantin answered me. 10%. 20. We slowly picked up speed. 100. We're going full speed. Hooray! Our girls Lisa and Sveta started jumping. I checked. With stops at intermediate stations, the flight to Xi takes 37 days. My first watch. Kostya, Lisa, Sveta, go and rest. Take our place in 12 hours. Thank you for your work. They left. I remained in the wheelhouse with Genya. He was silent, and so was I. The long hours of watch dragged on. We had been flying for 3 days already. Everything was going well. There were breakdowns, but they were quickly fixed. Nothing critical. I was about to have lunch and was about to go into the dining room when, halfway there, an out-of-breath Antoshka caught up with me. Uncle! Ivan! Shh! Over here! He called me around the corner, looking around. What happened, Anton? Are you okay? He nodded his head funny.
Not up and down, but diagonally. As always, you can't tell anything from his face. He always looks surprised. Yes, he answered, and immediately after that, he corrected himself and said, no. He shook his head again, his ears moving comically.
I couldn't help but smile. Nice guy. In the meantime, he told me why he called me.
I followed Uncle Zhenya. He was acting strange. I didn't ask why he was following him. He was a teenager.
Strange?
Yes. He was looking around and carrying some kind of thing in his hands, a black box.
And he didn't notice you?
I was sitting in the ventilation.
He sniffed, realizing that he was guilty. They were forbidden to crawl inside the walls.
The guys and I are playing hide and seek. I was interested in his story. Maybe I'm just winding myself up, but it's worth checking.
Do you remember where he was taking this thing?
Yeah. 3rd deck. Green door with a yellow lightning bolt on it. It's always closed.
Well done. I patted him on the head. Run, come on, the guys have probably lost you already.
Oh.
He screamed in fear and ran away. And instead of having lunch, I went to check the information from the young scout. I went up to the deck above and opened the door to the electrical room with the captain's key. Evgeny was there, looking like he'd been caught red-handed. He turned around, looked at me in shock, and then put his hand behind his back. A second later, a gun was pointed at me. I was unarmed. Behind him, on the floor, lay that same strange thing. I didn't know what it was, but I guessed it wasn't anything good. I was in no hurry to break the silence and just stood and looked at him. He broke down first. What are you staring at? I'm trying to realize my mistake. I thought you were just an unfriendly person. A pessimist. Harmful, like an old man, but it turns out you're rotten from your toes to your head. Betrayed us, huh? He remained silent. What's there? In the box. Why not tell me? He grinned. I don't know. The military offered me to install this box, connected to the ship's power system, paying good money. And I agreed. Thanks for telling me.
Lisa, as I told her, was wrong.
I can be angry. And now I was angry. I closed the door to the control room. I didn't want anyone to hear us.
Do I understand correctly that you don't plan to leave me alive?
You understood correctly. He bared his teeth again. A thought struck me. So that's whose fate she was talking about. I muttered under my breath.
What?
Nothing. I activated my psi abilities and simply walked forward, towards him. Several shots rang out. I felt no pain. Zhenya panicked. He jerked and touched a high-voltage wire with his hand. It jerked him and pulled him towards the panel, sending millions of volts through his body. He was already dead when I approached. The bullet holes in my chest were healing, and pieces of lead were falling onto the floor. I still had to explain to everyone where he had gone. I threw the box and the traitor's body out of the airlock overboard. The greatest skill people have is the ability to forget, I muttered, watching through Nadezhda's screens as Zhenya's body was sucked into our main engine, and as he burned up, along with the box, the contents of which I didn't want to know. The end of the book.